podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets. Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast. Salt of the streets.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
Streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? No, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talk and real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan. Cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back once again to Salt of the Streets podcast, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. As always, we are your hosts. I am that big bird-looking fella they call Colin, and I am joined by my co-host, brother-in-arms, the Nero of Neoprene, the original Salt of the Street himself, Donovan. Donovan, how are you today?
I'm doing excellent, Colin. Thank you very much.
And today we are joined by a very special guest. Josh Keaton drove all the way down here from the Great White North of Washington State. He is known as a man with sitcom dad energy and an amateur historian, which I can't wait to poke about because I want to see how you consider yourself an amateur historian. I'm very excited about that. Welcome to the show, Josh. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming. Donovan, can
Yes.
you please tell the people where we are at in the Salted Streets timeline and what it is today we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir. Today is Saturday, July 9th. It's 12:10 p.m. This is episode 129 of Salt of the Streets. Today, we have a lot of big stuff going on. So first, we're going to do, of course, our Let Me Ask You This question. We're going to fire off that in just a little bit. Then we're going to get to know Josh a little bit so that we know who we're talking to, what we're getting into. And then we're going to end this segment by kind of leading ourselves into the next one. We're going to talk about the conclusion of the Bremerton High School, Joe Kennedy versus Bremerton School District Supreme Court case. And that will lead us into our second segment, our second part there. And we're going to talk about some other various different Supreme Court cases and the way that they have concluded. And part three, we're going to be talking a couple of different things. Student loan forgiveness. We're going to be talking about the Don't Say Gay bill a little bit because you are a teacher, you're sub, right? And so we'll get into it a little bit later, but we've had a hell of a time getting people in here to talk to us about the Don't Say Gay bill. People who openly don't agree with us, and not that you don't agree with us, we haven't discussed it, but we've just had a hell of a time getting people in here to talk about this. So we're going to talk about that. We are going to talk about, I built it to you as a leftist influence on education. And I told you that was just kind of the easiest way to put it under one distinct label. And so we'll dive in and kind of hash that out a little bit more as we get in. But when we say that, we really do mean leftist, not like Democrat or left-leaning. We mean like leftist, hardcore ideology, Marxist ideology that is potentially and intending to subvert the country itself, the society. That's kind of what we're getting at. So we'll parse through that a little bit more. And of course, we have the grab bag segment. We have just last night we found out that Elon Musk is no longer going to be purchasing Twitter. Twitter Jesus is not going to save us, right? So we found out about that. We have the Georgia Guidestones that were destroyed. One of them was destroyed earlier this week, and they were taken down. And then we also have the Dutch farmer protest that is going on.
Yeah, buddy.
So that's scary. Have you heard about the Dutch farmer
I
protest?
vaguely. I was actually very interested to hear your takes because I need to learn more.
It's
the
been
Dutch farmer
real
shit's
interesting.
Wild.
Yeah, wild stuff.
I did not know about that, and then we came to work on Wednesday, and Colin was like, "Yo, have you heard about these protests?" And I was like, I kind of saw mentions, and then he showed me videos and pictures, and the whole fucking interstates taken up and shit or whatever they call them there, freeways, whatever.
Yeah, whatever those Europeans call them things over there.
Yeah, the 10-lane highways that they have running through the middle of everything. I don't know. So we have a great show for everyone going here. I want to thank everyone for joining us, Bilbo Swaggin, obviously. On the YouTube, we have our Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, all of that at Salt of the Streets. We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter, at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Barafi on both those things. Do you want to pimp your social medias? You don't have to.
I'm good for right now.
All right, well, there we go. Josh is here with us, and saltofthestreets.com for all this information. That's it. Location Skate Shop, downtown Bremerton. Did you know that Ryan Martin opened up a skate shop?
Ryan Martin?
Ryan Martin. That we went
Ryan
to school
Slogo
with.
Martin?
Yes.
Wow.
He opened a skate shop in downtown Bremerton. It's called Location Skate Shop, and they don't pay us or anything, but we pimp them regularly because it's a fantastic environment. We've been there many times, and he designed it. They designed it. He's one of the co-owners of it. They designed it as a spot for kids to go in the community to not cause trouble and be able to skate and have
awesome.
a positive environment. It's absolutely excellent. Yeah, no, and it's a beautiful shop too. It's excellently designed. He has a bunch of his photographs everywhere. It's very
It's a
good.
great spot for skating too because it's right there on 4th Street. It's that
Yes.
cool windy area like that. A lot of park benches and
Right
stuff
down
like
by the
that, which
ferry.
of course
Oh,
I'm sure nobody
nice.
is skating on or something like that. But
They they have rails they put out in the street all the time. They
That's
have their own
legit.
rails, and they close down 4th Street constantly for all kinds of different stuff, events, and everything. It's right down from the Roxy Theater in Bremerton.
yeah, I love to see those local businesses and stuff actually doing something for the community like that, not just trying to set up shop and make some dollars. It's like, hey, yeah, we're doing that, but we're also giving people a place to go, and especially when you're talking about the times we live in today with kids that just have way too much time in zero direction. They need places like that to go, and so
Very true.
And especially it works out great because you apparently know everybody in Bremerton. You have all these
small
connections, and it's great, man.
I've lived here my entire life, so this is,
He gets around.
Yeah,
this
right.
is how I remember being a kid and feeling that way about other people's parents because my mom was not from here, but it seemed like people who had parents that were from here, they fucking knew everyone.
My mom's the same way.
Yeah, so it was just like, how is this possible? I don't understand. And now that I'm an adult, I'm almost 30, I'm like, well, I just fucking know everyone. It's just, when there's 40,000 people in your town, you just know a little bit of everybody everywhere.
I have a feeling that me dipping out for 10 years probably did not help my my social circles in the local realm, because you
Right.
dip out for those, especially that 10 years, the first 10 years of like your adult life.
Yes.
That's when you're making all those real long lasting connections within the community, as everybody kind of grows out from high school and college and stuff like that. The people that stay, and I was just like, well, I'm out. Bye.
Yeah.
And I come back, and there's some people that'll recognize me every now and then. Hey man, we went to school together or something, right? I'm like, I mean, could be, man. Like, I'm sorry, but like I don't have that much space in here for that kind of stuff anymore.
Right.
I don't remember maybe half a dozen people I went to high school with.
Well, I think you're right. If you stayed around here, and even if you didn't kick it with them, but if you ran into them
Yeah.
or saw them in the community, your memory would be like bumped a little bit all the time. So 10 years down the road, even if you didn't kick it, you would remember them.
Yeah.
And you'd be able to see them like, oh, I fucking, had this class with this guy or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, being gone that whole time, you'd lose out on any of that boosting that it's going to be. So you just
Oh, yeah.
cut them all out. It's no longer relevant.
Right. I do occasionally run into this gal and her husband. I knew her husband pretty well in high school, and she used to ride my bus in junior high and high school and shit like that. She ended up going out and becoming a porn star, and
Oh,
then
shit.
ended up coming back and all this stuff. And now they're happily married, got a couple kids and shit. And
Are they his?
I would assume. I don't know.
Oh my God.
But yeah, it's an interesting thing, man, when you think about your young adult years like that.
Yeah.
There's so much of your life that's formed, and your future is so kind of built off of that first few years. Once you kind of get out there into the world, it's very
Yeah.
interesting to think about.
Yeah.
But anyways, enough of me.
Yeah, no, with that, Colin, let me ask you this, right? So, and Josh, again, you don't have to ask this question, you're more than welcome to. Something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Colin, do you think that it is possible for someone to be truly objective, right? Or do you think that we kind of have to just acknowledge or accept the biases that we have, for lack of a better term, and kind of be conscious of them and just work around them when we're trying to dissect information that we're taking in?
So as a general rule, no. Nobody can be perfectly objective. You can have isolated pockets of thought where you think as objectively as possible, but nobody is immune to biases in their lives. That's how you become a person. I don't think that's real, but I think the sooner you recognize that you cannot be objective fully, and you recognize that you do have biases, you'll be much more apt to recognize them and to be able to understand when your biases are playing into something you're thinking about. But yeah, no, that's an insane thing to think. That's like a control group in a science project. That's not
Right.
It's purposely not. It's purposely isolated and cannot be brought into like objective reality.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a real thing. But it's a good place to like. It's a good goal to strive for, because that way you'll always be trying to think of as objective as possible. But no, that's crazy.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Oh, I would agree. Like, we're all like sociological beings, and so your experiences will entirely affect your like objectivity. And while you might think that you can be objective, the reality is that you're gonna have background information that totally affects your judgment. And I always hate that, like, whenever you're like news articles, like, oh, we're objective, and it's like, that's
Right.
impossible. Like, everyone's gonna have a spin. It might be minor, it might be major, but you can't, look at something and have an objective opinion about something, because
Right.
Yeah.
your experiences, and that's going to affect your worldview.
Right.
Yep.
No, I think that's really good. And the reason that not the reason, but I think those are great answers. And when I was thinking about this a lot lately, after I watched the Matt Walsh documentary, right? Matt Walsh, Daily Wire. They just did a
What was the, like,
documentary.
What is a Woman?
What is a Woman? I just watched that, and as I was done, Jordan and I watched it together, and I said, I appreciate that they didn't try and be objective. Like, they were not veiled about the way they feel about this situation. They were honest about it. There was no deception, but they were open about the way they feel about it, which I appreciate, right? When we first started this show, we were huge on, like, we're objective all the time. Like, we're just going to be that. We're totally objective. We're not going to let any spin get into anything. And I think it just took us time to realize that we can't do that,
Yeah.
right? And now I take pride in the way that we present information objectively, present raw information, right? Past that, our discussions, we are open that we have biases about it. We feel the way that we feel, and that's the way that we're going to discuss them. We think, as a show, as individuals, that freedom and liberty is the way to go. So that is how all of our opinions are going to lean. And when we're presenting things and we're reading things, we'll even go through and correct ourselves. Like, oh, I can't say that because I'm adding something to this, and that's not what they said. Like, that's not what this article says. We'll be very clear about, okay, this is opinion time now, and the further we get into this, that's what I find that I respect most about individual news companies is their ability to acknowledge their biases and not say, like you said, that they're being objective. One of the morning shows we listen to is done by ABC. It's called Start Here. They have like do you know this podcast? It's like a
terrible.
20-minute. We listen to them from NPR, Axios, ABC. There's like several different left-leaning news companies that all of their morning podcasts, will listen to them all as soon as we get to work. And the Start Here one, there's always an ad for the George Stephanopoulos show, whatever it is, his weekly show. And his ad is like, we're taking the biggest stories and cutting through the spin so we can present this.
I love that.
You worked in the Clinton administration. Like, you worked in her campaign. You can't try and lie and say that you can even attempt to be objective because you're not. And that's where I lose respect for all these corporate news companies, all this type of shit, because you're still trying to present yourself as objective when the entire world, the whole country in particular, knows exactly where you sit on a particular issue, And if all of them, CNN, all MSNBC, Fox News, all of the corporate news companies would just be honest about their spin, I think they would be more successful.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think if you look at bias in general, right, and objectivity, you're essentially talking about the difference between fact and truth. Like, fact is a fact, period. A string of facts together can mean something that can build you a truth, but at the end of the day, a fact is true. But
That's interesting.
but the truth comes to what you apply that fact to.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you may, like a news outlet like ABC or something like that, could just give you the facts and then just be done with it.
Right.
And that would be as objective a news source as you can get, but nobody does that because facts,
Not anymore.
Facts alone are without context generally, and then they don't really mean anything other than a random statistic or some shit like that. So, I think it's a problem, especially in the corporate press, because they've allowed their truth to just completely take over the facts at that point. And then there's nothing but unobjective, biased opinion spun and woven around what started as a fact somewhere.
The question, though, is do you think that could we even go back to, like, it's always like this kind of idealization of like the old Walter Cronkite days where he came on, he said what the news are, it's like blank happened. He didn't give his spin and then he left. Do you think that we could even go back to that news? Like, is there an appetite that the American people want that, or is it just like, is that gone?
I think it's gone. If you ask me, I think it's gone. I don't think society as a whole could stomach that now, especially. I don't know if we ever could have, and I don't even know if that was actually the case back then. But then again, I wasn't around back then. I can only go off of, who knows how long news has always been spun one direction or another. I would imagine it's always been that way because there's always going to be people behind it. And somebody decides that this is the story that's most important to talk about today.
And that shows what stories you talk about show your bias.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that as a people, we are more conscious of that fact that individuals don't have the ability to be objective. So I don't know that we as a society would trust an individual person like we did back then because someone is going to know, even if you start to trust him, like, but he's a piece of shit because he definitely is lying about something. He definitely has some type of feeling about something. What is he leaving out about this? What did his writers leave out about this? Like you said, even if it's not that person, someone who's preparing this, like you watch Breaking Points? Yeah. So Breaking Points, we fucking shit on them all the time, right? And one of the deals is because at the end they're always like, we're trying to build a new mainstream. It's like, okay, you're missing the point. Like we don't want a new mainstream. That's not the point. That's completely counter to what new media, YouTube, all of this shit is doing. We don't want a new mainstream. We want you guys to be yourselves on a show together.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to watch them on, like, I think the production quality is, like, important. But,
yes.
I do think that, like, I do like the ability to be like, hey, this is the topic. Let me watch a 10-minute video about it.
Yes.
I think that's a good thing. And I do, like, I hate at the end of every episode, it's like, I don't want that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, just do what you're doing. It's fine.
Yeah, and I just wish Sagar would just realize that he should be more himself and stand behind his own opinions a little bit more than I think he does. Crystal's lost it in my mind. Crystal Ball, one of the co-hosts, if you don't watch the show, she has
Check out
just
Breaking
gone.
Points.
Yeah, check out Breaking Points. You can find them on YouTube. There's lots of they put out their kind of like their main segments and stuff on YouTube.
Hashtag not an ad.
Hashtag not
Just
an ad.
for the YouTube
for God's
gods.
sakes. Yes.
For the YouTube gods.
Plus, I wouldn't want to give them that much attention, to be honest. As somebody that's been trying to make a show for 4 years now, I look at those types of things way differently than I used to, and I judge them a lot more than I ever used to too for all sorts of different things. Like, I love their high production quality. I also think they probably don't need as many people involved, and it would probably bring them a little bit more down to earth, a little bit more if they were a little bit closer to the actual production. It might make what they talk about a little bit more important to them, and they might be a little bit more truthful. But I don't have respect for people nowadays that are afraid to say what they want to say, or to just put out like a little teaser like that, and then just to be like, hey, I want to get my 2 cents in real quick, but then I'm not going to defend it. I'm going to let you steamroll over my idea and all that. If you have something to say, silence is a lie. So do not do that. Otherwise, you're selling me something, and I don't trust you anymore.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, I still listen to their show damn near.
Still watch it all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, they haven't gone off the deep end necessarily, and I know what they are now, so it's easier to watch because I know what I'm going to get. Mm-hmm. But it's painful to watch sometimes.
Yeah, I think the one thing I will say though is like I do think there's a place for new media. One of the things I always dislike is there's never. I feel like they're always kind of complainy and never solution oriented.
Yeah.
Like Breaking Point's a great example. They always talk about the problems.
Yes.
But they're never
Yes.
they're never talking about candidates or policies that could fix said problems. And it's like, as a voter, like I mean obviously I need to be informed and stuff, but it's just like how far can we get by just bitching about the system? Like we do that all the time. And like everyone knows that America has a ton of problems, but like what can we do to fundamentally fix it? Who are the candidates that makes it so like we can get in positions where we don't have to pick Biden or Trump in 2024 again?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like it's just because everyone's just gonna be like it's crazy that like that's what it's gonna come like it's probably gonna come to.
Oh, God,
because
I
it's
hope
like
not.
we haven't it's like you can't pass
Right.
policy by just complaining all the time.
Yeah.
No, and when you do, some of the few times that I feel that we have heard solutions from them, Crystal Ball in particular, it's stuff like the last time when she talked in depth about the oil industry, she's like, we should just nationalize the whole thing. That's not a solution. Like, you can't just take everyone's companies away and just decide that's the solution to the answer.
It's also
like,
super long term.
yeah, you can't. It doesn't. That's not how it works. You know, we're just going to change the whole way this system has worked the entire time this country has existed. Like, it's not that simple to just nationalize an entire industry in a deeply, deeply capitalist society. You know, so I just don't.
Yeah.
It's like the flippancy about it too. It's like it could just happen overnight. You know, if Biden would just nationalize the gas industry, then it would be no problem. It's like,
Yeah.
it's
Just
not
end the
that-
filibuster and it'll solve all the problems.
Shit like that.
Yeah.
Well, if you'd end it, then it would be no problem. But it's not that simple because 10 years from now, you'll be bitching about the same fucking problem on
2
the other
years
side.
from now.
Yes.
Just like you bitched today about the lack of filibuster with judicial nominations. You bitch about it here because you're not getting what you want, and it's a problem
Yes.
for you, when it was the same party that took it out. I don't remember when it was the Harry Reid era.
Right.
But when they went in, they used the old nuclear option, and then just
So
Mitch
epic for
McConnell
something
was
so
like,
lame.
all right, word. Well, 10,
Right.
15 years later, we are set, man.
They'll just stack 3 of them.
Yeah.
And all through the Trump administration, all the Democrats had to say was, "Oh, Trump is just ramming through all these judges." You just made it this
Yeah, you
way.
made
and
it
when
easier.
you did it, Mitch McConnell said, "Don't do this. Don't fucking do this because
Yep.
it's going to be a bad idea. You're going to hate what happens when you're not here anymore." And where the fuck are we? We now have Trump federal judges all throughout the country. You say we got
For
3
life.
For life.
We got 3 Supreme Court justices. What are we talking about? And you have nothing to say. You don't have any solid ground to stand on and complain about the status of the current circuit court system because you fucking made it this way.
Yep.
You constructed, you you contrived the situation and the circumstances that allowed this to happen. You literally don't have any license at all to talk about this.
Nope.
You made it this way. So I don't care. Like, I don't, regardless of whether or not I agree with these people, because I don't fucking know them, you don't get to bitch about it because you made it this way.
It's like, if like, don't make policy that like your enemy could just reverse on you.
Yeah.
It just seems weird. It's like, okay, so now the threshold is lower. You give Trump a trifecta in 2016. Boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
And now, like, it's funny, like, Democrats are complaining about the Supreme Court, but it's like,
Right.
You made your bed.
Yes.
Yeah, now you got to lie in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, it's unfortunate, man. Especially because the system that we're currently in is the system that, generally speaking, most of these same people created for themselves, and now they bitch about how there's systemic failures all throughout the system, which they've all
could this
been there
happen?
for like 30 plus years. They made this, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's this, and for people that don't understand that, I almost feel bad. Well, I do feel bad for them, because they get swept right along in this craze of, you know,
As
just political worship.
A civics teacher, this last couple weeks has been so hard.
Oh,
The lack of understanding of how the system works.
In
it's
grown-ass adults, right?
Dude, seriously,
Yeah.
if
Right.
people just like, what's the point of voting? And it's like, you can't just win one election. If you want to change policy, you have to vote and win a lot.
Right.
Oh yeah, particularly on the elections that you never think about. All these fucking yard signs outside right now. You're driving. It's primary season, people. All the yard signs right now. Pay attention to those people. We were just right before you got here. Dawn and I were looking at what was her name?
Smiley. Something Smiley.
But
Tiffany?
she's-
Tiffany Smiley?
Yes.
Tiffany Smiley. Yeah, she's running against Patty Murray, and trying to get into the Senate. I mean, and that's on a federal level, but I mean, right along with her is Derek Kilmer, and then a bunch of other people running
Tara
for
Simmons.
like,
Those
for
are all
like
local representatives.
county commissioners and things like that. Those are the people that were the ones at the county commissioners, for example, were the ones that me and you were watching, like the local, you know, commissioners board when it came to whether or not the county was going to implement like vaccine requirements and mask mandates and all this shit. The federal government is generally really bad at affecting your day-to-day life. We've made it much easier for them over the last, 20 plus years,
Right,
but
but
ideally
generally-
it's those people that you don't know of because they're not celebrities yet in the political world. Those elections are important. The people that run the school board, the people on your county commissions, that your mayors of your towns and your cities and things like that. Governor.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
We learned a lot of that from COVID.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. The governor is the president of your state,
Yep.
essentially. You think of it like that. And if you don't take it that seriously, you're doing yourself and everyone else that you care about a disservice, because he's the dude. Our governor is still, we're still in a state of emergency, or
He still has emergency powers.
he still has emergency powers.
The
I-
only governor in the United States
Yeah.
that still
Really?
Yes,
Yep.
the
Jeez.
only one. We're one of 3 states where the governor decides when the emergency powers end.
Yeah. And unfortunately, his last election was against somebody that, we'll just call him he was like a Trumpian figure. I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you had a Biden-Trump situation going on right here in our own state.
Yeah.
and
Culp didn't offer anything.
he didn't.
No.
He was the same person. He just bitched. He just bitched, said, we're going to reverse all this stuff. All right, buddy. Well, you're not helping here. All you're doing is riling people up, and you're not coming out with you're not solutions oriented at all. You just bitch a lot and get a bunch of people all worked up so they can give you some votes.
Yeah.
You're not going to convince every man that that's going to work for you, man.
Yeah, and a
It's
super
just not
blue
gonna work
state,
out.
too.
Yeah.
Yes, extremely blue.
Extremely blue.
Yeah.
Not per square mile, but in the population centers,
Well,
the
it's King
real
County.
powers.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, King
County
County.
and Snohomish, Pierce.
Whatcom's pretty,
Yeah.
from where I'm from, Burlingham's super liberal.
Yeah, and Spokane area, right? They're pretty
That
blue,
city,
right?
yes.
That's
The city.
Yeah,
but-
as soon
all
as
the
you
population
get outside
centers.
of the city, you hit desert again.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what
I'm pretty sure
everyone's
that's everywhere in the
Fuck
country.
like, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you see those maps, after like a presidential election or something like that, and like 80% of the country's area is like red.
Yeah.
And then you got these little dots of blue around like that. It's all the cities. Well, because that's where everybody fucking lives.
Right.
It
Land
seems
doesn't
weird
vote.
when you look at it, but yeah,
It does.
Land does not vote. So, you said you're a civics teacher, or you teach civics
Social
at some
studies.
point.
So history, civics, everything all under my
So,
purview.
tell us a little bit about your Career in teaching.
Career in teaching. So, I went to Western Washington University, got a bachelor's degree in history/social studies, and so I can teach history, U.S. history, world history, civics. I can actually technically teach psychology, which I don't think I should, but it's technically under
That's
like
interesting.
the same purview.
There's a lot of that in my reading of like the social emotional learning curriculum and stuff like that. There's a lot of that type of stuff, it seems, where they're asking a lot of teachers to teach small pieces of psychology when it's like, should you
Yeah.
do you have a degree
you
for
sure?
this? Like, do you know how to do this, or are they just teaching you how to do this and you're just going to do it? Like,
Yeah, because
that
I'm
doesn't-
pretty sure I got to pay as somebody that went to like a decade of school, hundreds of dollars an hour to go get some actual like psychology, done to me if
Right.
I want some. I'm not trying to throw shade on teachers, but I don't know if that's like in the general purview of your average teacher. It just doesn't seem like
Right.
it should be. I don't know. That might just be me. But
Yeah. So I went to Western, took a couple years off, and I went back to school in 2020, and I got my teaching certification. So that I finished school in last December. So as of January, I'm licensed to teach social studies within Washington State.
Okay.
So I've just been teaching a lot of U.S. history and civics. Those are my two main things in my positions. I had like a leave replacement, so I was a teacher for a couple months. And then I've just been subbing since then. I actually have an interview on Tuesday, so hopefully that goes well.
For a permanent position?
nice.
Excellent.
Yeah.
What grades do you usually teach?
Secondary, so I can teach middle school and high school.
Oh, nice.
Word.
So that's an all-encompassing. So there's primary school, which would be elementary
Yeah,
school,
K
and then
through
after
5.
that, it's the same certification.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense to me, I
Because
guess.
elementary schools, it's a lot more parenting skills. Like, you're essentially a second parent to those kids.
Right.
That makes sense.
Like, oftentimes, if you're like a first grade teacher, you probably see that kid more than their parents do. Very often.
Oh, easy, yeah.
Like, I used to work at the YMCA. I had kids who would come in at 7 a.m. and leave at 6 p.m. And so, like, they're at school for 11 hours of the day. And so,
Right.
like, they're with their parents for, 2 hours and then go to bed?
Yeah.
And so, like,
That's
you're
wild.
with those kids for a fat amount of time of their life. You're essentially a second parent.
Man. So,
We've talked about that a lot when
Yeah.
we talk about Jordan's a stay-at-home mom, and that's part of the reason is because I fucking work 12 hours a day. You know?
Yeah.
I would rather have his mom with him for 12 hours a day
Mm-hmm.
and have Reason's mom with her for 12 hours a day than some fucking person that I don't know, you
Mm-hmm.
know, whether even if you're a great person or whatever, some fucking person that I don't know that is going to end up knowing my kid better than either I or his mom does
Yeah.
because we want to do other shit, you know?
well, and on top of that, like, regardless, you could know the teacher. The teacher could be one of your friends you grew up with or something like that. You could know them. You could trust them.
Could
but
be Josh.
Yes, 100%. But at the end of the day, it's not. You're not their parent.
Right.
There's nobody on this earth that is better equipped to deal and teach their child than their own parents, whether or not
In most
they're
cases,
teaching
yeah.
them the right things or not. I mean, that's up to them. But I would imagine it just seems like the more natural way to go. So anybody, like whether or not you have a hesitation on the generalized state of education or anything like that in the country, just that fact that you're giving over your child's education and their entire bringing up to an
A state
entirely
employee.
different a state employee. I wasn't going to go quite there,
But technically,
yeah,
that's
a
what we are.
different person.
That your taxes pay my salary.
Yep.
Right. And I'm glad. It's one of the reasons I'm glad you're here because I know that you can appreciate the objectivity of all of this. You know what I'm saying? That at the end of the day, a teacher, a police officer, they're agents of the state. These are people, they're employees of the state. Like these are, and that's not necessarily a denigrative thing, but that is the reality of that position that you are an agent of the state. Your
Yeah.
job is one thing or another. You work for the state. You
Yeah.
work for the federal government. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't know if
A
you
lot of
might
people
know
get
this
really
or
offended
not.
about that.
No,
type
I
of
know.
shit.
Right? But is there a way to, let's say you could be a teacher in like the private sector, a non-state run entity. Are they required to be certified and licensed in the same manner, or is it state run? Or
I'm pretty sure, like, if you work at a private school, you still need state certifications because even if you go to like a private school, you still have to have like state standards and stuff.
Right.
And so, while it's different and the funding comes from different places, like where I'm from, Bellingham, there's a really big private school called Linden Christian School. And so, in order to be a teacher there, you still have to go through like the normal stuff. But they have different standards, usually more religious based because they're a Christian school. And as an employee, you typically need to follow their values, or at least like, and so things like that. And so it's definitely more. They have way more control than a public school would have over their employees, but you still have to. There's still certain standards that you have to go for.
And do they have more control over their curriculum as well? Like you said, obviously they have state standards, but even outside of a Christian school, if you just had just a private school, like what the fuck do they call that?
The Montessori's?
Yeah, there's another a charter
know.
school, right? A charter school is just a private account, right? Where like even if you're not religious based, you still have way more control over your curriculum as long as you're meeting the state standards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Bilbo, private schools in Indiana, sorry, get federal and local funding.
And one of the things we're going to talk about in part 2 is the Supreme Court case. I don't remember which one. I have it written down here. Carson versus Macon, that has to do with the school vouchers for religious schools. So that's one of the things we're going to talk about in part 2.
I find that very interesting.
It's super interesting. And I think that it kind of relates. I thought that it related a lot with the Kennedy case, just with the Venn diagram of the religious issue that's going on there. I find it very interesting. So, yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more.
Oh, I had another question for another school question. It'll come back to me.
That's
I have like all these school questions that I'm like, all right, so how does this system really work as an insider? Curriculum. Let's talk about curriculum. When you became a teacher, you got licensed and certified, you get hired at a school. How is a teacher that is brought on, whether it be a substitute or not, how are they informed about that particular school's curriculum?
So first and foremost is state standards. Washington State has set certain state standards that as a teacher I have to meet. So first and head is the state. And then you have your district standards. They can depend, like for instance, Bellingham Public Schools, they do history categorically. So it's not, they don't go linearly, like they don't start, let's say U.S. history. We're not starting at Columbus and ending at like 9/11. It would go war, social justice, or like revolutions. And so it's it would bounce around, but they're all would be like thematically contained.
Interesting.
Like I'm sorry not to, but like per quarter of the school year or whatever?
It
like
depends.
Units, right? Just different
it'd be units, and then it would depend. Like a lesson on war would probably be longer than one on organizing.
Right.
Organizing. That's interesting. So we had played around earlier with your Twitter bio, calling yourself an amateur historian, right? I take it you're a fan of history. Are you familiar with Dan Carlin's Hardcore History?
Of course, dude. I literally just downloaded his Apache.
Apache Tears?
Apache Tears. And I was going to listen to that
So good.
on my run.
Oh, it's so good.
I love
So,
Nick.
as a fan of history, understanding, how do you balance I like to look at history through a timeline. I feel like it makes sense because generally X plus Y equals Z. You go through the timeline of history, you get to point B because things happened in
World
point
War
A.
I leads to World War II.
Exactly. Like, how do you feel about the difference in teaching history to children now, that where you may not, you might lose that kind of timeline centered, basis of history? Do you think there's pluses, minuses? What's your take on that?
So, caveat, I think history, I prefer linearly. I think it just makes more sense. But
Fuck yeah. It literally is a timeline.
But I do think that yes, his Mongol one is amazing.
Yeah.
I do
Definitely.
think that we have to have the caveat that a lot of kids aren't going to be entirely all there during school. And so I think it's better. So I think the categorically is kind of going more towards like, at least they get something, like we can talk about war. So at least they'll know about like all the wars, and they'll know about organizing.
Like a
and,
generalized
and
idea.
And it's a little bit easier to maybe have a little bit more concise, like 1 month lessons versus like if you miss like, I feel like if you miss like the Civil War unit, it might be a little bit harder to understand some of the more like maybe like later American like 1880s and 90s stuff, just because like that history. And so I do think there's a certain merit to it, but it also does leave the kids like really confused because linearly, because if you talk about World War, let's say talk about the Spanish American War and then the World War II all in the same unit, they'd probably think this is a much more like condensed group of time, but that's like 50 years.
And does that kind of modularization does that carry out through the entirety of secondary education? So maybe by the time you graduate, you could piece together all these things and have a decent timeline.
I think that's the goal. And again, that's the school district I student taught at. They just did history linearly, like the way that we typically think of it. And so, yeah, it does depend on the district and then the individual schools.
Do you know how common it is, that style of teaching for history? Because it seems like
Seems newer.
feels like it would be super confusing. Like if
Yeah.
I was a kid, especially in junior high, if you're just starting to learn about it, it feels like it would be really confusing to try and piece together that timeline if you're chunking it up like that into just subjects of history.
Yeah, I think it could be more confusing. I like when I was doing a student teaching at a high school, and so I taught about this war is a great example, and so
Yeah.
I went through I started at the Civil War, and then I ended at Vietnam, and so
Really?
yeah, because like I have to go through like 100 years of war, and I had like a
lot.
month to do it, and so it kind of, and so like the kids, and it was super condensed. It was an interesting time.
Well, I'm sorry, what grade did you say this was?
This was U.S. history is like 10th, 11th grade there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So-
yeah, I think that we were juniors when we took U.S. history. I'm Mr. Land. I'm pretty sure I was a junior.
Yeah. So I think by doing that, you do get more of the conversation about conflict. Like we stayed mostly on conflict and the idea of like why do people fight and like why do we fight in World War I? Why did we fight in World War II? And so we have like a little bit of like cohesion, but I do think that like there's a little bit of I think there is a bit of confusion on I guess just like the length of things because
Right.
it is hard to like, you know, if you're talking about the Civil War in 1 week and then 2 weeks later you're at World War II.
Right.
And like I did do it linearly within the war, so I think that helped a little bit. But I definitely felt like I wish I could have branched off and been talking about like Civil War and then talked about, you know, African American justice because like we had Reconstruction,
Right.
and
Yeah.
then transition towards like Western expansion and then get to like the Spanish American War.
So,
But
right.
you kind of have to like put those in a little bit in order because you still need context. Like history context is king.
Right,
And
so
so I still
that's-
have to put it in kind of anyway.
and that's what I was going to ask you is, do you feel like when you said you were talking about what are the causes of war, why were people fighting? Do you feel like by only talking about the conflicts and maybe a little bit of context before and after, do you feel that the kids were able to get a good understanding of why that conflict happened?
Yeah, I think so. I think it could have been better.
Yeah.
Like I think because because like I when I talked to them and I went over the work, it did seem like they mostly got it, but I do think that like you're missing out a little bit of like World War II when you can't talk about the like I really couldn't focus on the Holocaust a ton because that's not like
Right.
within like the purview of conflict, but it's like
What
how
the
do you
fuck?
like it is, but like
Right,
not in the
right.
conflict, like that's not a
Right.
like why nations fight,
Right.
you know.
And so I thought immediately about Vietnam, right? Because when the United States pulled out of Afghanistan, we did a whole segment comparing that to the withdrawal from Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
And I've even written a piece about Vietnam, and in my opinion, the war in Vietnam on the American side started after World War I. Like as soon as we were dropping troops there in the background to try and help the resistance, we were involving ourselves and planting the seeds for Vietnam. The same way when we were fucking with the Mujahideen, we were planting the seeds for us to be in Afghanistan 20, 30 years later,
Yep.
right? Yeah. And I don't know how you could. Do you even?
Dude, I'm a
how
con-
like is that even? Is that part of the Vietnam War that deep of context presented when you talk about that? Or is it like this conflict began in Vietnam and then America involved itself?
Well, you kind of like when I talked about Vietnam, I had to kind of a good example of Vietnam because like I had to take because I couldn't really talk about like that former stuff because on one hand these are high school kids
Right,
and like
right,
you
okay,
have to understand that these
yeah.
kids are being forced to take this class, and while their investments could be like some kids could be super investment like I'm trying to get an A, like I think one of the hard things as a teacher is to understand some kids just want a D, like I just want to pass, I want to get
Yes.
through this, And it's like I wish every kid was like eager and voracious for history like I am. But the reality is like I just had to teach it in a way that's like Russia, communism, Vietnam, America. That's like you have to like condense it so much more. Like if it was like an AP US history, we would have drilled through that.
Right.
Yeah.
But like
This is just regular.
Yeah.
So that was another question that I had, kind of a general question, is how do you, as a teacher of history in particular, because I'm right with you, or the three of us, I fucking love history now. I can't get enough of it. I bought Ken Burns' Vietnam War documentary. It's one of my favorite pieces of film that I've ever seen in my entire
Burns is
life.
amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. That was a huge base for our discussion about the Vietnam War on this show, was that documentary and other stuff that I learned from outside of that. And so how do you go about trying to make... I just remember how boring I thought all this shit was when I was in school. You know, how do you try and make that interesting for people who do just want a D, who don't really want to give a fuck about it?
Yeah, I think
because it's important. You know how important history is. We all know how important history is.
Yep.
And even if you don't know in high school, it's extremely important. You know,
it's a hard one because I personally think that like one of the things history I think is super underserved in schools.
Yeah.
A huge issue is there's this kind of stereotype in the history world is you get the football coach. The football coach is the school employee. What class can we give him so that he can work and then coach football in spring history?
because he can read through the book.
Yeah.
And
You can hand the kids a textbook.
Right.
And so you have the stereotype of just like kids are forced to just go through like a textbook.
Yes.
And that's how they get history. And so you have like unfortunately a very large portion of America who's just was given a book and it's like, hey, like read this book, we'll have a test on Friday.
Yeah.
And so it's just like I think and then it's also super frustrating because then you can rinse and repeat that for 30 years. And then your entire like $150,000 a year salary. And so I think as a younger teacher, there's a certain like, I guess maybe chip on my shoulder because I want to like really change the way history curriculum is taught. Like I think it's super important to use like the senses. Like one of the things I think is super important is taste. And when I was in college, I had a history professor who we had like 1700s coffee. It was awful.
Really?
It was awful.
Ooh.
But like I remember that. And like it was
Yeah.
just like this thing that makes you like we're really doing all this stuff for this?
You're like,
Right.
this shit ain't fucking
Exact-
coffee, man.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah.
what people used to drink.
And so like I
They were
like
fighting over it. They were getting after it over it.
seriously.
Yeah.
And so like I think I really want to like do like a better service to kids for kids to be able to like, taste a little bit of what it would have been like. Or they learned about this thing called like cucumber ice cream. Apparently that was a thing in the 1800s.
Yes.
And so just like I think using the senses in a much better way would be a way to get, at least if they don't, I can't get them to love history. But at least I do think it'd be more interesting as a student if like, oh, we were talking about Christopher Columbus and then we had hardtack. And
Right.
it just like, it would just
Ooh,
connect
yeah.
that thing more. I think so.
Let me ask you kind of a three-pronged question, right? Would you...
That's just a great idea.
Yeah.
Yes, that's an excellent idea, right? So would you rather, and have you been looking for, or have you looked for jobs at a private school where you might have more freedom to do that type of stuff? Because if you present that proposal, that curriculum proposal to a principal, to a headmaster, whatever you're calling them at that school, right? And I don't even feel like you have to be that open-minded. Like, that's just a good idea, If you present that to them, I feel like they're way more open and more able to, like, fucking go for it than a principal at a public school. you
Yeah.
know?
I guess I haven't really like as I've been applying for jobs, I haven't really seen a ton of private school stuff on that. But I do
Gotta be
know,
harder to
I
get.
do know that actually public schools pay usually more than private schools.
Okay.
So a lot
That
of
doesn't
times
surprise
Probably
me.
guarantees of what you have to make,
Dude,
even like
so-
as a base.
Well,
like-
public sector unions, I mean.
Right.
like here's an example.
Fuck yeah, the teachers union, yes.
A full-time teaching job in a school district, which one? Stanwood, $70,000 a year starting.
Whoa.
So you have this stereotype of teachers getting low pay.
So I
It's
thought
not
teachers
bad at
didn't
all.
make shit.
It's
Yeah,
no.
that's
Like-
more
like-
money than I make.
Like we and so like versus I think it's probably be more of like 50,000 a year at a private school.
Okay.
And then it increases by years and stuff. And
Yes.
so I think because of that, public schools typically tend to be more competitive than private schools, often because there's usually like a religious angle to it. But
Yeah.
at the same time, private schools get a lot more funding for classrooms.
Yeah.
Like I was talking to one of my coworkers, and he was telling me that like his history teacher had the funding they made a phalanx.
Whoa.
That's
Like to
cool.
show how it would be like a defensive thing.
Oh.
They had like little cardboard shields and spears, and to show how that would have been like a good defensive tactic, they made a phalanx. And it's
Shield wall.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's just hard to imagine a public school having the funds to do that unless, as a teacher, that had to come out of my pocket. Like
Yeah.
I have to go
Right.
to Rite Aid and or get like Lowe's, get some boxes and make
Mm-hmm.
it, which I think is worth it. But that is going to have to come out of my pocket. Whereas a private school, there's usually funds for that.
And it seems like, and this is a total assumption just as you're talking, it seems like if you were at a private school, the programs that exist probably are really well funded, and it might be harder to start a new program,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but once you have it there, they'll probably throw fucking money at it just to make sure it's good,
Yeah.
you know? And so I bet private school sports are generally pretty good. You know, they have obviously good uniforms and good equipment and stuff like that. You don't have, there's not as much, I don't know, it's just better, I feel, you know?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Bilbo Swaggin says you remind him a lot of his old history teacher, and he loves it.
Yeah, so we got a couple people with Bilbo, obviously, huge in
Yeah.
the comments. Zeke is here, so.
Shout out
Yeah.
Zeke.
Yeah.
Hello.
So let me ask you this question, and I don't know how much exposure you would have to this, but we often talk about the over-bloated budgets in a school district, right? The amount of money going to schools, and we understanding the fact that from what we have been able to glean, the majority of the money goes to things like administrative costs. Have you seen any of that come through? What does a school administration look like? What's the makeup? What kind of institution is siphoning that money essentially out of the actual classroom and into like the administrative body of the school?
So I have a lot of thoughts about that, and it's hard because I think schools are typically trying to do do the best thing, and they add on employees to do the best job to serve their kids, but at the same time that brings in a lot of bloat, and so there's a lot of positions that are, I wouldn't say unnecessary, but there's
They're additional.
additional. I think additional. Like there's some times where it's just like for instance, sometimes and it's not always like the school's fault. Like for instance, if a kid gets in like legal trouble and something happens to the point that they cannot be by themselves and they have to be monitored, the school has to then hire an employee specifically for monitoring that one student.
Ooh.
So that means that person is now an extra $30,000 is going to the
Plus benefits and
plus
like,
benefits
yeah, the
is
whole-
now going
the
to that
whole deal.
employee to make
Yeah.
sure that one kid, that one child is getting these resources. And so you have this interesting like conflict of like every student needs to be served well. I entirely believe that. And the school needs to serve each student well. But how do you do that you can't do that while trying to hold a budget, or obviously there's budget, but like while trying to pinch pennies and things
Yeah,
like that.
and you can't forecast for it either because you never know. Like, what's an example of like a situation in which a child would need to be? Is it like something where they have problems at home, or they?
Usually, if I don't know like the details of it because I don't exactly. That's usually principal stuff. But like if a child does a crime, like to a certain extent, they literally cannot be left alone.
Okay, like
And
if the
so-
child itself commits a crime or something.
Yeah. And so they need to be monitored at all times. And so even to go to the bathroom, they have to have, because as a teacher, I can't leave to watch them go to the bathroom. So they'll hire a
Yeah, you're
person.
doing your job.
Yeah. So they'll hire a person to be there. It's like, hey, I need you to the bathroom. And then they'll go with them. And you can't just hire that person for like an hour. You have to hire them a full-time employee.
Yep.
And so you add that by, big school districts are going to have a lot more of those positions. And then you have like, the different departments like the SPED department, which has a lot of paraeducators to help all these different kids. And so that's like a super expensive department as well. And so
The
and
special education department.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have a lot of people in there. And then at like the district level, you have a ton of people who, are doing different jobs, and I don't know how much that entails, but there's a lot of HR-ish stuff that's kind of. I think there's a lot of bloat within that, but it is kind of I guess I can't say too much on it, but it does feel like there's why it's 3 people who are kind of feel like they're doing the same job.
Yeah, and I feel like that shouldn't surprise anybody, because when you think about it, generally, state school districts and stuff like that. I mean, it's a state-run bureaucratic machine, and as we know, bureaucracies generally do one thing very, very well, and that's just expand exponentially over time, because that's just the general nature of all bureaucracies, whether it's state-run or not. But
yeah, Bilbo, there's about 25 schools in this district.
In your district?
Yeah, it's really big.
that is a big district, man.
Yeah.
25 schools.
Yeah, a lot of elementary schools and then a couple of middle and high schools. And so
I remember first, I can only guess as to what would cause someone to need to be watched all the time. I do know when I was in high school, I used to do drugs in the bathroom all the time. So I would imagine.
You're that person that took her?
I imagine if someone was caught doing something like that, you'd probably need to be watched all the time, because you definitely would get in legal trouble. And you probably would, if you were let to go back to that school, you probably would need to be accompanied by someone all the time.
And also, schools are trying to move away from expelling kids. And so instead of expelling them, they oftentimes will have, usually use more resources to make sure they stay in school, which means that they need to hire staff to do so.
Yeah, because you expel a kid, there's only one way. Generally speaking, there's only one direction that kid's going, and it's probably not going to be good.
Yeah.
Because I mean, let's face it. I mean, if you're not at school for 8 to 10 hours a day or involved in some kind of school district activity, what are you doing? The parents aren't going to be able to just take the entire day off. They're not going to switch their entire lives to homeschool or something. That's
Right.
It sucks, because there is so much. I don't know why I'm so passionate about the state of state education, because I'm not a parent, but it is important to me, and it's very
So
different.
it's still your tax dollars.
Yeah, your tax.
You own a
still my
house,
tax
it's
dollars.
still your
Yes,
tax dollars.
This is
You have
true.
invested
And you
interest
don't
in-
have
Yeah.
kids. That's
Well,
exactly why it matters, because
yeah.
you don't have kids.
And I have the understanding that it sounds so cliche, but kids are our futures. I mean,
This is true.
these are the people that are going to grow up and be productive or unproductive members of our society. And
He's Dax's godfather.
that's right. I have a little flag that I planted in
It's
that
a
one.
small stake, yes.
But I think it is
Look at
also
that,
hard
just as
for
he said it.
people to like me, who are a little bit older than you guys, that this stuff is so foreign to me, because these things never. This whole system never was in place when I went to school. It was a much more cut and dry type of situation. Very
Dude,
hands
even
off.
as I this was
Yeah.
20. Even my schooling, it's drastically different than what I've seen.
Yeah, and I think it's hard for a lot of people to kind of understand maybe the newer demands that are put on school districts now from both the legal side and then the social side as well. I mean, there's lots of
Right.
external pressures that are being pushed on these institutions, and bureaucrats aren't necessarily the best people to be making those calls all the time, because but who does at that point? But if that's the machine you have, I guess that's the route you have to go to. You're kind of chip committed, because that's, unless we completely reinvent the entire state of our institutionalized educational system, which I think, to pivot off of this, which is why I think school choice is so important. What are your opinions on school choice, and how do you think it might be more beneficial or less beneficial to kids?
So I have a lot. I guess my thoughts would be, I like the idea, I really do, but I think that idea. Yeah, we graduated in 2013 too.
Josh and I both graduated in 2013.
I think
you bunch of young kids.
I feel like that idea is really only is much more attractive to middle and upper class people. Not because that doesn't help the lower class, but because school choice, I don't want to be wrong on this. School choice is more the idea that the students should have money that's allotted to them, and they can choose to put that where they want to.
Yeah, it's usually generally it's referred to like a school voucher system.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But the reality would be that 80 to 90% of kids would just go to the local school anyway.
Yeah.
And so, and the problem that I think would happen is let's talk about CK.
Okay.
So the stereotype was that CK was a better high school than Ole, right?
Right.
Stereotype. So what would happen is that all of those parents would probably try to get all their kids, even more kids, to go to
They
CK.
did it anyway. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
like-
even, they did it anyway.
Exactly. And if it was easier to do that, you would just essentially have this kind of segregated system where there'd be super good schools because everyone wants to go there, and they put their money there and they get more money, and then their parents are usually better off, and so then they can put their time and money into the school system, and so they have amazing sports, amazing clubs, and then these other schools would be left like a little bit more high and dry because the people there are kind of, you might be poor and you can't transfer your kid to the other place. You
Right.
might be just not have the time, and so it's just like, ultimately, I think what would happen is it's already happening now.
Right.
Your zip code affects like a lot of your like education opportunity, which is sad. But I think some cases it would get worse.
Yeah.
Can I steel man you a little bit?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know that I necessarily feel this way, but let's just see where it goes. So the argument generally to the counter would be that the school voucher system would force those schools, the ones that could stand to lose revenue, it forces them to try and be more competitive, to eke out something in there, whether it's sports or a particular program, something that's going to set them apart, that's going to make students and make parents want to send their kids to that school. Do you think that what do you think about that?
I think that could happen. I think there's probably a lot of cases where it could happen, but I do think that there are a lot of there's only so much trying a school can do, but if the kids and the parents aren't invested or they don't have the means to be invested, usually does it matter if you have an amazing German program if the kids don't know if they're going to eat at home?
Yeah.
And right.
And I think part of the reason I brought that up is because I there's a lot of talk these days about school choice. A lot of the new governors and stuff that are getting into this midterm race and stuff like that are talking about pushing for school choice and all this. And I think it's kind of a fallacy. I do not think, because of the things you're talking about, at one point we do school voucher system, right? And it might work in a city like New York where you have PS 112 over here and it's kind of a shitty school. It's in a bad neighborhood, whatever, but you could just take the city bus and you can go across town and then you go to the good school. Well,
PS 124.
Exactly. Right? But at that point, what happens there is already, if there's a better school somewhere where people actually have access to it, at some point there's going to be a waiting list because schools can't just exponentially grow over time. They're state-run systems. The idea of school choice is very appealing, but I think you cannot do it in our current educational system. The way it's run, you can't, for one, the administrative body behind that would have to grow exponentially too, because how the hell do you track one child's dollars with them to another school?
You'd have way more
it's
counting.
Insane.
That'd be so much bloat.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's
So
just,
let me push back on that. First, I want to tell Bilbo that I wrote down about the JCPS school district. I just wrote that down here. Yes, he asked us to look into it, so I'm going to take a look into that.
Louisville.
The money. When I was reading about the case that we're going to talk about later, I'm fairly certain I would put money on. That's why I'm going to say it now. In the
Dollars down, baby.
Yep, the Carson versus Macon case, right? And when they're talking about that school voucher system, only part of the money travels with the student. There's a certain amount of the money that stays flat within the school district. And I would imagine
That makes sense.
I would imagine that is for things like the food program or for shit like that you have to have available for kids there.
Yeah. Like
so-
whether you have one kid that goes to that school or 500. The
Right.
amount of funding towards that school for that particular program it's going to stay
There
static.
will be food there for the kids that go there, and so it's only part of the money that they get to take with them. And it says in what I was reading that's mostly for school supplies and whatever the other costs are going to be that go into the classroom outside of the other shit, the base services that need to be made. So those services, to my understanding, right? And again, it doesn't matter. But to my understanding, are always going to be there. So the concern for food that exists now with students would exist within a voucher system the exact same way because the money is going to be the exact same.
Yeah.
At least in the way that it's written out. Obviously, things play out as they go. But that's in pushing for a school voucher system, that's the base idea is that those services are going to be there no matter what.
Yeah, and then it's just a matter of whether or not you can, if you have the means, does the school have availability? Because that's always going to be a thing. If there's always going to be a better school that anybody in your community can get to, if
What
the
about like a
difference
lottery
is,
system?
well, then you run into
Like
the
charter schools and stuff, or just the schools that are better. You mean
Yeah.
at that point?
I think with the lottery system like that, inevitably, especially in today's world, you're going to run into the inequity arguments of it's just not fair to put it to chance like that because somebody is going to be in more need than others, and it's just. I don't know if I would like anybody's kid to be subject to the will of a draw
Your
to go
future
to a
is
better
based
school.
off of a draw.
Yeah, and this is why ultimately I like the idea of school choice and all this stuff, but I just don't think that in our current educational system, the framework that we have that's been around since what, the 40s or the 50s or whatever shit like that, it's not designed that way, and it's not designed to operate the way it should be now, and that's why it's so drastically different everywhere you go, and everybody's trying different programs. I mean, depending on where you're at, I'd be interested to look at that JCPS district and stuff like that, and just see how, because that sounds terrifying, or other voucher programs or charter school programs that people are doing. But the way that the framework is set up around schools and school districts, I don't think there's much wiggle room for a structural change that would need to be had if you really wanted to make school choice really truly available. I mean, I think it would be insane to think that if you didn't offer school choice, there aren't going to be a certain fraction of people that can fully take advantage of that and are going to have a much better life and a better education and all this good stuff. But there's going to be a lot of people that just can't participate in that program for one reason or another.
Right.
And it's just, well, I like the idea, but I think there is a fallacy in thinking that school choice is the answer. It just, without a fundamental structural change of the entire education system, the machine behind it, all you're doing is just kind of you're working on the margins, and you might help some people, but at the end of the day, the system's going to be as, not to insist that the system is broken, but it's going to be as broken as it is today. It'll just be a little better in some places and a little worse in some places. The fundamental problems that people have with education itself, the curriculums, the course, when you come out the back end after graduation, that level of education is essentially going to be the same regardless. I don't think you're going to get a better or worse in any actual, tangible fashion. But that's just me. I like it. I also just think it's kind of a talking point at this point.
Yeah, I think the idea is good, but I feel like ultimately if you implement it, it would be largely end up with a similar system we have now.
Yeah.
Like some schools are better than others and some schools are not.
Yeah. I think the easiest place to start would be changing the funding mechanism to schools, making it not reliant on
Property taxes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the right way to do that. It made sense, I think, in some capacity back in the day. But at that point, when you do that, when you have an area of a particular school district that is kind of, more in poverty, those schools are going to be worse. And you have the more well-off areas, those areas are going to be better. Whereas if you took a broader approach to like a statewide, that way all the money from all the people making 6, 7, 8-figure salaries in the big cities, that money gets evenly distributed amongst the people that grow up in some tiny ass city in
Kentucky.
Some tiny little town in southeastern Washington, something like that. They'll have an amazing fucking school, but at that point, the super amazing schools in the cities are going to drop down. Everything's going to level out, and some people are going to be worse off. Some people are going to be better off, but. I don't know how you would do that, but the funding mechanism being reliant on your zip code, I think, at this point, is an insane way to think about funding your schools.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense to me because already there's inequities everywhere, obviously, and if you want a static education, the funding mechanism needs to be static somehow. And I don't think it's too much of a logical leap to try to assume that. It just kind of seems like basic math to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Do you want to know what is the best way to determine what a child's success is in elementary school?
Please.
If they have dinner with their parents.
Ooh,
That's it.
that makes sense.
The children who have dinner with their parents do drastically better than kids who don't. And it's just
Makes sense to me.
that's like it doesn't matter, like the teacher and stuff matters, the school matters obviously, but more than anything, do they sit down and talk with their parent? Because I think it's an indicator of a lot of things, like a good family structure. It means an interest in education, because oftentimes at the dinner table you talk about school today.
What'd you learn?
Right.
What'd you do at school today?
Yeah, usually if you're able to have dinner, there's usually funds that means that you can afford to come home around dinner time, talk to your kids and stuff like that. And so it's just like I don't know, it's just super interesting to me.
That makes total sense. I mean, it's the same kind of deal with, do you have one parent or two at home?
Right.
There's a drastic difference in whether you're going to have a better turnout or not.
Your general success.
I can look at someone's grade and probably with 80% accuracy know who's raising them. Like, you can see, is it single parent or grandparents?
Yeah.
You can just look and you know. And it's
wow.
like, so it's crazy how accurate it is. Like, oh, this person has a 98%. Boom, both parents, like 90% of the time.
And I think, so I'm thinking a lot, right? And when you're talking about school choice and whether or not it would broadly help people, I was thinking about myself in high school, right? When I was in high school, my parents are divorced, so I was living with just my mom for like a huge part of that time.
Yeah.
And when I left for high school, she was still asleep, was like getting up towards the end, and then was still at work for probably 2 or 3 hours when I got home. So even if there was a voucher system available, she would not have likely been able to take advantage of that without incurring extra cost for whatever it is, for transportation, for something, for me to be able to get to and from that school on a daily basis, because it wasn't going to be realistic for her to. She could take me to school. Probably she would have to get up. That would be sacrifice of sleep, which is that's your own deal. But she wouldn't be able to leave work early to come and get me.
Yeah.
So I think that that's very
Are
interesting.
you smoking weed in the bathroom again? Yeah.
No, and I never. Yeah.
I mean,
It's
who
a nicer
didn't
school,
do
though.
that? Come on.
Exactly. They have vents in this one, so you can't get caught in it. That's the whole point.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I love how this first segment went from let's get to know Josh to let's just fucking hammer out and fix education. Let's just do this.
No,
We did it.
That's why he's
Problem
here.
solved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've been going for about an hour.
We can just move into the next segment. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
Unless I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
no,
off.
no.
There's something that you wanted to.
No, not really. I was looking at the time. We could do this for probably 3 hours alone, just sitting here talking about this, because I
Yes.
have so many questions about just education and systems. And
We'll come back to it in part 3.
there you go.
Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah,
we could
100%.
definitely do that.
Yeah. So, that's you want to hit this one last topic? You want to talk about Kennedy, or you want to go to the next topic? And
We
then
can talk about Kennedy real
All right,
quick.
let's do it. Okay, so we'll talk about this and it'll lead us into the next segment, right? So this is one of the cases. We've talked about this a few times as it was being discussed and as they were waiting for the decision. So it's the Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, right, is what the Supreme Court case was, and they ended up ruling in favor of Joe Kennedy.
What was
they
it?
did.
6-3?
6-3,
Probably
I believe.
6-3,
Yeah, and I think the decision came out like right after we were here, maybe like
Yeah.
the Monday after we were here, something like that.
Yep.
'Cause we were kind of waiting for it, mostly just because it's local. It's been very weird to hear people say the word Bremerton.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Coach from Bremerton. It's like, oh,
Whoa! Just because it's a made up word, So I don't know where the root of it is, but it's a made up word outside of it being a town name. So there's no other reason anybody would say it. So it's just weird to hear it.
When I hear Bremerton, Washington on like the NPR morning podcast, I go, "That's fucking weird,
Yeah.
man."
Yeah.
But,
don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yes. So they ruled in favor of Judge Kennedy, and for anybody who is the first time that you're here watching this, or if you don't know that much about this case, Judge Kennedy, Coach Kennedy was praying in the middle of the field, and it ended up turning into a group event in which he was there. I guess that's the argument, whether or not he was leading, right? He was not necessarily leading a prayer, but was conducting, I feel, is a safe term, and I'm not trying to put it because they found it in his favor, so it doesn't matter, right? He's conducting prayer in the middle of the field. There are other people there. He wasn't coercing anybody. He wasn't forcing anybody. So they Post game, after the 50-yard line, and it was a private thing that he was doing initially, and the concerns came up when a rival coach complained about it. Coaching staff complained about it, and then it turned into.
Had they lost that game?
And I don't know whether or not they lost the game, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had.
Salty.
Right?
Yes, because the very next game that happened after the issue started, Coach Kennedy went and talked to the opposing team. It was a different team, obviously, because it's the next game. Talked to them, and a bunch of that coaching staff joined him in the middle of the field that game. So it was just that particular coach or some of his staff that had an issue with this practice.
It only
And
takes one.
It had been going on for years prior to the school district or the school even knowing about it or having any type of issue with it. So he lost his job. I think it's unclear at this point whether or not his job is going to be made available back to him. But I told you before the show, I told both of you guys that he did say he was willing to come back and take the coaching job again, which I found surprising. But
I think it would really depend on who the current coach is and what their record is and whether or not they want to fire him or not.
Right,
Because
right.
it's not like throughout this entire time there hasn't been a Bremerton football coach.
Yes.
And so at this point, if he wants to come back, somebody has to get fired.
Right.
Or let go. And that's...
It's also not like the Patriots. It's Bremerton High School.
Again, we talked about that. It's a 3-4 year thing, So it's only
I hang out with a 16-year-olds.
Yeah.
yes.
the real prestigious position of a small town football coach in high school. But yeah, were you making a point? Sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
cut
that
you
was
off.
it. I was just kind of summarizing what had happened.
Yeah, I think it is interesting because I think the real important topic on this story itself is the pushback after the opinion has come out. And we'll talk more about like another version of this because it comes into like the First Amendment practices and freedom of religion and association and freedom of speech and things like this. And a lot of the pushback is the argument of, well, there is no separation now between church and state. So when you hear the argument that, okay, well, now there's no separation between church and state now because now coaches can just get out there and they can force the kids to come out and pray on the 50-yard line and things like that. What's your take on that particular take?
I don't buy that because I think there's this idea that like there's a difference between like the Pope controlling the state and like you as a person having religious values and then having them in a public space. Cause like it's all like if you're like a Christian, you're gonna vote based off your Christian values. Why wouldn't you? That's your if you're a Muslim, you're gonna vote based on your Muslim values,
Right.
Or like your Jewish values. And so this idea that like separation of church and state means that your religious values will never enter into the public sphere is impossible. Like no one's saying that.
Right.
But I think some people believe that.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
Yeah, and so it's interesting how like I guess this whole Coach Kennedy case is kind of I don't know shown that like some people really don't understand what church and state means.
Yeah.
It's like there's a huge difference between like Biden saying that we all are going to pray right now
Right.
versus like Joe Biden being a practicing Catholic, which he is. And so it's like, he like, oh, the president takes communion? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's entirely okay.
Right.
Yeah, he has the freedom to do that. Whether or not he's wanted by the Catholic Church or not, he can still identify as that and still practice his own religion no matter what he wants to do just because he's a public employee. And I think you made the point. I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what the separation of church and state is.
Yes.
When we were talking about kids, for example, be like prayer in school, like if you're going to pray before the beginning of a class because the teacher that's their policy or that's the school's policy, that is an example of you need to separate the difference between church and state. If a kid wants to pray in school by himself or herself or themselves, that's their freedom to do that.
Right.
Just because you're on the grounds of a public institution or a government institution doesn't mean you can't practice religion. Mm-hmm. It's the government forcing religion on the populace. That's the separation of church and state. And I think that is, from all the takes I've seen with this, and including the case we'll talk about in part 3 with the school, the religious school vouchers and stuff like this, people have a fundamental misunderstanding, like many things, that especially like we talked about last episode, there's a misunderstanding of what that really means. And so when they see this, they make the false assumption that you can't have any religious practice at all in a public institution, which is just backwards and wrong. That is
Right.
not the case. That is not the way this whole deal works.
Mm-hmm.
And to assume otherwise just shows your ignorance.
Right. And I think, like you're saying, like many things in politics, this can
Indeed.
be easily remedied by looking back in time, right? The country was founded partially for people to have sovereignty of religion. That was like part of the whole jam. That's obviously part of why people came here.
The
So
Mayflower.
exactly, right? So the separation of church and state, like you said, is not to separate the people from their religion. It's to separate the government from infringing on that. And that's the same. Part of this was decided on the Establishment Clause and the Establishment Clause. And that says, I don't have the exact quote, but it's that the government can make no law infringing on your religion. That's the entire point. It's there in the Constitution. So
Yep. It's the first one. It's kind of important.
yeah, it's interesting, and I think it leans back to what you were talking about maybe before the show of, as a civics teacher, how difficult the last few weeks have been. If like this is a basic concept that forms the government that you live under. You know, you should understand what this means. It's important, even if you have nothing to do with politics, even if you just work as a logger or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You're in the middle of the woods, you're never talking to anybody, it doesn't matter. It's important that you understand what the basis of your country is so that you know the powers that you're living under. It's never ceases to surprise me how little people know about the country that they live in, you know?
Yeah.
Especially when it can so deeply impact their life when
Yeah.
the Supreme Court is going to make a decision about something and they don't even understand the basis of it.
Yeah. So I guess a question I have for you guys is in the dissent, or the Supreme Court, some of the justices talked about the fact that it seemed like Coach Kennedy was giving extra playtime to the people who did join him in prayer, and so he was kind of implicitly, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like a good old boys club.
Yeah, he was discriminating against the people who might have had different religious opinions and did not want to join in said prayer. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, I have thoughts, but what do you guys think? Like, because like if you're like an atheist and you're not getting much playtime because you are not praying with the coach.
I would initially say that much like the difficulty in a lot of criminal law, you would have to prove intent, and that is damn near impossible. I mean, it would be really difficult unless this guy was really explicit about that to prove that. And you can't look at the side effects of that. You know, what's to say these people aren't just, maybe they're not
Salty they didn't
maybe
play
they're
enough.
just
'cause
not
they
that
weren't
good.
Right.
You know, I mean, who knows? I mean, there's favoritism with all coaches, I would believe. I mean, I played a lot of soccer growing up. You saw it everywhere. It's hard not to assume that, especially if you're somebody that's not getting that much play time. I'm not getting a chance to prove myself or whatever. There's no true way to really find out if that's the case. And understandably, it's understandable for somebody to make an assumption like that, but it terrifies me that a Supreme Court justice would want to go down that path, especially understanding that they're the highest court in the land and they're a judge. And how the hell are you going to prove that he had the intent to do that? By putting that in your dissent like that, you're putting that piece of dissent in people's minds to go out there and run with it, because what if that happened to them or something like that? Law is incredibly complex for a reason, right? Laws are supposed to be very, very hard they're supposed to err on the side of the defendant, right? You need to really, really, really prove that somebody broke this particular item in this law for it, for you to be ruled against it. And when it comes to cases where intent is involved, you cannot prove that most of the time you can't prove that unless you have a piece of evidence that can prove that.
That's what stated at some point,
yeah.
that this is my intent to do this, if they told
Yeah.
someone
Yeah.
or something like that. And even then, it usually has to be like written or recorded, because it's
Yeah.
just hearsay if I tell you that this is my intent. I could
Exactly.
be lying even then.
Yeah, and for intent to be proven, you just generally you can't do that, and
Right.
to operate off that assumption is just you're doing the entire justice system a disservice at that point, which because I think that was Sonia Mayor that wrote
I think
that.
so. I think so.
Yeah, and
Those-
that doesn't surprise me coming from her because she seems to be very personal when she writes in her opinions, and that there's no basis in law. There's so many cases we've talked about even here on the show where like, okay, well, yeah, you'd have to prove intent, and you can't do that. How do you prove intent? Unless you have a piece of evidence. Otherwise, you run the risk of persecuting somebody unjustly.
Yeah.
And in the era of social justice, how do you not see that as a problem? You're just because you don't like the way it turned out, you can make the assumptions that this is bad or he was bad or whatever it was. It's a really, really bad thing to be in the Supreme Court now recorded forever, because the sentence not going to go away. It's going to live there forever now, and people can go back to that and try to make a precedent off of it or refer to it. Or, it's not a good. It's a very damaging thing to the overall justice system, which is already on pretty shaky ground as it is these days.
Right. When we were in junior high, I played football in 9th and 10th grade, right? And in 9th grade, you're automatically on varsity because you're a freshman in junior high at that point.
Such a weird system.
And it was very
Ruined me
weird.
forever. I'm like, why are these 8th graders the top of their class?
Because anybody you talk to outside of the district, they're like, what are you talking about? Why do you have a
exactly.
junior high? You're like, how is it not all this way? And I didn't get very much playing time. There was a couple people that didn't, and then when I played in high school, I was swing playing. I was playing varsity and junior varsity my first year in high school.
Ooh.
I never considered that there was any type of malicious reason as to why Rusty Wilson chose to not play me. Like at some point I said something about it and then got playing time, And so I assumed that it was because most of the people that were playing varsity also played in 7th and 8th grade. So they had been playing at a certain time. When you're talking about football, team sports, there's a team cohesion that's there. If you have a group of kids that have been playing together for 3 years, they already know how each other moves. They already know things about each other. They've grown up together, you know what I'm saying, in that sense. So, especially in sports, it would be very difficult to prove why he did something, I never considered that there was any type of Rusty Wilson liked me way more than was
Sounds like a second.
Coach Albie.
Right?
Yes. Rusty Wilson. Yeah, no, he
Trademarked by Russ Wilson.
Yeah, he liked me way more than the high school coach did, and I got way more playing time in high school. So, yeah, I agree with you. It concerns me to think about that and think that in the time of just woke people and crazy people who take a thing and blow it out of proportion, that someone, my mom, you've met my mom, right? She's pretty far to the left, and you had somebody who was less stable in their mind could take a situation like that and fucking blow it out of proportion about like, oh, is this because my kid isn't religious? Is it because he's a quarter Mexican? Is it because this? Is it because of this? And that's a scary thing, like you said, to be planting in history like that.
Yeah.
That could be scooped up if you find the right type of activist lawyer that's going to spend the time to dig through all the dissents in any case that might be relevant and try and build a case on that. That's
and I have some sympathy for like high school coaches too when you think about it, because on the professional level, right, you have X amount of people on your team for a determined amount of time that is going to be more than 3 years, generally speaking, right? Or the main core of the team.
Yeah.
And you need to work out the player dynamics, who has, who does better in this place, and where are your losses and your gains, and who's the best and who's the worst, and blah blah blah. And then you kind of move players around, and you give them certain times, or certain people work better together than others, and this and that and the other thing. But when you're dealing with high school sports, there's a lot riding, especially with the juniors and seniors, I would imagine in particular, because there's going to be scouts at certain places, kind of like trying to pick up people for colleges. And do you, as a coach, really want to? I mean, you're going to have to. Do you have to totally go equity and give everybody completely equal playing time, regardless of
trying to
how
win.
the team's working? Exactly. You're trying to win the games, man. You're trying to get a good record for your school so you can hang that banner up in the gymnasium and shit like that. So I have some sympathy for those coaches because, he may like you. You may be a great player, man, but maybe you don't jive with this particular core. Maybe I got plans for you next year, man. We're losing half the varsity team to graduation next year. I've seen the way you play in practice. I know how you do in scrimmages. All this good stuff. Like, I got a spot for you next year. Maybe he's thinking about that. Maybe he's not. Maybe he just doesn't like the looks here. Or maybe he
Right.
who knows? There's too much at play there, and we're not going to play thought police about this. And so I have a lot of sympathy for these coaches, man, because the more you start to think about it, they're under a lot of pressure too, from parents, school districts, so on and so forth. Just the name of the game
My kid's
itself.
playing for the Jags.
I'm sure that for every kid who played under someone who, even like Larry Dixon or someone who went on to play for a college or professional team, I'm sure there's a kid who played under them. It's like, if I only got more playing time, I could have fucking done the same thing. You know? But same deal. If you have someone, if Marshawn Lynch is your high school running back, are you going to let anybody else run the ball, or are you going to give him the ball every fucking time because he's going to score a goddamn touchdown?
Exactly.
You're going to let him run the ball every time. You know, if you have a freak ass quarterback, are you going to let him hand the ball off, or are you going to let him fucking throw it?
Exactly.
You're going to have him throw it every fucking time because he's going to get the job done.
Yep.
It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
That's got to be a tough thing for those guys, man, to kind of balance. And then they're trying to just also work on just, growing these kids up in that environment, because there's so many benefits to just being a part of a team and playing a competitive sport like that.
So you don't want to crush the spirit of the
Exactly.
second man because he's never going to play. So
Exactly.
you don't want to crush the spirit. Yeah. When we were in junior high, I don't think they did it in high school, but in junior high they had a thing. I don't know if they did it in every sport, but in football they had a fifth quarter. Right. So for kids that weren't going to play in the first four quarters, there was a fifth quarter of the game that was
That's not
obviously
how math works.
was not a real it was not good, and because it doesn't feel good to play in the fifth quarter, if you only play in the fifth quarter, it doesn't feel good. So but that's like, it was designed, so everybody's gonna get playing time. It's probably one of those fucking equity things that's like, we're gonna make sure everybody gets their time on the field. But like I said, if you only play in the fifth quarter, it doesn't feel good. And they designed that for like non-cut teams, because in junior high, I think in high school too, the football teams were non-cut. There were not enough people to make cuts. So you kept everybody that tried out, but it just
Just
your
on a sheer
playing
numbers
time,
game.
But your playing time was determined on how good you were. So if you were shit, you could be on the team and you would be at practice, but you were really only going to play if somebody got hurt. You weren't going to play in that position if you were not good enough. But they weren't. I don't know if they weren't allowed to. I don't know exactly how that system came about, but they were non-cut teams for football. But baseball was a cut team. Like, there were other sports that were cut sports, but it was just football. So
Interesting.
Isn't football teams, they're much bigger?
usually, yeah.
Like, you need an offense and a defense. And
Yeah, but
Yeah.
there was, in high school and junior high, there's a lot of double play. There's a lot of people that play on offense and defense. That's very common, especially if you're good. If you're just a good general athlete, you're going to be on the field more because you can handle more play. But
Yeah.
if you have shit stamina, they're going to, even if you're good, they're going to switch you out a lot because they don't want you to gas yourself out in the first half of the game and then not be able to do anything in the second half.
Yeah,
So
you're just a special teams guy at that
so
point.
a lot of that, it depends. Yeah. But I know, especially in junior high and high school, there's a lot of double play. A lot of that goes on.
That makes sense.
And maybe it was just because we were non-cut teams, but I got to imagine that it happens a lot
Yeah.
all over the place. When you start to be in college and professional, it's a little more risky. You have more on the line when you're on
Yeah.
the field, so you want that person to be in their specialized position as opposed to doing whatever. Like I said, if you're just a good general athlete, if you're a good offensive lineman, you can probably be a decent defensive lineman if we need you to be in there, because you really need to just run forward and be disruptive, you know? So if the core is there, then you can do the same thing. There's a lot of skills that translate to either side of the ball. There are a lot of running backs that'll play linebacker and stuff like that. A lot of wide receivers that play quarterback as well. Though it's the same side of the ball, but that's still very common. Like for people to just play
yeah.
multiple positions in junior high and high school.
Yeah. If you catch, you better be able to throw.
Well, and there's a lot of people, especially if your intent is to go far, small sports, I guess, but if your intent is to go far, it behooves you to be able to play more than one position, because if you maybe get on a team and they don't need another quarterback, but you can play wide receiver, you can train and get better at wide receiver and then maybe get more playing time, get more money, right?
Yeah.
That's very common. Cordell Patterson is a great example of that. He plays for the Falcons. He signed there as a wide receiver last year and played running back like 70% of the time.
That's interesting.
Because they needed him there, because
Yeah.
all their running backs are shit. That type of stuff happens all the time.
And I can see, like, especially when you're, like, with a wide receiver especially, right? It would be good for you to know how to play quarterback because
Yes.
you guys are teamed up all the time. You got to
Yes.
know how those different positions work together. And then maybe even then with the wide receiver running back just seems strange to me because they're usually of a very different build.
Yes.
Those type of humans, and you want a beast mode tank guy like Marshawn to be able to just run through a wall of humanity, versus the long, kind of gangly Sherman with like the giant ass arms and the super long legs makes him be able to fucking run like a lightning bolt.
Right.
Isn't
Very
Debo
different.
kind of both?
Debo Sim, he is enormous, yeah, and that's what makes him one of like the freak style athletes is that he is an enormous individual and is
don't know
also
shit about
able.
football.
To,
I'm learning.
Yeah, he's extremely fast. I think he's 6'5". And it was the same deal for like Cam Newton was the same type of deal. Cam Newton was like 6'5", 235 pounds. That's a large person
just
to
a
play
big
quarterback
human.
because he was also super fucking fast. So that type of stuff does happen. Taysom Hill is another example. He is a tight end for the Saints, but when Drew Brees wasn't playing, he played quarterback. He's a great quarterback. He was totally serviceable. So it just depends, when you're that high status, it behooves you to know how to do more than one thing so you can stay on the field all the time. You're always in the eye of the fans, of the coaches, of everybody who's there. So,
And this is why you should have the freedom to pray on the 50-yard line after a football game.
that's it. That's it. With that, we will take our first break. Yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2. We'll talk about some more Supreme Court cases.
Yes, let's do it.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
guys.
much.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Oh, just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready. to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, right? That's always and forever. That's right.
Salt of the streets.
Hey, another fantastic episode. Everyday Normal Person's podcast.
Salt of the streets.
Upper left or the upper left? Just upper left.
Welcome to the salt of the streets, coming at you every week with this food for thought. Hope you ready to eat. With everything going on in this nation, we need some information, and that's why salt need to be stationed in your rotation. With real talking, real topics, real people, real problems. Think we need some help to solve them, and leave it up to Colin and the Donovan, cause that's what's that? Oh, let's get ready.
And we're back to Salt of the Streets podcast. Social and political commentary.
And we're back, and we're gonna open on your screen. There we
Yeah,
go.
no, 100%. I was expecting it. I'm waiting for it. Thank you for joining us, for coming back, Donovan from Salt Streets.
Colin.
We're joined by Josh over here in the corner. Thank you again for joining us, Josh, and thank you everyone here in the chat. I want to thank you for a third time, fourth time, fifth time for joining us here.
right.
YouTube.com, Salt of the Streets. We also have the Facebook, fuck Facebook. We have Patreon, Instagram, everything at Salt of the Streets. We have our personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both those things. You can find
Right.
all this at saltofthestreets.com. You can also find the newsletters, the beer shows, things like that. We do all that stuff. I was like, what the fuck am I going to say next? I was trying to think. I know that I'm missing something. It's Swell Blended
There
for
we
this
go.
is the sponsor or whatever for this segment. Swell Blended is my barber, our barber. So he deals with this mane. I'm growing my hair out. We talked about this on the last
yeah,
show.
we gotta show this one, actually.
I'm going for a modernized, revolutionary haircut. So I don't know exactly what it's going to look like yet. It's a concept that I'm working
yeah,
through
it
with
sounds-
Swell Blended, but I'm growing it out because at the end of the day, I want to have a small ponytail so that when
like Mel Gibson in The Patriot?
Yeah.
so that when I class it up, I can have like just a little braid in it, and maybe like a ribbon at the end.
Yeah,
and
he's trying to look like that right there with the little
a low
thing
pony
back
in
there.
the back, and maybe a braid when we're flossing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, braid all the time, but maybe ribbon. when
Your
we're
son's going
flossing,
to die
I
in a
think.
church.
Where I'm really hoping not, but it's possible. If he does, I'm
possible.
a murderous rampage, and it's
That's
gonna
right.
be it's gonna be.
And then you're going to marry your wife's sister.
Yeah.
Aaron, watch out.
Michael,
Michael, watch out.
dude, I just watched that movie the other day, and I was like, oh yes,
Fucking great movie.
perfect.
It's really good.
So good. Yeah, it was 4th of July, so
Wow.
we had to. Me and my brother had to be patriotic, so we put on the Patriot,
Of course.
and then we started the Band of Brothers. Yeah, we're on
Oh,
like
wait.
episode
What's wrong? Mel
6.
Gibson.
Yeah, the
Band of
other,
Brothers?
other Freedom Mel Gibson movie, but yeah, we started Band of Brothers
So
again the
good.
other day too. We're like episode 6 now.
Love
I
that
think.
intro.
Dude, just hit.
Miss
And
Punch a Nazi.
I didn't even realize this. My brother told me about this, but Stephen Ambrose, the guy that wrote the original book and all that, and helped do the movie and all that, he got one of the dates of death wrong with one of the guys. There's an episode there. I don't remember
I know
the
you're
guy's
talking
name now.
about.
Yeah, and like he got shot right at the end of one of the episodes, right through the neck, and then you see him later on towards the end of the episode. He's in the hospital and he's all fucked up and shit like that. But he ended up surviving. And then at the end of the episode, they said he died like a few years later or something like from complications from his wounds or something like that. And it's like, actually, no, he didn't. He lived until like the mid 60s and then
shit.
died. And I was like, oh, damn. Blythe. That was his name, Blythe. Albert Blythe.
fucked.
Yeah. And I thought maybe they'd eventually catch it and change the show, but
On HBO.
Nope. Yep.
It's like
Yeah.
it's just another Starbucks cup.
It's just another
no big deal.
Starbucks cup.
NVD.
Yeah.
What's up, bud? You wanna
Okay,
come
so
up?
let's
What are you drinking there?
let's do the beers real quick. This is your non-alcoholic beer. Sober Carpenter, it's called. The IPA.
Yeah.
It smells gross.
It's an interesting experience. Would the old blind dog with? He's got like
That's not
3
good.
teeth.
I would not. Do you want to try this?
Sure.
I would not drink that.
Sober
It's
Carpenter.
not.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not horrible.
Yeah.
But
He's
it's-
like,
Oh, just
It's not good. Yeah, it's not good.
ew.
it's been a thing. But,
Like
you
I
know.
get what it's going for, but I think it's just like it's very surface level.
Yeah.
To like if it was this deeper, I feel like it'd be much better.
It's
Yeah.
like a seltzer.
It's
like
like
a
a s-
gross.
It's like
It's like a-
LaCroix of beer.
Yeah. It's like LaCroix of beer. It's the Bud Light seltzer.
Yeah, a hint of IPA. Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll have the Drew Brew, the hop session here. So we're going
wrong
for
camera.
So there we go. So, and I fucked up the pour, so we have half of it
You
here.
pulled a me, dude.
But yeah, usually it's pretty good.
One of the best films of all
we'll-
time. Hard yes, Bilbo Swaggins.
We'll act like it's a good pour.
There it is. Look at that. Perfect pour. Now that's going to be a good. Nice sessions beer. Hoppy sessions. I like a nice session beer, man. I'm
Can I
not.
give you these
I'm
cans?
trying to hang out for like a few beers, man. You know,
Yeah.
I don't want to just.
Oh yeah, it's nice.
I don't want to drink 2 7% beers and then have to be done. I want to be able to have like a nice 4% or something like that, and
Right.
it still tastes good, and be able to hang out for a while.
Yeah. What are you drinking, Josh? What is it?
I got the Second Sight Raven, a black Raven,
There you
Mm-hmm.
Scotch ale.
Scotch
very
ales are
good, very dark.
bomb.
Good?
I do love a Scotch ale.
Yeah. What kind of beers do you like? Do you like
I'm a dark beer guy.
We were
Give me-
talking
give
about
my-
porters
yeah.
earlier.
My ales, my porters.
Mm.
I like the.
I want to say it's Maui. It's not good. Maui Brewing Company, I think it's what it is. They make one. It's a coconut porter.
Yes.
Fuck. Yeah, they used to only sell it out of one gas station. That gas station up by the Seven Cedars Casino, kind of like on your way up to like Squim and stuff.
Okay.
I would literally drive to that gas station just to buy a couple 6-packs of that because it is bomb. Plus, it's a really nice drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I love? Like gas station culture.
Yeah.
Like I love going to different gas stations
Hell
and
yeah.
seeing like what is this place about?
And that
Yeah.
has got to be an American thing only, right?
Yeah, America, and I so interesting that you say that because I never really thought about that. I will go. I guess I thought it was a personal thing. I'll go out of my way to go to particular gas
Hell
stations
yeah.
because they're better. You know,
Yeah.
the Chevron up the road from work, there used to be a guy named Dinesh that worked there, and
I remember.
yeah, this Indian as fuck. This guy Dinesh. He was cooler than hell. He was cooler than shit. And he would call you whatever you called him. When you walked in there and if you said, "What's up, brother?" he would call you brother when you left.
Yeah.
If you said, "What's up, dog?" he would call you dog when you left. So it was almost like a fun thing to be like, let's see if you're really going to do this. And fucking no challenge every time he would do it. And he would cut deals to shit. He was always giving me like free air for my tires. He was a really cool fucking guy.
Yeah.
And now I go there because I just like that gas station. There's better shit. There's a better selection of things. I'll go out of my way.
Yeah.
Won't buy gas there because it's expensive as balls
Yeah,
for that shit.
exactly.
But I'll go and buy all my other shit there. Protein bars and the fucking... If I go to the gas station to work, that's the one that I'll go to.
Oh, yeah.
Even though there's a closer one, though, like whatever the 76 or the Circle K or whatever that orange one is down in Silverdale right by the bowling alley. That's like...
Man, fuck that place.
It's arguably closer than the Chevron is. I'll still go up to the Chevron instead.
Hard, yeah. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite gas station by where you're...
There's this one by my gym I really like.
Okay.
But I just love going to random gas stations. Like if I'm like on a road trip,
Yes.
I love just being like, let's see, like I don't need to get a drink, but I'll just, hey, let's just
Oh,
get
hell
a drink.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like on my way up, I guarantee I'm gonna stop at like some random place in Marysville and get like a bang so I finish my drive. Just,
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's just like a part of the culture.
Yeah.
I like, and that's got it's got its particular name where the reservations that and any like Indian gas station you go to, like Native American gas station you go to, is fucking huge. You know, it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
market. There's like
They're
a
legit.
place to get hot food in the back. The Gliding Eagle. That's why they go there every time because it's fucking huge. It's on the way out here.
Great selection of everything you might want.
Everything,
Yeah.
and they usually have like if you're gonna go fishing, there's shit for you to go fishing there. If you need to
Yep.
fucking cook something, they have aprons and shit that they sell at the Gliding
yeah.
Eagle. They have everything there, and a little cafe. I just saw the last one was there. There's an actual sitting area.
Yep.
In the back corner, so if you do get like a breakfast item at the little cafe or a coffee, you can sit down and you can enjoy it in the
Yeah.
corner.
Where do you think we stopped at when we left here around like 6:30 last weekend to go crabbing?
Yeah.
Stop in there, top off the gas tank in the boat, go in there, and I got everybody these, breakfast burritos from the hot case.
There you go.
Bomb, dude.
Eagle,
Just bomb. That, and then I have my old place I used to work literally right down the hill from it, a place called Strebel's gas station, which is no
Right.
longer Strebel's anymore. They
No?
sold it off and they changed it up on the inside, and it is markedly not as good anymore.
Oh,
Which is so now I just pass it and I go to the Chevron up on the hill above.
The
work.
Chevron is lit. They
'Cause
also
it's good
Dinesh
stuff.
sold his shit during COVID,
Yeah.
and it was pretty sketchy for a while. But you
But
know,
they figured it
whoever
out.
owns it now, yeah,
Yeah,
they
they got a good
changed out-
operation.
They put these coolers in there that
Mhm.
like come out from the wall, fucking like 4 feet. So there's
Like
less,
too much though.
Yeah, so
Like
there's
too
less
much.
room in there. So
It's
it's a
tight
little
squeeze.
cramped because they kept all the same shit. They didn't
Yeah.
take any of the other items out of the store.
Yeah.
They just pushed everything closer together. So you definitely can't walk through an aisle with another person. You
Yep.
would have to turn sideways, or else you would not both fit in the aisle.
Yeah.
But I still fuck with it, you know?
Oh yeah, and a good like mom and pop gas station. You can always tell because there's some kind of like personal flair to it, you know, and it gives it the character, and
Yes.
that's that little bit's the same thing is going to keep me coming back.
60% all gas stations in America are owned by individual families. 35% are small chains. Only 5% are owned by corporate.
Yeah,
And
which is
that's-
exactly
that's
why. Fuck Joe Biden telling all these gas station owners just lower your prices.
To be fair, gas did go down.
It did.
Like I know
did
it's, I
go
know
down
it's
a little
not
bit.
his fault at all, but I think it's
Yes.
super funny that he
Yeah,
just
right.
tweeted it and then it's like, oh,
Oh my god. And he,
But that makes sense. I
Yeah.
know, especially around here, you know, 7-Elevens and stuff. Like, there's
Oh,
3
yeah.
or 4 7-Elevens in Bremerton. It's like the same dude that owns all those 7-Elevens.
these are like families and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
usually.
just families, and so it's if you go there, you know, on the right days, you'll see the same dude at different 7-Elevens because he owns all of them. He's just
gotta work a
working
little
at
bit at each
yeah, he's working at different ones at different times. Exactly.
Oh.
And it's the same deal. AM PMs are fucking huge around here. There's a ton of AM PMs.
best BLT
it's-
sandwiches by you, Bilbo Swaggins. That's I will say this, that my one gas station that I used to love is Strebel's.
Yeah.
They always have a really nice selection of like homemade sandwiches every single day, and that BLT they make, man, is just they just make it from the leftover bacon from the breakfast stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just fire, man. It's cheap ass like white bread, some fucking iceberg lettuce, tomatoes, mayo, and a bunch of bacon. But it's perfect, and it's like $4.50. How you gonna complain about that? It's legit.
Yeah. In not Bellingham, but like Mount Vernon, there's a lot of like migrant communities, and so like the gas stations will legit have like a Mexican restaurant in them.
Yes.
fuck
And right before and they'll just mass produce burritos, and so you can just go in there and get like a burrito for $5.
That's
Fill up your
excellent.
gas. It's like I love that stuff.
That is excellent.
There is a chain of gas stations / convenience stores on the East Coast called Wawa.
Okay,
Heard
I
of
know
it.
what you're
Yeah,
talking
heard of
about.
it.
Yeah.
It is. I can't even explain it, but you can go in there and get like legit, freshly made sandwiches right in front, kind of like Subway style.
Right.
They always have a ton of like, chicken sandwiches. They're made like fresh as you get them. The stores are massive. They have tons of selection. They are an amazing chain. You'll literally driving down the Jersey Turnpike be looking for the next Wawa because it's like, I don't like that Wawa, but that one they got the bang flavor that I really like. The other
Yeah.
one, they don't carry my sour heads all the time, so damn, I'm not going there.
The East Coast equivalent of our Native American gas stations.
Yeah.
Because them fuckers are everywhere. If you go on a Washington State road trip, you're going to run across numerous of those enormous fucking gas. They're like markets almost.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
not even gas stations. They just happen to sell gas there.
Yeah.
But they're enormous markets.
It's like what's slightly bigger than a convenience store? It's like a convenience store plus
And I think
and gas.
I think that's why, like in New York, you have a bodega. You know,
Yeah.
it's a specific thing because it's not a gas station. It's a small store. You're gonna get whatever the fuck. We just don't have a name for that here. They just call them markets. The Gliding Eagle Market is the name of that store. That's there.
true.
So I think they just call them markets.
Man.
Did you guys hear about Bodega Guy?
No, who's
You didn't
Bodega
hear
Guy?
about Bodega Guy?
No.
Okay, so
So-
I heard the term bodega guy, but I didn't know what it was affiliated with.
So this dude, I think he's from Wisconsin. He moves to New York and he starts posting on TikTok about how he Googled a grocery store and all it did was take into bodegas. And so he's like bitching about the fact that like it got really big. He's bitching about the fact that he's like, I Googled a grocery store and it took me to a bodega.
Yeah.
And but this is where it got so big that he eventually got fired from his job because the company didn't like the fact that some people thought that the dude was being like racist because he was like saying like this isn't a grocery store, which it's not.
Yeah.
Right.
And so he ended up getting fired from his job, and like people are commenting, it's like, well, if you're gonna move to New York, you have to get with the New York culture. Like this is a bodega, but it's like kind of ridiculous because like it's not a grocery store.
No,
and it's like.
It would be like shopping at the markets.
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah.
could buy groceries there. You can buy most shit that you would need, even like fresh fruit and stuff. For most part, limited, but you can buy some fresh fruit and stuff there.
Yeah.
That would be like calling it that. And I would never call one of those markets a grocery store.
So as the only individual in this room who has ever lived in New York City, I will say your local bodega is as important to you as your local grocery store,
yeah,
because they generally do have like a small selection of like your everyday type groceries. And yeah, you'll only go down to like the IGA or whatever the main grocery store is every now and again, because a grocery store in New York City are fucking terrible, and that's where dreams go to die. And it's a weird system they have going on there. You know, it's New York City. They got so
Why
many
is
fucking
it
laws
terrible?
and shit like that, because you're not allowed to bag your own groceries. You're not allowed to, you have to go through this weird like TSA style security checkout. Like our checkouts here, normal, right? You think normal checkouts. There, man, it's so much tighter. It's so much cramped. You know, the cashiers are always really, if you don't have your shit ready to like be bagged in the specific order that they should be bagged, they will get pissed off at you, because there's not enough room there to be stacking groceries up, and there's no baggers. And so you have to bag your own shit most of the time,
Like
because
Winco.
yeah, like stuff like that. And then people get really pissed.
so
These-
that's pressure being at Winco. We grocery shop there. It's pressure.
Dude, it
It's
is.
pressure, dude.
pressure.
Straight
Bag your
up.
own shit, yeah.
Exactly. Going to the grocery store in New York City can be a very stressful experience, and then the people that are working cash registers are not there to help you.
Right.
It's just it's a conflict situation every single time. But they do have one really cool thing, is that you'll get your groceries, you pay for them, you bag them up and all this, and then you can have them deliver them to your house later, which is nice. They got a delivery dude that'll run to your apartment and bring it to you, because you're not trying to bring, like, you're on your way home from work or whatever. You're not trying to bring 8 bags of groceries home, man. Like, it's just not that. You can't
If you
bring your
walk
car
home,
there.
Right. Okay.
There's no cars
Right.
that you can do. And so there's this massive
Taxi won't
system
wait
of
for you.
like, yeah, exactly. They won't. There is no way to do that in most places in New York City. So they have a really awesome system of like grocery delivery. Go in there, buy your shit, and then you walk out, and then an hour later it shows up at your house. And it also means too that people aren't going in there shopping for like the month.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't do that. It's not the
Grandma's
system
at
it's in.
Costco.
Which is why bodegas are so important, because you hit the bodega on your way to work, then you hit your bodega on the way home from work most of the time. And you get the same deal. You get to know the people that run the place. The most tragic thing, there's a lot of tragedy in it, but about my in-laws.
New York is full of tragedy. Colin.
It is. It's total tragedy. Obviously. Most tragic thing about my in-laws leaving New York City, getting out of Queens, and moving to Jersey, of all places. For one, the tragedy of moving to Jersey, which is just soul-crushing in its own, but I don't get to go to my favorite bodega anymore every time I go there, because I'd go in there and get a fucking bagel sandwich in the morning, and then I buy these fucking scratch-off tickets every day, buy like $2 in scratch-off tickets, and then by the week you're usually up $10 just because it was the best scratch-off ticket place you can get. I mean, the guy knew who you were. You had all, you know, nicotine selection is a very good judge for me about how I'm going to deal with your gas station, where you're going to line up, even if I'm not into whatever it is that you're selling. Like, you'll have a certain selection of stuff that I know is good for the nicotine users in the world. It's just a good deal, man. But like, yeah, I understand how New York City people can get so passionate about bodegas, but
Fucking
also
fire you for it.
Yeah.
they will fire you for it, which is,
But
that ain't cool. But
the one thing I did see Brig brought up that I thought was really interesting is a whole bunch of like particularly liberals who are like really mad that this dude's like, dude, just integrate into the culture. Like bodegas are the thing. But like if a conservative made that same argument about like America, people would be very mad.
Yeah.
It's like if Donald Trump was like, you just need to, when you come to America, you integrate to become American.
Yeah.
And people are like, no. But they're telling the same dudes like, you need to integrate into that culture. It's like, what? It's like, at least
That's awesome.
that
is awesome.
so perfect. It's, you know, yeah, because you always have those guys that are like, well, if you don't like America, you can just get out.
Yeah, but
It's like, no, bro, that's not how this works.
Yeah.
But like, I get the sense. Well, but in New
America,
York City,
love it or leave it.
yeah, if you come to New York City, you better assimilate or get the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Oh, sorry, we've got off
No.
on a tangent. What are we going to talk about during part 2
Yeah,
of
no,
this
absolutely.
deal,
Part two,
man?
we're going to go over some Supreme Court cases. So first, I wanted to get your take on some of the ones that we've talked about already, right? We've talked about the Dobbs case already, and then the gun case in New York. It's with the gun and pistol club versus whatever. It's a fucking long-ass name. That's why I haven't been able
It's
to.
a long one.
Yeah,
It really
so
is.
we talked, I think we've, for like 2 or 3 episodes, we've talked about the Dobbs case. Obviously, we'll talk about it again, but I want to get your take on it, and then also for you to talk more about, again, about your difficulties in the civics department of people not understanding, because we talked a lot about kind of comparing and contrasting the New York gun case with the Dobbs case, and how they kind of overlapped a little bit. So I wanted to get your take first on the Dobbs case, then we'll talk about the New York gun case.
So the Dobbs one's really interesting because I guess my thoughts on it are like, I guess there's a lot because so first let's talk about like the initial case. So you had Roe versus Wade within the 1970s,
Yes.
which decided that abortion was legal under the concept of privacy.
Yes.
I think based on the 14th Amendment. And then that was overturned with the Dobbs decision just a couple weeks ago.
As well as the, just not to interrupt you, but just to add, as well as the 9th Amendment right and the enumerated rights found in the Constitution. That's a lot of the base, and that's kind of the big distinction that we drew when talking about it between the 2nd Amendment and the 9th Amendment was kind of the big distinction that we drew. So that's the only reason I stopped you to add that.
Thank you. Yeah. So a lot of people are arguing that like one of the big interest like difficulties of the Roe decision is that a lot of people, especially conservatives, saw it as like legislating from the bench.
Yeah.
And so the Supreme Court, the 7-2, I think, they essentially decided to make a right that wasn't necessarily in the Constitution, make it a right in the Constitution, and that was overturned versus Dobbs. And I guess my thought is, I don't know. I think my issue with this is like I don't necessarily like I'm against it, but I don't think abortion is something that can really be left up to the states. Because if you think that abortion is murder, how do you have a system where it's okay to murder people in some states, but not okay to murder people in another?
Right.
Yeah, it's
like-
a very common argument for conservatives a lot.
Yeah, like there are some conservatives that truly wanted to go up to the state, but a majority of them, this is a moral issue. This is the idea that like, are we a nation that says we should be able to kill our unborn children?
Right.
And so it's not up to the states. Like it's very obviously this is something that needs to be federally decided. Just like I kind of going back to like the issue of slavery. Like this is an issue you can't have up to the states. Like over time, this is going to boil into an issue that like we'll have to decide at the federal level.
And we've seen already in the 3 weeks or whatever since the decision, the inconsistency in one state to the next one has been driving people crazy. You know, there's mass confusion, chaos between can I travel, can I not travel? Is this, can we take these drugs here? Can we send these drugs here? Can we do this? Can we not do this? Am I gonna go to jail if I help somebody come here, or if I let them stay at my house, or if I, those type of things. And those issues, interstate issues, can really only be solved on the federal level with the interstate commerce. Like that's really the only way for those things to be solved. So I think there's a lot of merit to what you're saying, that it eventually has to be solved at the federal level.
Yeah, and it just seems like it's not. It seems like a lot of people are saying like this is the end, but it really seems like the beginning of a new fight, because this, I feel like ultimately it's something, because like what happens when the Republicans take power? Let's say Trump wins 2024, you get a Republican Senate and a Republican House. There's a base that is going to call for a national abortion ban.
Yep.
Oh, they're already doing
100%.
it. Yeah, I mean, as soon as it happened, Mike Pence was coming out saying
Yeah.
that we needed to do it. So,
Mike Pence.
And so it just seems like it wasn't an issue of the states. This is fundamentally an issue of two different sides seeing an issue morally. And so I just ultimately like the Dobbs decision, it seems like, while one could argue that it was correctly decided, because I do think the argument of legislating from the bench is undemocratic, but it has happened.
yes.
For a long time.
Yeah, a lot. It has had surprising amount.
Unarguably, yeah.
But it's just like this issue of like, sometimes democracy can't, like, sometimes the best thing is the most democratic thing. Because I think of, like, interracial marriage. When Loving versus Virginia came out in, like, the 1960s, interracial marriage was only approved by, like, 20% of Americans. Like, that was an incredibly unpopular decision.
Yeah.
But it was the right decision.
Right.
And living in the year 2022, we can't objectively, like, that was the right decision.
Yeah.
And if the court went off a popular opinion, went off this idea that, like, well, we can't do that, then they would have made, like, a poor decision.
Right. And
so
that's sorry, go ahead.
it's just hard. Like, I'm glad I'm not a Supreme Court justice, because, like, it seems like you have to, like, these 9 people simultaneously have more power than, like, Congress, and even the president, I argue, like, in a lot of, like, these, obviously they're more powerful than I think the Constitution intended, like, obviously.
Depending on
Supreme
how
Court?
they're
Yeah, the Supreme
used,
Court.
I would say. Because, so, I would say, working off of that, in an ideal world, the Supreme Court should be nothing but a reflection of what the federal legislature has passed
Yeah, that's
through law, right?
Yeah.
It should do nothing but tell you what the Congress has made law. And in this particular case, I would argue that they made a correct ruling on the legality of things because we don't have any federal laws necessarily
Yeah.
that say this is what we have in place. These are state laws, and we have general guidelines and this and that, but there's no right ensconced anywhere. There's none of that. And the Supreme Court just says, this is what you got. I understand that it might not be what people want. Some people do, some people don't, but it's not the Supreme Court's job to do that. And unfortunately, we get a mix and match of sometimes the Supreme Court legislates from the bench, and sometimes they don't, and it goes back and forth depending on who's there and what particular case it is. But I think in a perfect world, the Supreme Court their whole job is essentially reflect the state of the current federal legislation against the Constitution and tell you whether or not it's constitutional or not, and then according to the laws that you have that you are running through this case, it's either constitutional or it's not. And I can understand how people get upset about that, obviously, but from from the way it's supposed to work, in this particular case, I felt like it worked the way it was supposed to. Whether or not we all like it or not, that's up to us to internalize.
Right.
But with, like, Loving v. Virginia, that was also something that I think they definitely ruled correctly, because there was a lot of problems back in those days with, like, equal protection under the law. I mean, most of the things that dealt with, segregation, racial segregation, and just, slavery and the whole 9 yards, that's all just, the laws were already there. It was already in the Constitution. Well, actually, in a lot of it, it's already in the Constitution. It's not necessarily even laws. You have unconstitutional laws at that point being overturned by the Supreme Court because the state got it wrong. And in this particular case, the state hasn't done anything. And they just say, no, you can't rely on the ruling from back then because they ruled the wrong way, according to the way the Supreme Court should be doing their job.
Right.
And so I see the conflict. But, when you're talking about whether or not the Supreme Court's doing its job or not, in this particular case, I feel like they did, personally. And when I look at I'm not a constitutional scholar by any means, but we have these weird amendments that get a little gray with, like, the equal protection clauses and the due process, substantive or otherwise, and it gets real murky a lot of times. And so there gets to be some kind of gray area from the Supreme Court, which I think a lot of the conflict stems from, because it's kind of up to interpretation to a lot of people. I don't know if that kind of really melds with exactly what you were talking about. But I think there's just a lot of misunderstanding in that case. I don't see any other way around it. If the federal government if the Congress was doing their job, you wouldn't be having a state law being fought at the Supreme Court level. You'd be fighting a federal law at the Supreme Court level, and I think things would be much clearer for people at that point. But we are only here because the Congress has abdicated their power to the point where we get legal rulings that act as essentially a makeshift legislature. I don't know if I would argue that the Supreme Court has too much power, because at the end of the day, there's no enforcement mechanism that the Supreme Court has to do any of these things.
True.
They have the U.S. Marshals, and that they can barely even protect the actual justices when they're out in the public as it is. I mean, it's a tough deal for them to actually have any real teeth. The power in a Supreme Court comes from how society and the government as a whole reacts to their decisions.
And I would say the power that, the power they have now is whatever power is being abdicated, given to them by the abdication from Congress. That's like we were talking about, is their refusal to do anything about it is giving them the power that we can even interpret their decisions as legislation from the bench. And that is one of the inherent issues that I see in so much, a lot of different news companies talk about the approval rating of the Supreme Court. That doesn't fucking matter. Like you said, when they ruled on whatever was the case in Virginia.
Levin versus Virginia.
Yeah, so when they ruled that 20% of the United States
I'm glad they didn't take poll on that.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's not the point. The point is not a reflection of what the United States thinks at the time. It's what in the base and like what the right thing is. The right thing based on the Constitution for everybody's rights, right? Was that if regardless of what color you are, you can marry who you want. That is the right thing. And in this case, the right decision, like you said, was that this isn't our decision to make. This decision needs to be made in a different branch because we took too much power by making it. And so I almost feel like they're ceding power from themselves and not even not necessarily giving it back, because it has to be taken, but it has to be accepted by Congress. They're just putting it out there, and that's where this gray area starts, because people are calling for Joe Biden to do something. And that's what gets us in. He signed an executive order yesterday about federal protections they're going to have for medications, and people are asking him to allow people to do abortions on federal property and things like that. That is not how this works. And when you have an abdication of responsibility by Congress, when they give up chunks of their power, and there's it's not even I guess it's kind of a vacuum, but it's only a vacuum created by the demands of the people. And it's because we're asking for a decision, we're asking for something that no one wants to take accountability for. No one wants to make this decision. Who can,
And to get back to the substantive argument, I think you're talking about, where you don't think it's necessarily you don't think it's a state's rights, right? You don't think it's a state issue, right?
No, I do think it's a state. I don't think the problem can be solved with a state issue. It's fundamentally going to have to be a federal issue.
Yeah, it is a nationwide issue, which I think I definitely agree with you that there doesn't necessarily need to be. It doesn't need to be solved at the state level. If that's where we're going to start it, I think that's a good place to start. But if there is a nationwide call for one way or another, what you need to do is you actually need to get the federal Congress to get off their fucking ass, quit playing games, and actually try to take responsibility for the positions they take when they go out and campaign. If they're going to try to get reelected off of, a woman's right to choose, you either need to start pushing for an actual amendment to the Constitution, which is never going to happen.
No way.
Because you're not going to get
2/3.
You're not going to
No
get
way.
2/3 of the states to
You
ratify.
probably barely get half.
Yeah, you're not going to get the states to ratify that. So that's not going to happen. But you can pass a law to do that, and that'd be an easier path to go. But then again, you're going to have to be confronted with you're going to actually have to fight the argument in the public to say, you're going to have to argue with the people that think it's murder. And you're going to have to deny an unborn child personhood. Generally speaking, throughout history, when arguments are made to whether or not people are people, generally speaking, more personhood rights are given to more people than less. I don't know how that would work out in the wash in the end of things, but that would be the right path to go, would be to hash it out and have your constituents actually vote and put their votes where their mouth is, and you're going to see a massive turnover on both the left and the right on that point, because most of the people that have spent their entire lives arguing for this in Congress today, they don't actually have a real stance on this that they can actually defend. Mm-hmm. They take a moral stance, which is probably the easiest to defend, or they take a stance on like a person's right to do what they want with their own body. But as we've seen over the last couple of years, that argument is
Pretty
a
shallow.
little shallow coming from one side of the aisle, depending on what it is you're trying to make people do with their body.
Yeah.
which is problematic. But I like the idea of not so much focusing on the fact that it should go back to the states, because I can get that argument. But at the end of the day, the reason it landed in the Supreme Court's lap beforehand is because this is a national issue. And I think that's the right way to look at it. There's a lot of issues we like to think it should just be to the states. I'm fairly sure there's no, I don't know. I've heard this talked about before, that there's no real federal law on murder. It's always a state law, and every state handles murder differently. But at the end of the day, that's protected in the Constitution anyways. You can't kill somebody because you're depriving somebody a fundamental right in the first 10 right there. It's
Right.
pretty easy to do that. Abortion is not so simple unless, of course, overall society lands on the fact that this is a person, and then it's over, and you're going to kill a person.
And that's what Joseph Wright is in here, and he's saying the same thing. We need a definite answer as to when we're considered human beings, aka what does God grant your rights at birth or at creation of the world. And we've talked about it as, I don't remember who it was that said it first. It was someone on Timcast, one of the Daily Wire guys, that talked about people being ensouled, right? There isn't really, I think, a question about like when that's an individual person, because there's an individual set of DNA created like at conception. So pretty soon after conception, it's a person. We can talk about how much of a person it is, but the real question, I think, is when it's ensouled, because as we've talked about it a million times before, I find myself in a very difficult place with this argument all the time, that I'm 1,000% in favor of bodily autonomy pretty much in all circumstances.
Yeah.
And that goes over to a baby. When Jordan is pregnant, I've watched this process twice now. When she's 12, 16 weeks pregnant, that's definitely a baby. There's no doubt in my mind. It's definitely a baby, And when you get to some of the other states, talking about fucking 39 weeks and shit like that, that's definitely a fucking baby, no doubt at 39 weeks. No doubt in my mind, that's a fucking baby. My daughter was born at 37 weeks. That's a fucking baby at 37 weeks because she's fucking alive now. You know? You can't tell me that it's not because she's alive now. So
Isn't the consensus like over like the first trimester pretty high? Like
I think
pretty high majority.
I was listening to Cairo yesterday, and Jack Stein was on, and he's one of the better people on Cairo, and he was saying, and I trust what he said. I did not look into it, but I trust what he said, that the general consensus across the nation is like 14 weeks. And
First trimester, right?
Yeah, and in a lot of European nations, it's 12 weeks. That's like the base, and that's Jordan. When I've talked to her, that's kind of her line on it. She's like, I've done this twice now. I feel like 12 weeks is a reasonable timeline of. That's not me. That's my wife. She's a lady. She's had 2 babies now. That's her stance. There are a lot of women who feel that. A lot of people in general who feel that way. So I agree, and I don't know how. That's my big issue. Is I don't know how you decide that. I don't know how you decide at what point, that being deserves equal protections as the woman who's carrying it, because I'm equally uncomfortable with the government telling anybody what they can or can't do with their body if you're a baby or a woman or a fucking man or a they or a whatever. The government should not be telling you what you can and cannot do with yourself.
Yeah.
But I'm equally as uncomfortable with being left up to a social issue, because you get fucking states like Oregon where they're like, 39 weeks, whatever, it's fine. It rarely happens. I'm not saying it happens all the time because it's rare, but the fact that anybody would be okay with that is counter to logic and science to me and my own personal morals. So I don't understand that. I agree with you with the uncomfortability on that level of being left up to the states, that like, the other end of this is happening, the other end of the extreme, that there are other states that are leaving it up to 39, 40 weeks where there's no fucking limit. That is just as disturbing to me as the state government telling anybody at 6 weeks, you can't do this.
Like, wasn't like a 10-year-old who was pregnant and she couldn't.
And I have not looked into this, right? But there was a hashtag, there was a whole deal. There was a 10-year-old girl that was sexually assaulted. And I don't like in Indiana, I think. I don't remember
I think
what
it was Ohio.
state she
I
was.
think it was Ohio.
Okay, so I couldn't remember, but so she had to go to Indiana.
I feel like those
to
She had to go
try-
to a different state to get
That's
an
what it was. So
abortion.
she had to go to a different state to get an abortion because she was like 6 days past whatever the cap was.
Oh,
She's
okay.
10 years old. So it's a whole, obviously, it's a
Yeah.
whole fucking deal. And I'm not belittling it. I'm not whatever. But I've not personally looked into this past that, so I don't know any really of the details. But I think that lays out there's some fucking issues with
Yeah.
what we have going on here. You know, there are some problems that are not solved by leaving it up to the states, that you can't just let fucking 10-year-olds die potentially. And I don't, that's the argument that's being made here. I'm not trying to, that's the argument that's being made, right? You can't just let people die because you want to make your own decision. I don't know.
And you
know,
can't necessarily pass laws
based on exceptions.
exceptions. You can't really do that's kind of like the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
100%.
Right? Which
100%.
but then it becomes a really personally touching issue so much. And part of the problem here, I think, is we have abdicated our responsibility as a society to work this problem out amongst ourselves for so long.
Yeah, we thought it was settled.
Yeah, we thought we were just told it was settled and that was the way it was, and so we really need to kickstart this argument. Unfortunately, I think the heat behind it now is exponentially more than it probably ever should have. But fuck, man, we should have been arguing about this thing since the 60s, and
Right.
whether or not we
One side was.
yeah.
Because that's a cultural issue. At what you were talking about earlier. At what level are we as a society comfortable with saying this is okay? You know, and that's, you're saying one side is having an argument of I assume you're arguing conservatives. You know,
Yeah.
at what point are we, as a nation, it's okay with this?
Yeah.
You know, if we're going to let, said some states say that this is murder, we're okay with that? That we're going to let some of these states murder people when they have active laws on the books against it? How does that work? Are you going to let us try people from other states, you know? And that's a part of the discussion that's being made now of, if we have someone in one state that travels to another state and gets an abortion and then comes back, are we going to try that person for murder because we know that they just committed it in another state? Does that then become a federal issue because they've
Cross state lines.
crossed state lines and murdered somebody under our state laws? Who fucking knows, man? And those types of cases are going to
gonna be huge.
popping up all over the goddamn place.
And those are the cases we need, though, right? Because you either need to rule that argument out or not. And so, unfortunately,
They're just going to keep getting sent back until a law is made, you know, until there's some type
a
of
law
basis.
has to be made,
Yeah.
so that you can make so you can bring that legal case up. You need a legal case where the state is trying to try somebody for murder because, according to their state law, abortion is murder, and that's the biggest
That's
the
fucked.
biggest thing in the Constitution, right? I mean, you can't deprive somebody of life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, obviously,
Right.
and that's what you do when you murder somebody. And so, unfortunately, you need to get to that position, or you could argue. You could argue the law, I think, on the merits of the law without having to actually put somebody through trial, I would imagine. Because if the law is there, the law can be unconstitutional, right?
Yes.
So you don't actually need now that I'm thinking about it, you don't really need somebody to go through that fucking terrible process. But
Well, and hopefully it's not someone like a fucking 10-year-old girl. You know?
yeah.
Those are those are the cases that receive the most media attention because they're the most radical. You know, it would be the same
They're the
thing.
most heart-wrenching.
It would be the same thing if you had an 80-year-old woman or someone that somehow got pregnant, you know, and they're like, are they going to make this woman at 80 years old carry this baby to term? It's going to have fucking Down syndrome and blah, 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 blah. It would be the exact same thing. It would just be the most radical case at the time, you know, because I think, same deal, listening to Jack Stein, he was talking about like 80% of the abortions that are done in the United States are medical abortions. They're not even like surgical abortions. They're with medication, you know?
Yeah.
So there's even a huge part of this discussion that's not even really discussed, you know, it's just all encompassed into one thing, and it's only now that it's starting to be parsed, you know, that the same deal you talk about extremes, you know, when you're talking about against abortion, you're not going to talk about what the most abortions are. We're going to talk about what the smallest portion of it are, which, you know, I did the same thing, 39 weeks, you know, that's fucking insane. That's
That's
my line, you know, that's my
is
line
where we're
I'm
at.
not okay with this anymore. So it's just the most sensational, you know.
The biggest problem, though, is
Yeah.
I think what we pointed to is we as a society have no idea where we want to land on this.
Yes,
Everybody's got their own opinions.
Bilbo Swaggins, so this very complicated issue that deals with moral emotions and politics, I feel there is no middle ground with it anymore.
Have you seen? There's like a Louis C.K. skit, and like his first joke. It's like it's funny, but it's also really accurate. Where it's like abortion is either a normal medical procedure or murder.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
Yes. Yeah.
Like it's not an issue that you can be like it's either a medical procedure or it's murder.
Right.
And so it's like, how do we as a society hash this out? Because we
Yeah.
have to. We
We
like
have to.
fundamentally have to. But it's like, oh, geez.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. With every right comes equal responsibility to uphold that right.
Yeah.
And
Peter Parker.
there you go. There you go. That's there you go. My wife's gonna be highly ashamed of me for not knowing that.
Uncle Ben, sorry.
Uncle Ben. But there's a duty and a responsibility that comes with being a citizen of any given nation, obviously, and then I think arguably more so in the United States, because we are a nation founded on freedom and liberty, and it is up to you as an individual and us throughout society to be responsible with that. And when we find a fundamental disagreement that we have amongst each other, it is our responsibility to figure that shit out, and then we can codify it in law after that's done through the vote. And we have abdicated this responsibility that we as citizens have to hash this out and try to figure it out and find you're going to have to find some kind of middle ground. Both sides are going to have to compromise on this, because yes, on one hand, it's murder, and one hand, it's a medical procedure.
Yeah.
No side is going to be happy with that. And so it becomes clear at that point, there's only two options. Both sides either need to meet somewhere in the middle, or you got to go your separate ways. And that only ends one way, and it's not good.
Yeah.
As a student of history, has never ended well when society has found something they cannot agree on and decided that we're not going to budge. And we got to figure it out. And relying on a branch of government who has no right to have a say in it, other than whether or not we as society have made laws that we've decided, through the legal process, that this is where we're gonna be at. The Supreme Court has no say in whether it's right or wrong, unless we decide as society that it's either right or wrong. We can't have them make up our mind for us. And it probably just gets back to the lack of civic understanding again. We've abdicated for so long. We've been told it's settled numerous times. It's every single Supreme Court hearing I've ever heard in my life is Roe v. Wade, settled precedent. It is precedent right now. And that's just what you've heard. They all stake their flag and they all rely on it to be precedent because they don't want to touch it because it's fucking nuclear. It's radioactive.
Mm-hmm.
But we need to do it. We have to do it. Otherwise, there's only one way to go from there. And it ain't good.
Right.
Yeah. It's, I guess going back to that, you mentioned the civics thing so I think one of the things I think is really interesting is, so Roe's overturned, and you have a lot of Democrats who are really mad, especially at the Democratic Party, for never doing anything politically about it, never codifying Roe versus Wade at all. Which goes back to the civic understanding, because one, I don't think people understand just how liberal Roe versus Wade was for even like America's pretty conservative,
right?
Like we're a Republican, center left conservative
just
country.
a little closer.
Yeah, sorry. And so it's just weird, like France has a 14-week abortion ban. France.
Yeah.
And Roe left it very, very open. And so this idea that we could ever could have codified Roe versus Wade is probably impossible. There was never the votes for that.
Yeah.
And people always talk about, in 2008, and it's this is a time period where there's Democrats from Nebraska. You think they're voting on Roe versus? No.
Yeah, that's not happening.
It's
Joe Manchin ain't going that way.
No.
West Virginia Democrat, he's not doing that.
Yeah, and it's interesting how at the same side though, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, if she had retired appropriately, I think John Roberts has talked about, he probably would have settled on a 14-week abortion ban, which would have been pretty much in line with a lot of European countries.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of interesting how like a lot of this is because I think Democrats kind of played their cards like their hand too hard, and they lost. And so
You could probably bring it all the way back to Harry Reid. Mm-hmm. Once Harry Reid got rid of the judicial filibuster, at that point it's over.
conservatives said what they wanted to do since Roe.
Yeah.
Like you know the plan.
Yeah,
Right.
it hasn't
You
been a
weren't
secret.
surprised?
Yeah,
So I was listening. Do you know who Jimmy Dore is?
I do.
So I was listening to Jimmy Dore, and he was talking about the abortion decision. I mean,
Yeah.
he was talking about, I don't know why any of these Democrat voters think that the representation actually cares about this issue for the same reason. It's they had a super majority during Obama, and they didn't do it. They had every opportunity to introduce it and pass it and get it fucking over
But it
with,
wouldn't have
and
happened.
they didn't do it. They didn't even try.
Yeah.
They had a super majority and didn't even try. How
I
much
mean,
do you
they
care about
pushed-
the issue if you don't even try?
yeah. They pushed,
Obamacare like barely
yeah,
happened.
Obamacare. It did barely happen, but
But it happened.
That was arguably one of the most fundamental structural changes in American history, in contemporary American
Right.
history.
Yeah.
And if you're arguing about something at 14 weeks, like we're just saying that supposedly most of the nation is okay with, 14 weeks. If that's where you introduce and not something 24 or whatever the
Yeah.
fuck, if you introduce something that could actually be codified when you do have a majority enough to introduce it, then you at least have pressure to try and put some purple state Republicans in the corner to, okay, now you have to stake your claim if you're going to be okay with this because most of your constituents are, or if your morals are going to override what your voters want from you.
You
And
would need-
that 14 weeks is a different test than anything we've actually seen outside of the states. There are states that have that, but we've not seen 14 weeks on a federal level.
Yeah.
So they didn't even try.
Yeah, and so I want to just flush this out a little bit more because there's been some talk in the chat about it. The idea of republicanism, right? Why is, just to build off, because I think we've touched on it a little bit, but let's build off a little bit more. Why is something like abortion, why do you think that can't be settled just at the state level? What are some of the problems with that?
I think because I think going back to like it's a moral issue, and I think of we'll go crossing state lines. Great example. If you are living in Idaho, very pretty red state, and you I think Donovan kind of mentioned this earlier, and you go to Washington, get an abortion, and come back. Like what happens there? If Idaho says that you can't get an abortion because that's murder, you just murdered someone in another state.
Yeah.
Will they now like pressure Washington to indict you based on their laws, or like will Idaho then like charge you based on murder? And it's like, I think it's different if it was like less of like a moral crime, like weed isn't something that like no one's there's not as much of like tension there. But
It's
I
not
think,
really a moral issue. You might say that it's against your morals, but it's not really a moral issue.
no one's taking
It's not murder, which is the
Right.
which is the argument from the other side.
Yeah.
And I think that is a perfect way to put it. And I think it's why you have to just kind of go to that extreme at that point. The reason why it can't be just solely a state's issue is because interstate commerce laws would get invoked. Somebody would call it murder. Somebody else would say it's fine. And then we'd be taking that up with the Supreme Court, where arguments between states are supposed to be hashed out. And then I don't know if you want to go that route, because then you're going to have all those states really, really unhappy about that. And there's going to be a gang of them that are all going to think the same way. And then the republic falls apart anyways, because, there are common laws, concepts, and ideas that we do as a nation hold as one nation. Look at slavery. We had a fucking civil war over it because some states thought it was their right to do it, and some states says, no, you can't. Those are people. You can't enslave people. And boom, we had a war over that shit to decide that, because in the end, we couldn't do it any other way. Or at the time, they just couldn't do it any other way. But this is why it's such a nuclear option, or it's a problematic issue.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you can just say, well, it's a state issue. And I think I've talked about that before, and that's where I felt at one point, it's a state issue, leave it to the state's representatives to figure out and hammer out, because in my brain at the time, it felt like the right decision, because I don't want the federal government overstating, telling other states what they can and can't do. But when the argument comes down to, when it's such a moral issue that it is either murder or it's not, you can't have murder legal in some states and murder not legal in other states. So it is, by nature of the issue at hand, cannot simply be left at the states. You could start it there. You're going to have to start it there.
That's where we're at now.
Yeah,
But that's where we're at now. Yeah.
It's gonna trickle up for sure.
Yeah. And time, I don't think it'll be that long either, because these, a lot of these states had trigger laws that went right into place, and I don't know when they all take effect or whatever it is,
Right.
but it's going to work its way up, and depending on how hard they want to go with it. If they want to call it murder and charge somebody with murder for seeking out of state, I don't know how you would prove that, first of all, but it would have to go to the Supreme Court, and I don't know where that ends at that point, because then you just find whether or not a law calling it murder is constitutional or not. That's when things get really funky.
Yeah.
In my mind.
What I guess what do you think about, like, this is a law that is obviously decided by the entirety of the country. But the people that are realistically affected are women from their teens to their 40s. Like let's say childbearing years. And so I think I think it's interesting how this is like a public debate about like a group of people's bodies. I think we're all pretty much for like bodily autonomy, but that as all men here, like obviously we want to like figure this issue out, but like fundamentally, like it's not gonna affect us. Like it might affect like our partners and stuff. It doesn't fundamentally affect us.
And I think that's kind of a cop-out argument.
No.
I used to say the same thing, right? At the end of the day, if Jordan and I are together, even if we're not married, and she gets pregnant and she decides that she doesn't want to keep it, but I want to keep it, that affects my life.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
changes my life. So it doesn't affect my inherent abilities within the bounds of the law. That affects my life for sure. And the argument goes past that to the baby, that affects that baby's life. If you think, and that goes back to the moral side, if you think that at conception that's a baby, that affects somebody else outside of the woman, outside of whoever that woman is. So
we're layering issues here.
Well, no, I guess
it's
my
personhood and bodily autonomy, and the moral argument thing. There's more than one deep moral issue at play in one combined
Right.
together. That's definitely makes it even exponentially more complicated, because you have the bodily autonomy argument. That is a strong argument to make, because obviously, we are super into that. You have the personhood argument, and that even gives the partner argument even more power, because that's half your person too.
right.
And if you as two parts of a couple that made a baby, if one person doesn't consider it a person and one person does, fundamental argument there, that's a problem too. Ideally, if you were being
would've figured that
responsible
out,
about it,
yes.
you would have figured that out beforehand. But obviously, we are a very irresponsible culture these days, and we don't even. This is what, excuse me, and this is part of the reason we're having this argument to begin with, is because we are fundamentally extremely irresponsible with what we do with each other. Obviously, but then again, shit does happen, and safety nets should exist. That's but. And then you also have the other moral argument of whether or not it's murder, but that I think probably more of a personhood argument at that point too.
Yeah.
But we have multiple layers here, and different people. Like we could all line up on one side of it, on one part of it, and then we'll have fundamental disagreements on it on another part of it, which means that at the end of the day, as a whole, the whole argument can't be agreed upon anyways.
Yeah.
Because each aspect of abortion is so fundamental. It speaks to all these deep fundamental, keep saying morals and things like that, but that's essentially what it is. But that's part of the problem. It's layered on layered on layered. It's not just, it doesn't just touch one thing.
Yeah. And no, go ahead.
Oh, so what I was gonna say is like I wasn't trying to like what I was trying to say is like obviously it does like affect the man in like a relationship or whatever. But what I was saying is like if you the criminality of it can only really be put on the woman. Like I guess that's what I'm kind of trying to say.
Okay.
Is like let's say it is murder and you prosecute that. If I had a one night stand with a girl and she has an abortion, am I liable for that? Like
Right.
Like
Right?
Like
You helped.
she killed my kid. Like we made this baby and then she killed it.
Yeah.
Like what part do I ever like it seems like the only like I guess the gender argument comes in like if you're going to prosecute women for this
Right.
crime, men are entirely scot-free despite the fact that they were involved in the baby making process.
That's
And like so how do you make a like that'd be
that's an angle I've never thought of before. That's a good angle to look at.
It's inherently a discriminatory law because you literally can't.
I can't
Right?
Depending on how woke you are, you literally can't be charged under this if you're a man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Dude, oh man,
Wow.
I would love to see it discussed for that exact reason. Of now we need to define who can and cannot be charged under this law
Yeah.
because that's going to decide for you whether or not it's discriminatory. Because I think that I agree. That's inherently discriminatory. That only roughly half of the population could ever actually be found guilty of this crime potentially.
it would only be women.
Right.
And from a specific age group.
Yeah.
Right. Which is even a smaller fraction.
That's very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Wonder. I started to think about equal protection under the law, right? Well, equal protection is a different thing than like a persecutionary law. You know, somebody. You know, this is you being charged with something that you did after the fact, right? It's not something that you. I'm trying to just work this out.
Well,
It's a complex man.
I
Yeah,
think a
this
lot of
doesn't speak
times
to the
that's
complexity.
That's why a lot of these laws go after the abortion providers and
Yeah,
not the women.
that's
you
true.
know? It's because I think that they would run into that issue very quickly,
Yeah.
even if not on a social level, on a legal level. From a lawyer is going to say this is inherently discriminatory. She's a woman. You're only do this because she's a woman. So I think that's why. And you would have to go through all of the laws, obviously, all the bans and stuff like that. But I think, to my knowledge, most of them, if not all of them, go after the providers as opposed to the women themselves.
That's- yeah.
But I would have to look into that. So that's.
But like, how
that's-
long would that system stay?
Gross,
Like,
100%,
there's some
yeah.
deep,
100%.
there's 100% some deep red
Yeah.
state that as soon as
Yes.
they got the votes for it, they would, like, if you get an
yeah.
abortion, you're
Right.
you're serving time.
And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm wrong and there are laws that charge the women that have already been passed in those states. I wouldn't be
think-
surprised.
Yeah. I think there was.
Trump said something super early when he was campaigning in 2016, and he immediately retracted it about how like the women themselves should be like punished for an abortion, and then it's like, oh no,
He
super
was
bad.
he was confused on whether he was pro-choice or pro-life pretty
know
much
he's-
until he was like the guy. You know?
Exactly.
It's funny how like everyone, I feel like we know he's pro-choice, but he's Republican. Like he has to run as a Republican.
100%.
Yeah,
He's
he
the
grew
first
up in New
president
York.
that was openly supportive of the LGBT.
Yeah.
Like the first one, you know.
But
Yeah.
I love how it's more of it from like
From
just, he
jump.
doesn't care.
He just doesn't give a
Yeah,
shit.
it's
you
like,
know?
yeah, I don't give a
Yes,
shit.
he just
Yeah.
doesn't care. It does not affect his life at all who you want to take home with you. It doesn't affect
Yeah.
Donald Trump in the slightest who you want to take home with
Yeah.
you.
I
Why
mean-
would he care?
Yeah.
From his own track record, he's a fan of not having extra kids around with other women that he doesn't want. You know, I mean, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
This should not surprise anybody who's a Trump supporter because he's a New York City Democrat up
most
until
of his
very
life.
recently.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is not something that has been. It should not surprise anybody. I mean, he's pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes, but I think it's probably just because he's not. There's really no substance to him as a person, really. He's just, and people get very divisive about this. Oh,
Yeah.
Trump he's an empty vessel that speaks for whatever's going to get him a W at that point. I mean, he lines up with a few things, and I think generally speaking, he is. I think the one thing he is somewhat of a nationalist, and well, maybe not so much a nationalist, but an anti-globalist when it comes to governance of America. I think that's probably the one solid thing he probably truly believes is that like we Americans should kind of deal with our own shit, and the rest of the world,
Yeah.
if we want to have interest with them, we could do that based on us.
Yeah.
Which I think is part of the reason he was so popular because obviously the other things we're going to talk about in the grab bag. But
So this is an interesting point here from Bill, but we can make it the last one and then move on to the next year because this is a good discussion. But
we're not going to solve abortion here.
No, no.
We did it, guys.
And I think it's also kind of a counter argument, usually not necessarily a direct one, but usually into the point that you were just making. Bill says the father gets screwed in the court more now than the mother, so we can fix that first, right? And there's a lot of conservatives are making a similar argument about like child support, right? You know, are we gonna make people pay child support from this point until then? You know, when are we deciding this is a person? And I think it's fair. Like I said, it's not necessarily a direct argument, but it's a fair point to make that, especially in a state like Washington. You know, this is a very woman first state. Even if the woman is not necessarily the best parent of the two, she will get custody of the child first in a separation.
Yeah.
That's how that's going to go. You essentially have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that woman is not a fit parent for the father to
gotta
get
go ham.
custody.
Yeah.
And the amount of child support and alimony and stuff like that happens in some of these states is fucking ridiculous, you know? And we could argue about that all day because my parents were divorced when I was growing up, right? And my dad would purposefully have jobs where he would get paid in cash so they couldn't stipend his paychecks. So there are ways around it, and if you're a shitty enough guy, you'll find ways to get around it, even if the law is going to make you do it. And my mom didn't start to get that money until after I was 18 years old.
Wow.
Until he had a job that was being run through the state all the time, and he had no choice but to make these payments. So that is almost a separate issue, but it's a fair point. That's why I want to address it, is because it's another inherent inequality that exists in this baby-making, child-having process of past that point. I mean, how many mothers are paying child support in the United States? How many of them have custody when they shouldn't have it in this state alone, let alone in the United States? You know, that type of shit happens all the fucking time.
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to paternal rights, men have generally been screwed.
We've all
Whether
seem to
or
have abdicated a lot for a long time.
Yes.
Too, you know,
yeah, I'm gonna say, and whether or not we men have we've deserved that due to our actions
Yeah.
over history and time. That's an argument. It's easy to make, but it's again why you can't necessarily you can't have one rule for that, because every person is going to be different. They're going to act different. They're going to make different choices, and some people, if you are a responsible couple, good parents, and for whatever reason there was a divorce happening, the man shouldn't be screwed. If the man was bad and the divorce happens, the man should get screwed. If the woman was bad and there was a divorce, then the woman should get screwed. You can't just one size fits all for this type of situation.
Right.
And too long we've allowed that to happen, because deservedly not or so, it's generally been men making poor decisions and being pieces of shit that it has led to laws to get us to this point.
Yeah.
And it would be up to current generations of men to disprove the system, and I don't want to say you have to earn back your trust, but
You kind of are, though.
you
but
kind of have
yeah.
to. Because if we're all a bunch of pieces of shit, then yeah, you need protections for other people against you being a piece of shit.
I guess, Donovan, I have a question. So,
Yes.
I guess kind of going on that, I think it's interesting. As a young parent,
Yes.
do you, do you feel like your input? I guess if you had to get, do you feel like your input in this early stage of childhood is I don't want to say equal, because obviously it is equal but different, but I think we in society typically favor mothers. Even when they're both involved, we typically favor mothers. Do you see that reflected in your own relationship, or is there something just about a kid and their mom that you as a father who never can you ever get that?
That is tough, because there's definitely something that you can only get from your mom, right? But as someone who grew up without a father, I would say the same thing about the opposite. You know, I had a mom, and she had a boyfriend, and I had my sister and my grandma, and there was always men around that were available to be a strong male role model, but it's not the same thing as a dad. You know, just like if I had both of my children and I had a fantastic, even like girlfriend or new wife or something, it's not the same thing as their mom, you know? And that's not, I'm not equalizing step parents or anything. It's not, because they can be the same thing, right? But, so that's not a good example, but being without either one, there is you're missing something.
Yeah.
I think for a very long time, until maybe the last decade or so, for one reason or another, and maybe responsibility is a good example of that, we have devalued the importance of a father figure, because we have said, also partially like feminism and stuff like that, your mom can be both of those things. Your mom can do it all. Your mom is the same thing as your dad, and it doesn't matter. My mom was a fantastic woman. She did everything that she could to give me and my sister everything that she could. She is not a dad. She is not a dad. There are deficiencies, and I feel comfortable saying that, deficiencies that I have or had as a man because I only had a mother. So
There was a really interesting conversation that Jordan Peterson just had on his newer podcast with Dave Rubin, talking about Dave Rubin's new
The adopted
aspirations about being, future parents, and as the difficulties that might come with that two parenting system, being two fathers in the house essentially.
right.
And they have an hour and a half, hour and 45-minute long conversation about this, essentially talking about that, what I feel is the important part in that. And it's not so much, yes, there are things that only mothers can give, and there's certain things only men can have, or fathers can give. But what is more important, I think, than anything, regardless of who plays what role in a relationship, is the fact that there's two and they're a cohesive team.
Yeah.
Raising a child, ideally, the ideal situation, which nobody can meet but everybody strives for, is to have a maternal influence and a paternal influence guiding a single life through, development. And the difficulties that might come, they focused on the fact that they're going to be raising two kids as a gay couple. But I think the most important thing, because there was no answers at the end of it, other than the fact that it's important for whatever team that is set up to be cohesive and to be, a true team. A child growing up in a broken family where they have a mother and father at home that fucking hate each other is not the same as, the kid might have better outcomes having a single father or a single mother. It really just depends. Having the cohesive team where the mother does more generally at certain stages of a child's life than the father does, and then the roles are balanced. There is a trade-off. There are things that you will do as a father that mean less, arguably, at the earliest stages, where the mother's role is a little bit more important, and then vice versa, and it switches as you grow older maybe, and so on and so forth. But I think the important part is having those two parties, having generally a maternal and a paternal influence on that child, just being a coherent team, I think, is the key.
Yeah.
Whether, because every couple is also going to be different. Some roles are going to be different depending on what those people's relationships is like. And I think that would be the most important part, is obviously having two parents in the house is the most ideal. Ideally, the mother and the father, right? But if that team is broken to begin with, it's probably not the best situation for that child to grow up in anyways. Right. So it's a very situational thing, but whether you have step parents like you were talking about before, obviously not exactly the same, but the roles can be fulfilled in the same fashion.
Right.
Right. And that, I think, is the key there.
And I would use that to refine my answer, because I would never place like a traditional nuclear family in inherent value over like gay parents. I don't think there's anything that you can't get from two dads or two moms that you can get from a mom and a dad, like a traditional mom and dad. I would never
maybe
say
We don't
potentially,
know.
but I don't think it's inherently about there being two men or two women. I don't think you lose anything inherently because of the gender thing. I would never say that, right? So just to be clear about my answer, I would align it more with what you said, or with, if you want to call it energies or ideas or whatever, to make sure that you're able to create a fully encompassed person, that you're providing both sides of it, that of like the what's the basest way I can break it down, like maybe nurture and protection. Maybe that's the two things, and that's a very off the top. So don't, that's not cemented. But if I think about the two basest things that like Jordan and I provide for Dax and for Reason, Jordan nurtures our babies forever. That's what I'm saying. Even though I'm Dr. Daddy and all of the other things, when Dax has a boo-boo, it's not Jordan that takes care of it. It's me. I'm the one that cleans it and does the band-aids and all that stuff. It's not because I'm so gentle and because I'm whatever. It's because I'm quick about it and I'm clean about it and I don't take any bullshit, and he needs a band-aid, it needs to be safe. So so it just
efficiency.
And so that is something that would, I think, traditionally fall into more the nurture category. But for our son, it works best when Dr. Daddy comes in and handles it, because I'm just, like I said, I'm quick and clean and it's done, it's over with, But if you tried to coddle him through it, it would be too difficult. So I think that it's more about, like I said, providing the
maternal
full
and
child
paternal
experience, whatever you want to call it, of the nurturing side, and then my side of it is protection. Dax knows, and we speak frequently, that I keep everyone safe. That's Daddy's job. Is Daddy keeps everybody safe.
Lock the doors at night.
That's my whole jam. He knows, he sees, we go everywhere all the time together. So he sees when I put a fucking gun in my pants. He knows, because we've talked, that I carry this to protect us, to protect other people around us, to protect people. That's why I have that. That's why I go shooting. That's why we do these things. I have those discussions with him so that whatever amount of that he can take in, he understands. He conceives that I'm doing these things to protect people. This is for safety. This is for protection. So,
and if that's not like a base tribal kind of community basis, I don't know what is. Like the old school, like I don't want to use the Vikings as an example, because that's a really bad example, because the Shield Maidens were badass. But generally speaking, you had a protector, and you had the nourishing, the people that kept the tribe fed and taken care of at home, and then you had the people that kept the tribe safe from external forces. So you have a protecting and you have a nourishing.
And in a more new aged example, Jordan and I have had open discussions with both of our children that stemmed from Jordan Peterson discussions, actually, that we agree within our family, because everyone is going to be different, right? That for essentially the first year and a half, Jordan's kind of job as the mother is to just, not solely, but to take care of the baby, and my job as the father is to do everything that I can to support her in that venture. And that's not to say, of course, I still take care of my daughter. I still change diapers. I still put her down. I do all of that stuff. But that's the same reason that Jordan is staying home. One of the reasons that Jordan is staying home and that I'm going to work, and that's part of that job includes me doing a huge majority of the housework and fucking working 12 hours a day and working overtime and doing all of these things, because that's not just protection. That's not just the male role model, because I'm vacuuming. I'm doing dishes. I'm doing all of this stuff. I'm doing Dax's bath almost every night now. I'm doing all this other stuff that you wouldn't conservatively, quote unquote, traditionally would ever put into a male category. That's my job, my role as the male, to support her in the venture of nurturing the child, So I think it's just, it would be just a fuller experience is what's important, because I couldn't, if it was just me with both of the children, they would be fine. They would be just fine. I am perfectly capable to raise two children by myself. They're not going to be as fully developed as they would be if Jordan and I are together for the entirety of their development.
Yeah. I like to look at John's situation, the stay-at-home dad situation, right?
Yeah.
It could work that way as well. And I think seeing that work in that specific example too is just more evidence that as long as the two roles are fulfilled in some fashion, then it works out generally all right most of the time.
Yes.
But without a shared responsibility like that, that's generally when you open yourself up to problems, because I just don't think one person can make it work, but it is suboptimal at best.
Yes, because I also, to the counter what I just said, I would be happy to stay at home. If it financially worked out for Jordan to work and for me to stay home, I would be fucking happy to do it. I don't think there would be anything it would take an adjustment period. Jordan has more
right.
patience than I do and things like that, but it
But
would
you could
still
provide that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I don't think they would lose anything by being at home with me as opposed to being at home with Jordan, other than they might get some more timeouts because I'm not as patient
Yeah,
as
right.
Jordan is. But
So let me ask you a question real quick, Josh. It kind of in a callback to what we talked about in part one a little bit in your own your work, and obviously don't all the examples I might ask you to give, keep them very, very vague. But you had initially talked about how you could tell generally by looking at somebody's grades whether or not they have two parents in the house or not. Did you find any anecdotal evidence that a stay-at-home dad or a stay-at-home mom had any difference in that?
I have not worked enough in the system to
Okay.
really know that. I think the biggest kind of, I guess maybe going off on that is the circumstances of the situation also have a lot to do with it too.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a huge difference between like a kid who has like divorced parents, but their parents are like still involved, versus like a kid who is missing one parent and the other parent doesn't even care.
because you also said grandparents. That
Yeah,
was like
a
another
lot of
example you
kids,
gave is, like,
kids are
living
being
with
raised by their grandparents,
Right.
and it's you can tell in the kid that there's something. It's hard for them to do well when they fundamentally feel like the people who created them don't want them, and you can it's very. It's super sad to see, but it's like very palpable in how
It's
they
distracting.
how they live with like
tragic.
I hadn't I guess I'll say it anyway. So I had a former student who he had to go into foster care, not because his parents couldn't take care of him, but because his parents were in the same house as a child molester. He's like his cousin, I think, and so he could not be in the same house as him, and so they chose the child molester over him.
Fuck those people.
And so it's like, how do you how do you go to school? How do you learn when you fundamentally know that they would rather choose a predator over you?
Right.
Like,
God,
like,
man.
like, how do you? It's just like I think that's like,
What a mind job.
yeah. This
That
is like
poor fucking kid.
exactly, and it's just like that. It's like those sorts of things. It's just like, yeah, like he has bigger things to worry about than his math test.
Yeah. Good God. Yeah, my parents don't want me.
Yeah.
They picked fuck you, man.
Yeah. Well, and that's the same thing is said for single children of single parents, right? When you only have one parent, a lot of times that child starts to fill roles of the missing parent, right? If their gender fits with that missing parent, they start to fill those roles. And so a really good example I can give, right? When we were in high school, when we were in high school, in maybe 10th or 11th grade, our house was going through foreclosure. And we were going through an arbitration process with the mortgage company.
Was
to
that like
try
the
and-
2008 financial?
It was in high school, so it was involved
like-
in that. It was like 2010. Yeah,
It's
it was-
so crazy to think that like as you get older, it's like wow, that was really fundamentally disruptive to our
Yes.
youth.
Oh yeah.
So
Big
when
time.
that happened, right? Nope, I'm going to place a policy because I would never do this to my son. I would never do this to my kids. I was like deeply involved in that process. I was like in the room during the mitigation between the mortgage company and my mom and her lawyer and the public defender and the urban housing development company, stuff like that. So that was at the very minimum unemotional role that I was filling to support during that time. That, again, you can policy decision or a parent decision all the time. I would never do that to my children because I know now that I could never fucking focus on my schoolwork when I was focused on losing my house. You can't, right? And it's not because, oh, what was me in this position? It's because my mother was placing me in such an involved position that I was in the fucking room when they're mediating how much the mortgage payment is going to be and whether or not we can keep the house. As a 16-year-old, I should never be in that position, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming her in particular because I think there are kids around the fucking country that are in identical circumstances.
Oh, for sure.
They are filling roles that they should not because their parents cannot deal with the loss of their partner for one reason or another, right?
Yeah.
And that type of pressure is difficult to encapsulate in anything, because even at 16, I couldn't have told you that. I was proud to be involved in that. I came to school dressed with suspenders and a tie on because I knew that I was going to leave school early that day and I was going to try and save my house. I said that to people. I'm going to try and save my house today. I was fucking 16. There's no reason in the world I should have been in that position. You know, you cannot reasonably expect someone to perform in their tasks when that is the type of pressure that they're put under.
Yeah.
You know, so it's horrific. The way that fucks with children. You know,
You're growing up so fast. Like, you
Oh,
can't,
yeah.
You gotta like, vroom.
I mean,
Yes.
I heard something really interesting the other day, and I've never really put it together up until now. But in fact, I'm not going to. Well, I'm going to have to now that I'm kind of chip committed. But the founding fathers of the United States
So you
of
bought in
America.
now. It's too late. You can't
Right.
go back.
How old were the majority of the signers of the Declaration of Independence when they signed that thing and created a nation?
Under
Like in their
35.
30s. They're like in their 30s.
Like under
Pretty young.
35.
Okay, we're going to go with that, and I'm going to pull it up real quick because I don't want to fucking be wrong about that, but I'm fairly sure some of them were in their fucking teens.
I know Thomas Jefferson was like 24. Like he was super
was, like,
fucking young.
Yeah.
Late 20s.
Am I
early
thinking? Am I
30s.
thinking of Benjamin
Hamilton
Rush?
was like the youngest.
Am I thinking
Hamilton
of
was really
Benjamin
young.
Rush? One of these core
You guys keep
was
bantering, I'm
young
Googling.
as
They're kids.
balls.
They're young men. They're
Like,
very young men.
Around the age 18, 20, 21. Yeah, around the age that we are now.
Like Franklin was an outlier.
Jefferson was 32. There you go. Okay, so I must be thinking of Benjamin Rush. I'm telling you. Yeah, someone was young as fucking balls.
1776. Okay, we're getting close.
Let's hear it. Some ages.
Oh,
Let's do it. Jefferson was 32, 18, 19, 28.
James Monroe, 18. Marshall, 20. Aaron Burr, 20. Alexander Hamilton, 21. James Madison, 25.
That's what Madison. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking of.
Thomas Jefferson, principal author of the document, was only 33. Brother fucking James Monroe, 18 years old, 20 years old.
Well, he was the last like founding father
19.
president, wasn't he? So it makes
I
sense
think
he was that
so.
young.
Yeah.
Yeah. Different times, though, obviously, but it does hearken to the severity of what it was that you did go through at that point in time, because contemporarily that is unheard of, but also kind of a badass situation to be able to do that to yourself. And mind you, yeah, you had other shit to focus on because you're in school. These guys didn't. This was a totally different situation, right?
Right.
Now, if if you went to school, you were going to a single room schoolhouse, and you're going to like 10, and then you were needed out on the farm or some shit. Who knows? I'm not going to pretend like I understand exactly when all that stuff was happening, but it's not like a young man at 16 is not capable of stepping into a role like that. It's just when you do, sacrifices are going to be made. And like in your particular case, it was sacrifices to your education,
100%.
your educational life. And that's the tragedy. I don't think really does those types of situations justice. It's exponentially more involved than just a single word like tragic, but and it, like you said, it happens to God knows how many kids these days right now. And I mean, kids these days are much more immature than ever before in history. It's amazing that people can be put in that kind of position and still be able to turn out okay. And bringing it all the way back to kind of where we started here when we started talking about like the cohesion in a family and the family unit and stuff like that. I wonder if there's room for, there has to be room for additional responsibilities on young men and women in families, regardless of whether or not there's two parents in the household or not. Because I would argue that probably made you a stronger human on the back end. Mind you,
Yeah.
it was, with tough times, you're usually a better, stronger person on the back end of that, but also you also sacrifice things in the meantime. You know, we look at I'm like fucking watching Band of Brothers right now. How old were those people that went overseas to go?
17, 18.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Lying
right?
about their age to get in.
Yes, and that
So even younger, probably
Yeah.
15,
Yeah,
and just
yeah.
saying they were 17.
I guarantee you, there's like 14-year-olds
Oh,
that scrub
100%.
the numbers.
oh yeah,
It's like the Civil War. There's fucking 9, 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Fuck it, just go for it.
Yep.
You know.
Fucking watching The Patriot the other day. That father and son that like sign up for the revolution together, and the kid's
Yeah.
like fucking 9 years old.
Yeah.
And that was common. You know, in desperate times calls for desperate measures. But obviously, when that 9-year-old kid is going to go out there and murk some motherfuckers, it's going to change the way he goes through life. It'll make him stronger in some aspects, but it's also going to fuck him up a lot.
Right.
You know, and that arguably had some kind of negative effect on your psychology, I guess, in a general sense. But it also had benefits.
Yeah.
It's strange times.
I think that's an interesting thing because I feel like in modernity we've definitely extended adolescence. Like,
Oh yeah.
100%.
yeah, and I don't. I guess the question is like kind of we're teetering around is like, is that a good thing? Like on one hand,
Yeah.
I do think that like it's probably better to have there's certain advantages to having less pressure on you the longer, you know, so you can like transition into like adulthood. But on
Certain advantages.
and certain advantages, certain advantages for sure. But on the other hand, like I think like when we talk about like your foreclosure thing, I think if you didn't have to go to school, the foreclosure thing would have actually probably been a good experience. Like there could be some benefits to that.
Like that day, or didn't have to go to school.
Like if you didn't have to worry about that stress.
Yeah.
Like it would have been like imagine if like those
Yes.
soldiers had to like train and then go to school at the same time. Like
Yeah.
Right.
like you had these burdens of a man, quote unquote, and then you had the burdens of still being like a student.
There wasn't a trade-off.
Yeah,
It was
you
just
could
an addition.
you couldn't
Yeah.
have been like you had to do both. And I think that was that's that hard thing where I think it wasn't like a seamless transition. It was this weird like dichotomy of like you're trying to work within like this legal system while you also have to ask to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's like
Yes.
and it's just like how does that work with your like
Well, and that duality, not to keep talking about
Duality,
it, but that
yeah.
duality continued through working at Bennick. You know, all those first few jobs I had, I still, again, it wasn't until I had children of my own that I'm able to like solidify some of this. I always felt like I'm a fucking man. No one can tell me what to do because from around that point on, you know, I'm like, well, I'm involved in this. Like, what other adult thing is there in America besides buying a house and dealing with your mortgage? That's about as adult as it gets, you know,
Yeah.
is dealing with your mortgage. So at that point, when I even have my first job, like I'm a fucking adult. Like I don't need anybody telling me what to do, but I'm also 18 years old and still have to live at someone's house. And you're dealing constantly with, I know deep down that I am still a child and I still need to be nurtured because, especially without having a father, like I'm an incomplete human being. I still need nurturing, but I have been hardened with a shell of I'm a fucking man and I can handle all of this and I have no choice but to handle this. It's what I need to do. This is what the situation demands of me. And that's you can't live a healthy life that way, denying what you need while trying to work with what you think you have. You know, you can't live like that. And we are setting youth up to live like that. And that's not good.
Yeah.
It causes bad interactions at work and a huge amount of insecurity and being unsure all the time of who I am and your position at work and things like that. It's not good, you know, because you don't know who you really are. You don't know where you actually stand, especially when that duality begins with your parent. Because how is your parent actually looking at you? Do you think that I'm an adult because you asked me to be involved in the mortgage process and with bills and stuff like that? Or am I your kid because you still think you should be able to tell me to do this thing at this given time?
Because
You know?
it's the foundation off of which you build the rest of your entire life.
Yes.
And if it's a cracked foundation, you can only build so high without
going back and
doing the repair work. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yes. You can't live that way, you know, and you know from knowing me deeply personally, it took a separation from my family to be able to solidify those things in myself, to find out who I am, what I need, and what is best for me.
Yeah.
You know,
And the creation of a new family.
it took that. And that's the type of deep damage that we're doing and allowing to happen by not solving these moral issues, whether it's abortion or divorce or whatever you want to draw these lines to. By allowing this type of stuff to propagate, we are destroying the base of our country as the youth, destroying it, because you can't, as someone who did it, you cannot live like this. If you don't figure it out, you will kill yourself. You cannot live like that. You cannot.
Or other people.
I battled with depression and anxiety throughout my youth up until now. You can't fucking live like that. If you don't have a solid base of who you are when you're going through that, you can't live like that.
Yeah.
You know? So, and we talked about that when we were talking about David Goggins. You know,
Yeah.
if there wasn't, and I guess I have to owe that to that adulthood of just, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to persevere. I don't know what to do, but I'm going to persevere. If you don't have a core in that, you will kill yourself. Something will happen because you don't have a base in anything. You don't know who you are. You are confused at your core. That's a horrific life for a fucking 13-year-old, you know, to, like you said, to try and pass a math test after that. You can't live like that.
Yeah.
You can't fucking live like that.
It's so funny when you say that, because it's just like you go through all this big impassioned talk about that, and then you got to pass a math test. So I think one more thing before we move on, I wanted to address this comment here. Greatness has never been conceived without stress and adversity. We should all be tested to our upper limits. It's healthy. Yes, but if you don't have a strong foundation built by, say, for the example that we've been talking about, a strong family unit, there is no way you can stand up to the stress of that. And then you will crumble, and you will probably bring others down with you.
Right.
Which is, it is not an argument for coddling people. It is not an argument for babying people or fucking snowplow parenting or any of that shit. That does more damage than the opposite.
Part of how we got in the situation we're in 2022 is the coddling, the safetyism of
the
parenting.
coddling of the American mind, perhaps.
Yes. Yeah. All of that, that's part of how we got here.
Yeah. Yeah. But with a strong foundation like that, once you go out into the, into the dangers of the world, if as it were, that is when you take on those stresses and those extra responsibilities, and you fight those dragons out there that need to be fought, because you started from a strong enough foundation that has given you the armor to face those battles. And if, like in your particular case, you had to make your own for the most part. You got some, but you had to make the rest of it yourself. And some people, depending on their situations, won't be able to do that. A lot of people can't. And it's that, I don't know what the difference is in people when it comes to that level, but obviously some people do and some people can. And unfortunately, like you just said, in modernity today, there has been a complete abdication of that, generally speaking, to the state. And that family unit is almost seen as unnecessary in many cases. A single parent can do the job. They can do most of it, but they can't do the same thing as a two-parent household.
Right.
Period. Mm-hmm. And there's no way to get around that.
Yeah. So I guess before we transition, because you kind of mentioned, kind of like the I guess like we've talked a little bit like fatherhood and like coddling, and it kind of and like maturity. And so one of the things that I learned pretty recently is that one of the big differences between like being a male and being men and women is women go through a very distinctive transformation when they go from a girl to a woman. They have periods. And so it's a very distinctive, I am now a woman, where men don't have something distinctive. So oftentimes we create cultural
Secularly,
transitions.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting how when you guys were talking about like growing up, I was thinking a lot of like gangs, where you have a lot of time these young men who grow up without fathers, and they have to take on that adult role super fast. And oftentimes because of like these gang initiations,
Get jumped in.
they get jumped in, which is a sort of initiation to adulthood.
Right.
And so they oftentimes, even like 13, 14 years old, they feel like they're men.
Yeah.
And so it's just interesting how like, I guess what I'm saying is like, how do we transition, make us transition boys to men more responsibly.
All you got to do is throw on the CD, man.
And on a societal level, because
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. That
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense, because if you don't belong to a religious group with that type of rite
Bar
of
mitzvah.
passage, if
Yeah.
you don't
Yeah.
belong to a group with that rite of passage, then the only real rite of passage you have is like high school graduation.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to graduate high school, I don't have a high school diploma. I didn't.
You didn't graduate?
I walked there, but I didn't end up getting enough credits to graduate. There's a whole
Do you have a
lot of-
GED?
No. No. We got through. There's a whole discussion about this. And that was another insecurity I dealt with for a really long time, of not having one and having these jobs and kind of having to lie a little bit and get there and every time. And I'm at a point now in adulthood and in my relationship with the state that, as an entity, that I don't believe that the state has the ability to arbitrarily designate when I've reached a threshold of education to have a job. I've had the same job for 7 years now. I had 3 other jobs before this. I have 2 children, and I support a whole family with this job. Do I need the state to tell me that I can do this? No. There is no world in which the state should have the ability to deny me my right to have a job because they have set this limit. So that does not mean I don't think education is important, because I think it's deeply important. And I think that those levels, the thresholds that we've set, are deeply important. I think some of the things that are involved in that are extremely arbitrary, and they should be fleshed out. So I don't at all devalue education on all levels, especially for children. As an adult, I don't feel receiving that document is important to me at this time.
Yeah. I would say that a high school diploma.
When my kid's 17, there's going to be a whole nother discussion that has to be had about, right? I'm an adult. You're
getting your degree.
I'm not denying these inconsistencies. But again, even at 17, I don't think the state has the ability to decide for him when he's reached that threshold. I think that as a parent, I have a better idea of when he's reached the threshold and the ability to be an adult and have a job than a fucking high school we'll hash into it a little bit. I was lied to by Olympic High School. Dave Reichel told me that he had wiped away credits that after I graduated had not been wiped away. There were PE credits that I was going to have to make up as a 24-year-old. I was going to have to go and take a high school PE class to try and get a GED. Oh. Eat my ass. I'm not going to go and take a high school PE class to get a GED. Eat my ass. Especially when he lied, when I had medical documentations, I had meetings with my parents, meetings with higher-ups at the school, and it was only after I graduated, walked with everybody, because you were there, we were all there, that I was then told that I didn't have those credits wiped away. So there are deeper things at play there that are not just my own inconsistencies as a student and my own inabilities or unwillingness to reach those thresholds. There are deeper things at play there, but the argument still stands that as I stand as a 27-year-old, I don't believe any member or agent of the state has the ability or the power to decide when I have reached the threshold of arbitrary designation to have a job. So,
and I want to make one quick point before kind of bringing it back to like the societal coming of age ceremony or like thing that we were just talking about. The requirement to get a diploma, like a high school diploma, is the first indoctrination step in establishing the need for credentialism throughout the rest of your life. If you don't have that piece of paper that says you went through this system, then obviously you are less than. And that is something we definitely need to get away from, because obviously people since time immemorial have been able to get amazing educations, gone on to do great things. To use a popular example, Tim Pool, high school dropout, no GED. He's a multimillionaire and runs a massive company and has massive influence, and he's a very smart person, right? The
owner of T-Rex Arms, right?
Yeah.
He owns a multi-million-dollar company. It's a like holster and weapons company that we're huge fans of. Was homeschooled, does not have a GED, has no qualifications at all.
Yeah.
Owns a multi-million-dollar international company.
Yep. But that does not necessitate, because I think what that was a secular response to that lack of a coming of age traditional ceremony or something like that, that generally speaking is only found in religious cultures these days.
Yeah.
Religious communities. And few, within even that. And that's just the secular version of that. But as a whole, in Western society, historically, coming of age ceremonies, this is the day you go out and become a man today, specifically revolving around young men. Historically, there's in every subculture everywhere, there's always been some traditional, what is the right word I'm looking
rite of
for?
passage.
But rite of passage, exactly. That must be done, and usually the older men help shepherd and prepare that young adult to go through, or the young men to go through that, and then they walk out the other end knowing that they've become a man because they've done something that within their own community has marked that. And unfortunately, like you had brought up before, we see that a lot in gang culture. It gives a lot of those parents that didn't have, or those kids that didn't have that in their society or in their culture, something that gets them to that. A lot of people can kind of, I guess, look at that diploma as part of that. But even then, I don't think, I think that's a cop-out. I don't think that's a real. Most young men that really want to do something would do something like join the military at that point, to go prove to yourself that I am a man and I can do this, or they start a family, or they do something, because we are such a multicultural society now. There is no general coming of age ceremony that someone's going to go through on a general level. You might have some small subcultures that do have something like that. But
So we say that it's high school diploma.
so we do. So we rely on the state to give us that secular excuse, which you can argue that we've abdicated a lot of things to secularism like that in society. And I think you can look I think if you have two eyes, you can see in front of you, it hasn't been working out very well. Even a few decades ago, there was things like, a group of dads would bring their kids out into the woods and teach them to hunt and camp and fish and do these types of things. And, when you kill your first deer, you go out, you take
isn't
a chomp.
like Eagle Scouts? That's like
Yeah.
for a lot of boys. That's
Right.
right.
Something like
Right.
that, and so there are institutions that can provide that service in some manner. But culturally, if we have an American culture, there is nothing that has taken up the mantle. There is no, you go out, fucking Spartan way. There's no way to go out there and prove to yourself that you are a man. It's up to others to do that for you. And these days, we've just mostly abdicated that responsibility to the state, which essentially doesn't really exist because it's not meaningful at that point. If it doesn't prove to you that you have achieved that milestone, it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can have their own at different times and different things. You might have to find it for yourself, but that's, again, to bring it back to that family unit thing again. I mean, that's where you would get that, is from that family foundation of you would have received something from that community, regardless of how small it is, whether or not it's just your mom and dad. You'll get something out of that to say, okay, you're an adult now. You made it. You're a dude. You've now become a man. Yeah, women might have an easier time doing that because they have a biological way of doing that. And obviously on a societal level, that doesn't really mean anything because it happens so young these days. But back in the day, it did. Unfortunately, once you bled, you were able to, get married off and shit, and some nasty stuff happened from that. But it's just yet another example, I think, of societal decay. Probably all built off the fact that we don't have family units anymore.
Yeah. So I guess I'm a teacher, so I'm definitely gonna have a little bit of pushback
Let's hear
on
it.
the high school diploma thing.
I'm prepared for
Obviously.
So like I actually like totally agree with you on like credentialism and the thing. There's so many things like, why do you need a bachelor's degree for like half of these jobs? You don't.
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous.
that.
Totally ridiculous.
Over half of the people that we work with in our department have college degrees, either associate's degrees or bachelor's degrees. I've worked there for longer than them, so I am in a better position than they are. And that's obviously, that's not going to equal everywhere, but there are a lot of people, I think, especially in our generation, that went and got a degree that did not apply to whatever they did afterwards because that's what we felt like we were supposed to do. We'll get into that particularly more in what. I'll keep going.
Yeah, no, because like I know a lot of people who like my dad's at a position where like, despite working at his company for 20 plus years, he needs like a bachelor's degree to go higher, and it's like, wait a second,
Like, for
he,
what?
He knows more about the system than the people who probably made the bachelor's program,
Right.
And so I agree with you on that, but I guess I guess my criticism of like the bachelor's degree is a huge reason that we're able to create schools is that there's a social understanding that like even if you're a 60-year-old man, your taxes are going to this school system that makes sure that the people that are being pumped out into your democracy are credible vote, like they are adding to the intellectual pool of society. And by going through the certain state standards, you know that I don't have any kids in the system anymore, but my tax dollars are going to make sure that these kids are able to vote off of, be able to get into society and vote. It's the democratic angle to education. And like, I wish there was better ways to do it for sure, but I think the high school diplomas show to that, let's say, 60-year-old man that you went through this system and my tax dollars weren't for nothing. Because most people don't pay, the kids don't pay their own taxes.
Right.
The society pays for their schools. And so it's essentially showing society that what you put into me mattered and I used it.
So my pushback on that would be 2 examples, right? 3 maybe. One of them would be, even when I was in high school, I couldn't long divide on paper. Mm-hmm. I never learned how. I was able to make it through high school not knowing how to long divide on paper.
Yes.
As an adult, I don't know how to long divide on paper. Rob Gronkowski, extremely famous tight end for the Patriots and then for Tampa Bay, right?
Yeah.
Didn't learn to read effectively until he was in the NFL because he was pushed forward by teachers who didn't have the same values that you do. Yeah. So I don't disagree with your values, right? I agree. As I said, education is extremely important. It took me being an adult to realize that I'm hosting a book club. I was fucking reading 5 books at one point in time because it's so important to me to have knowledge, to know things.
Yeah.
I think it's so deeply important, right? My other example would be, until as a society that is our common and cohesive moral baseline, I don't agree with you, because there are people who push Rob Gronkowski forward and countless other athletes who don't care about their academics. They care about winning. They care about them being the best. Yeah. So until all of the teachers, and I'm just going to say all the teachers, feel the same way that you do, I don't think that high school diploma means fucking anything.
No, like, I would agree with you. Like, if we like, hey, you didn't do the work, you're not getting a diploma.
Then
like,
100%.
I would agree with that. But like, you're totally right. We push kids through this system because we want them out.
But it's the same though. I got fucked. After my suspension and all that stuff that happened, right? I had to do running start so that I could try and get my diploma. I also had to halfway lie about the state of my knees so I could try and get out of PE. And I worked with the state, I worked with the county, I worked with the district, with the counselors, did everything I had to do, and still at the end of the day said, oh, sorry, you still have to do these things. So even then, they still fuck people. So even though I did everything that I could to try and get a diploma, I still got fucked by the state in the end.
Yeah.
So even those people, the counselors, the guidance counselors, don't even hold common values with the students that they're claiming to try and raise. So I don't care. I care what you think. I don't care what the system thinks.
Yeah.
I care deeply what you think, because I know what your values are. I know that you don't care that I have a piece of paper. You care that I'm a fucking intelligent human being, right? And I think that leans more to, not more, but it leans to the credentialism that he was talking about. People don't care that you have the knowledge. They care you have the piece of paper.
Yeah.
Right? Because, again, we can relate to a bunch of people that we graduated with and went to school, graduated with, like, communications degrees. What the fuck are you going to do with that? The job you're going to have, is it going to relate to communications? It's not. That's the degree you got because people told you had to go to school and you didn't know what to do, just like I didn't know what to do, but you chose to go to school instead.
Yeah.
I had jobs instead. And you got a piece of paper that now you're able to wave around and say, I did this. I have tangible skills and assets that people don't give a fuck about because they care more about a piece of paper.
And so, since I kind of caused this stir a little bit, I want to also
I don't
throw.
think it's
I didn't just.
I think
this
we
is.
kind of like
I'm
agree. I think
just saying
it's
the
I think we're on
discussion.
common ground. Yeah.
I'm talking about the discussion.
Oh.
Because of what I said about credentialism, and I do
Yes.
want to, in part, defend. What camera am I going to here? Too many cameras this episode. I'm not used to it. I do want to, in part, defend the concept of a state education, right, and the need to get a
Should we-
diploma.
Can I pause really quick?
Yes.
Should we unofficially call this part 3?
Yeah, we probably should.
Okay, so we're just
Actually-
going to call it part 3, and we'll move into some. We're just going to talk about education, then we'll move into some of the other topics.
Okay.
There you go.
We'll just without taking a solid break.
Good
We'll
segue.
just move it. So
In part, I do want to defend, especially your line of work, particularly, right? Because
Thank you.
I don't want to, because there's two ways to look at this, right? My general way of looking at it is from a foundational point, right? That you shouldn't be required to get a piece of paper by doing this thing, and then that means you know stuff. But I also have on the practical level, it is a halfway decent way to get a baseline education, general education, right?
Yes.
And that is, I think there is no way to disprove that is, as a whole, a good thing for society. I think it is definitely a good thing in general for society, right?
100%.
I don't necessarily think it's, like I said, fundamentally, I don't think it's correct that you would need that. But also, if you don't require it, a lot of people aren't going to do it.
and no one's going to get
Right?
it. Yes.
So I definitely don't want to completely disenfranchise the idea of generalized state education, because there are a shit ton of people out there that could, if there was only private education, a lot of people aren't getting educated, man. And a lot of people's parents aren't going to do the work themselves to do that.
Just like founding fathers. It's the same deal.
Exactly.
If you didn't have money for George Washington, great example. We're reading 1776 with a book club.
Great book, by the way.
Had like, I think he had private tutor for 8 years when he was a youth, because they had the money for it. At that point, doesn't matter.
That was
anymore.
it.
Yeah, it's fine. You move on. Fucking general of the Continental Army. So
Now, we can argue all day, too, about like the validity of today, what is in today's educational block that you get, and how well that's delivered and all that good stuff. But that's just arguing about the details of how that works out. But, generally speaking, I think most people should go through high school and get their diploma and make sure that when they go out into the world, they are at least somewhat prepared to take on the burdens of the world that are about to be thrown at them very, very violently.
yes,
Because that is what's going to happen. We do a really
very,
bad job.
violently.
Yes, the
No,
world comes at you at
you're
a million
right.
miles an
I
It's
hour.
just a
100%
funny
agree.
thing, yeah.
Like, a lot of the times you're hanging out with these kids, like, they don't know.
Yes.
No.
Like, no one gives a fuck about you.
No, dude.
Yes.
You have
dear
an
God,
entire
yes.
system like being like, oh, everyone's supporting you. You get out there, it's like, hey, I need a job. It's like, what? I don't get
They're
who you
all
are.
trying to fuck you, man.
Yeah.
Right?
They're all trying to fuck you.
I'm just going to make a quick note real quick. If we're not going to take a full break, I got to.
Yep. Sorry, I
timestamp
just feel
this
like
bitch.
just worked best for.
Yeah, we're in the flow, man. We're not getting out of this. Is too much fun. So yeah, I do. There is validity in having this system, and especially in our society today. I think in an ideal world, we wouldn't require it. We wouldn't need it, because people would be more responsible and they would make sure that their children are well educated.
Yes.
The most important thing, and it's not taught in school at all, essentially. I think homework is their half-assed attempt to do it. The most important skill any human being can learn is to be autodidactic, to be able to teach themselves things. And it has never been easier in the history of mankind to do that today.
Very true.
Fucking
Hell yes.
14-year-olds running around with this goddamn supercomputer in their hand,
It's
in their
magic,
pocket.
bro. It's magic
Seriously.
in your pocket.
It is definitely magic in your pocket. I have taught my perfect example. We're talking a lot about our
You set this whole thing
educational
up.
shortcut. Word. I taught myself how to do all this shit. The perfect example of one of the ways I was able to like skate through school and not do the actual work that the state said I did when I graduated was I didn't read a single fucking required piece of reading. I didn't actually read a book until I was 23. And I read my very first book cover to cover. And I was a terrible fucking reader, and I still struggle with reading today, but the only way to become a better reader is to read, period. And that's just the only way to do it. And so I do that today as much as I can. And, I have my own shortcomings, obviously, but the very first book I ever read is on one of them shelves over there. And it was a stupid fucking, people would call it like a dime novel or something back then. It's Halo, the very first Halo book that ever
Okay.
came out, right?
Aw.
I read that shit cover to cover. I forced myself to do it every single night when I was underway. on
To read?
To read for 15 minutes at the very least every single night. And at first I get a couple pages in, and my big problem was always reading retention. Like I would read 3 or 4 pages, and then all of a sudden I remembered the first page. I don't remember what did I just read now, and then I have to go back, and I'd force myself, nope, you're gonna do it again because you don't fucking remember what the hell you just read. And then after I slammed that one book, then I decided to make the leap to Fahrenheit 451, which was
It's a big jump.
ill-advised, but but it worked out, and to this day now I love doing that. But that's because I had learned the skills to be able to teach myself pretty much anything that I wanted to learn. And then all of a sudden I had this massive appetite for knowledge, and that ultimately brought us to this point right here where we are today, because the same thing that drove me to read that first book was the same thing that drives me to do this podcast. The same thing. This is a little bit more fun, I would argue, but also depending on what book I pick up. Some books are
fucking love
fucking great,
reading.
man. I'm a big fan of fiction, so I like to disappear into other worlds and live other people's experiences through literature. And it's a fascinating thing that you could do. And I also like to write, but obviously I'm not a very strong writer because I'm not a very strong reader. The two go one and the same. You can't write a book unless you can read a book. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
And the generalized education system that I went through did not ensure that I got that. So there are definitely severe problems in our state-run, general education system.
Huge deficiency.
But I think on a practical level, it's about the best thing we got going for us right now. I'm not going to argue that it should remain and we shouldn't completely rebuild it in some different fashion or something like that, because it's flawed in a lot of ways. But yeah, I would never argue that somebody shouldn't get a high school diploma. They shouldn't go down that path and shouldn't try to stay on that path, because it does also teach you a lot of other different things other than the content that's in the curriculum is only a part of it. A lot of it is being able to go from class to class and be on time and be somewhat responsible and not interrupt, people that are in points of authority when they're talking and, they're giving instruction and, different angles of how to learn things. Like in the first thing we talked about that, the sense of taste, utilizing that in education and especially in history. That is an amazing concept that I would have severely appreciated when I was going through school, because it would have made things more interesting for me. Not very good at providing really hands-on educational approaches, I think, at mass scale. And I don't know how you change that, but that's another discussion altogether. But there is definitely validity to it. But when I argue on the fundamental level, that high school diploma you get on the back end is essentially worthless if you're going through the system not retaining the most important things. You have to look no further than social media to realize that most people that are out there shooting their mouth off and talking about opinions. I had this dude on Twitter the other day who was a former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He's a professor at Stanford that teaches political science and a bunch of other governmental jobs, big type of shit, big international relations stuff. Displayed a fundamental misunderstanding of how the Supreme Court works. And I was like, how did you get this far through life working in the government, not having any basis of understanding of how this government is supposed to work? And if there is one subject in particular, and I'm really, really glad that whatever school you end up in throughout your entire educational career, those kids are going to have a better understanding of how our nation is supposed to work and how we're supposed to get along with each other than I got when I went to school, because you believe that that's important. And you're going to find a way to teach those kids how they're supposed to learn civics. They learn civics in one way or another. I didn't get that. We just learned that there was 3 branches of government and, separation of powers, and it's all supposed to be checks and balances. Sounds cool. As a fucking 14-year-old kid, you have no idea what that means. But I would imagine you'd probably find a good way for those kids to be able to grasp some kind of real understanding of what that might look like. The vast majority of people these days have no concept of how this thing's supposed to work. and it doesn't. No fucking high school diploma is going to tell me that these people are good Democratic voters, or going to understand that they are, how our representative democracy is supposed to work. It's been on full display for a very long time. People don't understand that, and the education system has failed society gravely in that respect, I think, which is sad. And I really hope that as we go into the future, more and more people will gain a better understanding of that and then get into teaching positions and be able to pass that on to the youth. Because if they don't, the only other people that will are the parents. And the parents went through the same system they did, and they probably have the same lack of understanding that the kids are getting. So, yeah, we'll just leave it there. I like that. We put a bow on that. It sounds good. One thing we did not get to that was supposed to be in part 2 was the expansion of the court. Did you want to hit that at all?
Yeah, we can
The
talk
concept
about that. Yeah, so the concept of the expansion of the court is one thing that we have heard in reaction to a lot of these recent discussions, right? Is it something that you've thought about at all, the expansion of the court?
I did. I actually someone was talking about it, so I did a little more research into it, and so this is what I would say. I don't love the idea, but it's an entirely legal political move to do.
Yeah.
It's entirely like apparently in the Ulysses S. Grant, the Supreme Court ruled something that he didn't like, and so he used the Republican Congress, added 2 more seats, ruled it again in his favor.
Yeah.
And so, like, I thought initially when I had heard of it, like before, like, because I remember when Biden was running, that was like a big question.
Right.
I was like, this doesn't sound like savvy, but it's apparently like an entirely like legit political thing to do, because the number of
there's precedent for it.
yeah, there's the number of seats isn't set by the Constitution, so it sets up to Congress to add or subtract judges when they choose.
Traditionally, it's been expanded with the other circuits, like with the population, or at least that's been like the argument behind it. And so we've talked about this privately, not much on the show, and I think that I'm in line with kind of what you're laying out, that I agree on I'm not fundamentally opposed to the idea. I'm opposed to doing it now in reaction to a partisan idea. I don't think it was right when it was done the first time, and I think we both agree that precedent doesn't make something right. It doesn't make it the right thing to do.
Plessy versus Ferguson?
Yeah, it doesn't make it
Precedent.
the right thing to do just because there's precedent that exists there. So if this was a nonpartisan, in quotes, because it's always going to be like that, but like a relatively chill time in American politics, and there was an organic bill, if someone was like, hey, the country's gotten really big and we have all these circuits, like maybe we should consider adding a few justices. If it was done in a nonpartisan, organic manner, I would be totally open to the discussion. Totally open to it. Because it's happening right
reactionary.
now. Yeah. I cannot condone it, and I will not support it at all, because I know because it's done reactionarily, it will be done ultra reactionarily on the opposite side because of how fucking crazy politics is right now.
Yeah.
The moment that the other side has the opportunity, they will do the exact same goddamn thing just to fuck the other side over. If there's even one person that remains from when it happened the other time, they will do it again. They will whip everybody else on their side. I'm old enough to remember when those fuckers did this, and now we're going to do it again. And they'll do it. So I can't support it now, but I would be open to the discussion, like I said, in an organic manner.
I like the idea of maybe putting a colloquial speed limit on the expansion of the Supreme Court, because obviously I think you should take into account population size, because every judicial system that we have in this country right now is backlogged out of hell for multiple reasons, right? Frankly, there's not enough courts. There's too many people going through court. Part of that is because we have too many laws that put people into situations where they have to go to court. Not a good thing.
Not a bullshit court case.
Exactly. There are a lot of bullshit court cases, especially in civil court, which is where most things get wrapped up, because people are petty and they have fucking petty disagreements all the time. We got to go to civil court because you fucking hit my dog, or I don't know, man. You make up whatever situation you want. But so the idea of balancing it with an overall population would be good, and then kind of like a reading of, how long is it taking court cases to go through the system? If for whatever reason you have a bunch of bullshit legislature on the books that is making is flooding the court system and really bogging it down, so you can't get anything really important done in any sense of a timely fashion. If it takes you 5 years to go through a court battle, that doesn't seem right to me. It sounds very, very expensive too. So like the average Joe can't take up a suit that he might, whoever the person is might want to bring, might be totally justified to bring and get through the system because won't be able to afford it. That's insane to me. The fact that there is a price point on our judicial system is crazy to me. But I could see a world in which you take that, like however congested the court system is, balanced with the amount of populations, and then you bring in some more precincts, and then however many precincts there are, each individual Supreme Court justice handles like a certain number of precincts that they hear cases on, and there should be some kind of ratio balance, I think, there. And 9 Supreme Court justices can't take care of like 50 precincts. That seems kind of crazy.
Yeah,
to
don't
me.
they have to throw out like a wide majority of the cases?
I'm fairly sure, yeah. And some of them not solely on, like, some of them just because they can't take them all up. And they, you guys, you're not at our level yet. You need to go hash this out again at the lower courts. Do that again. And then even there, you're adding more volume that must go through the system. So I could see an expansion of the court that way, but you would need to try to find some kind of as non-political fashion as possible to be able to do that. I don't know what that would look like, but there's got to be a way to do it. And these days we got algorithms all to hell. I mean, we can. There's a math problem that can solve that somewhere, I bet. But that would be my only case for expanding the court in some kind of fair manner, I think.
What do you guys think about like the lifetime appointment that is current? Like, obviously we can't amend the Constitution, but like, what is like your thought on it?
Oh, I'm into it. I am totally into it. I should say I'm.
Can I give that to you?
Yes. I am cautiously, or trepidatiously into it. I don't know any other way in which you can protect the sanctity of the court other than a lifetime appointment, a lifetime term, if you will. I would argue that there might be some kind of retirement age that is required, because whenever somebody dies randomly, it kind of throws, due to how political it is, it really throws a wrench into things when there's something that can't be, when something like that happens, and then all of a sudden it's like balance can shift overnight, literally. Especially in this age where, as we have seen, and whether or not, I don't know if maybe that's an oath a judge can take where they say, I will retire when I deem I am, physically and mentally incapable of doing that.
Dianne Feinstein's like a senator who was pretty obvious signs of like dementia.
Oh yeah.
She was on the Supreme Court. She wouldn't retire.
No.
And Joe Biden's the president. Yeah.
Joe Biden he is the president.
Yes,
Those are my thoughts.
Those are facts. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's the safest thing we have at this point. There's no way that the court does not become political in some fashion, because partisan organizations are the only organizations that put judges up in the running to be picked by a partisanly, elected individual.
The Heritage Foundation.
The Heritage Foundation, yeah, all those people. They all have laundry lists of candidates that they have vetted. That's
where Trump
their
got issued
idea
from, right? Was from the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah, that's the conservatives
Yeah.
go-to people.
The Morning Wire loves having Heritage Foundation on.
They do. And some of those people know what they're talking about, but regardless, they are incredibly biased one way. And, I'm very interested to see next year's session of the Supreme Court, because our newest Supreme Court judge, Justice Jackson, will be having her first opinions. And that's really the only way you can really learn who these people are, is through their opinions and their dissents and their concurrences and things like that. Because the confirmation process is totally fucked.
Oh yeah, it's a
bullshit.
show.
Yeah, it's a total it's a total show that gets nothing done, and then it's just a matter of partisan politics. But I think lifetime appointments in the judicial system are the only way the best way we have right now
Right now.
to maintain whatever shred of validity the court has in being nonpartisan. What about you, Don?
Yeah, I would agree that I think I've not given it an insane amount of thought, but I think that it falls in line with all of them, huh? They're all frothing. Do you have napkins over there, or just these?
It exploded.
Exploded.
So it's just tissues, but
That'll work.
That's
think
weird. I wonder why I was doing that.
All of them.
All
too.
of them
Yeah,
are
they
doing
were-
that.
Yeah. I think it falls in line with not as bad as that one, but with the error and the intent of the Supreme Court. You know, the design was to remove as much as possible any outside influence from the decisions, and I think a lot of the decisions that we've seen, especially the confirmation processes, have underlined from us that the design of the system can only be so perfect because the flaw of man is inherent, especially when you start to give them power. You know, the flaw becomes more and more evident the more control they have over other people. So I think that it makes sense. I am sure that there is a better way for it to be done.
Yeah.
But I think, like you said, for now is probably
Probably the best thing we
I
got.
would have to think about it more because I've not thought about it a ton. So I'd have
Yeah.
to think about it more to give a more solid answer. But off the base, it makes sense with the body itself. So I'm here for it.
I'm here for it, right? Now, what about did you give your 2 cents on the expansion?
Yes. Yeah. That at another time that I
Okay.
just wasn't down. I'm not down for it on a partisan basis.
Yeah.
So organically.
Organically, yeah.
That's what I said. So yeah, when he gets back, we'll talk about. What do I have here first? Let me go back to my regular.
What beer are you drinking, first of all?
This.
Let's take this minute
This
to-
was. I just handed you the can. I think.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was the Helles beer is what it is.
Oh, nice.
And it's excellent.
German Helles beer. Clean, usually.
Yeah. We'll talk about student loan forgiveness first, because that'll kind of the other two topics will, the Don't Say Gay bill and the leftism in education will kind of meld together. I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And this also aligns with kind of what we're talking about with schools, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Nobody saw. Nobody saw.
Thank you.
Student loan forgiveness, right? Let's talk about this. You and I have discussed it briefly, I think numerous times before. You know, we've spoken briefly.
We did.
And first I want to draw some distinctions because we've seen some stuff. The headlines had deceived me at first when I was sending them to you, right? Of student loan forgiveness being more accessible through the Fed. And so recently there has been some movement from the Biden administration regarding people who were deceived by their college, like for-profit colleges, people who are disabled and people who have careers in public service. So there have been headlines about this much money in student loan forgiveness has been out. And when I first saw it, I was like, what the fucking fuck, Colin? But it's this. So I just want to draw that distinction that this is happening. And as far as this goes, I would have to look more into it. But if you've been deceived by your institution, I am in favor of you not necessarily having to pay for an education that isn't fucking worth a shit when you're done anyway. You know, there are a lot of schools I know University of Phoenix is one of the ones that was mentioned, and we've had a bunch of local ones. There was one that was
ITT Tech?
Yeah, and then there was one that was down by the ferry too. That was like a nursing institute. It was like Cascade or something like that. They went under too. It was the same type of deal.
ITT Tech was a scam. I remember all those commercials.
Fuck yeah, bro, scam as fuck.
Okay, so now it is not as simple as that, right? Because this was handled in a court case,
Yeah.
and there was $6 billion that the federal government had to essentially refund the Fed loans that were taken out to students that went to these institutions.
Yes.
And it's because the institutions themselves actually, they were essentially not defrauding, but they were taking the Fed loan money more or less in a fraudulent manner from the government. They were not giving the students what they were charging too much, essentially. Kind of what all the universities do now. They take in all this government money and then they just they charge the students up the ass. But
and lying about how quickly they could get jobs with those degrees. Like
Yes.
the
All sorts of
certifications
things.
they were getting were not as good as they were told they were going to get. And so
Yeah.
when they went to go and get those jobs, they didn't hold up like they were told they were going to.
Yeah, but this particularly hits most of the online institutes because when it comes to the rate at which the federal government subsidizes the student loans, they pay a different rate than, say, the standard person does. If they just go and pay the tuition, they don't necessarily pay as much as the federal government pays. And so they were essentially overcharging the federal government and they were taking money and then giving people the same outcomes for more money. And then this puts these students who are now responsible to pay that money to the federal government essentially in debt when they shouldn't have. And so because you entered into that contract under false auspices, you get your money back. And yeah, guess what? You also still get the fucking degree that you got. And so a lot of the online institutions that kind of created these, they're all for-profit institutions. I should preface that. All of them are. They essentially, they got too much money and they made the student take out more money than was required. And so I don't think fraud is mentioned actually in the court case, but for the layman, they essentially defrauded the government for billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah.
And then they still gave these people the education that everybody else got. It was just they got popped at a different rate. And so these people are now eligible to sign up. You fill out a form and just, I'm not going to give anybody the URL because it's a big, long, complicated thing. But if you Google it, you will find it in about 3 to 4 clicks.
And
you can find the form, you can fill it out, and you can essentially have your Fed loan debt removed because it's the government's money, so the government can get rid of it.
And these particular moves eased the process in which that happens and also opened it up for like essentially class action suits to be done instead of them having to be done individually. And I guess that was done under the Trump administration, that they ruled or changed through executive order that all these claims had to be handled one by one. And so it was taking people a fucking super long time to try and get their money back. So
yeah, a couple colleges that will probably sound familiar to people: Ashford University, University of Phoenix.
my mom has a degree from University of Phoenix.
Yeah, this one is great. Le Cordon Bleu, which is the
cooking school.
The cooking one.
Yeah, the prestigious fucking cooking school.
I think probably they mentioned like what is it, deceptive business practices.
Yeah.
That's probably what's more along the lines of than defrauding people.
Brown College, Brown Institution, Washington Business School.
That sounds
bro.
legit.
Let's see, Kitchen Academy. Come on, bud. What are you doing going to Kitchen Academy?
Where'd you go to school?
Right?
Kitchen Academy. Sounds like some like weird sexist joke.
Yeah, DeVry University,
my
DeVry
God.
Institute of Technology. You know, I mean, it's a laundry. Kaiser University, I feel like I remember that one. Kaplan College, Kaplan Career Institute. You know, all the big for-profit colleges that you saw fucking commercials for growing up.
Right.
All these people, man, you need to be filling out this form and seeing if you're eligible to get your Fed loans removed.
They
Because
might have boned you.
if there is one institution on this planet I feel like should eat a bunch of fucking money, it should be the federal government. For one, they insisted that you need to go to college, which was a fucking lie because most people don't need to go to college.
Well,
But
this was just to draw a distinction between the two different types of student loan forgiveness.
okay,
So that
perfect.
will
So
apply
yes,
more
there
to
we
the
go.
second part.
There you go. So yes,
I know,
this is
you're
the
on-
Fed
you're
loan.
on a roll today. I know.
This
I
is
know.
yeah. So yeah, it was a big deal, and there's been a couple other cases like this with other dollar amounts, but it is not the grand scheme,
Right.
you know,
Right.
that we're talking about.
So, and I brought it up specifically because I was deceived by the headlines of it. That's why I was bringing it up. Is
Yeah.
because it's not. If you're only reading headlines like many people do, you might be like, "Oh, this shit's already happening," right? But this is different than what we were talking about. And so what we're talking about is like a broad-based student loan forgiveness.
Yes.
And the most recent, not proposal, but rumors, right? That's because nothing has been confirmed by the White House. They've just continually said we're definitely talking about this, and like probably next month we're gonna do it. It's always next month. That's always like next month
Well,
we're definitely gonna.
August is when the student loan pause ends, and so I think
Right.
there actually is
it's
some
been extended.
expectation of
I
action
think it's
in
been
August.
extended 3 times now.
It
So
has.
it's
It's been
every time
extended
it's
a
been
lot.
extended,
Yeah.
they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna."
I check my emails.
Wait, exactly. Yeah, they're like, just next time, we're definitely gonna do it next time. So
Yeah.
the last numbers that I saw were they the rumors were they were going to forgive up to $10,000 for people who make less than $150,000 per year. I don't know if it was a joint number or just an individual number, but that's the number they have here. So they're just rumors; they're not confirmed. But like I said, the Biden administration has said, all the time we're going to definitely be talking about it. So I have let's start here. So I had a couple of fundamental issues with it, right? Even before these particular numbers, because I find these numbers to be arbitrary and I have issues with the way that they were lined down. This didn't make logical sense to me. It's using taxpayer dollars to, even if you're talking about federal student loan forgiveness, I think in my mind, we all know the federal government well enough to know the money doesn't just go away. It has to come from somewhere to pay that money off, even if it's from the Fed or from whoever. Someone has to pay it off. It doesn't just go away. They don't just erase zeros from the account and call it good, right? So at the end of the day, it's taxpayer dollars from people who didn't take these loans out or chose not to, paying off other people's choices. And we could hash through probably for the rest of our lives the different reasons that people took a loan out or can't pay it back or can't whatever, because there are people who it doesn't matter. So I have an inherent issue with that, and I guess we'll leave it at that. And so I want to hear what's your take on it.
So
We both went to high school together, obviously took two different paths. So.
yeah, so I guess student loan forgiveness for me is hard because it's not hard, but like I guess it's a weird issue because the question kind of becomes how much should a society like invest into its citizens? And so I think the thing that I think Colin kind of mentioned earlier is you had this ethos from the time that we were kids that the only way to make it in life is to go to college. And so
That's what we were told.
That is what you're told.
Yes.
And so we know that like memes and culture matters. And so you had millions of kids who were told if you want that yard and picket fence house, you have to go to college. It's not a choice.
Right.
It is the only way to make it. Our government didn't have any jobs planned. There's no GI Bill. Like, there's kind of the military, but even then, a lot of times
mention of the
you go to the
trades.
military to get money to go to college.
Right.
That's what it all was. It all ended up leading to college.
Especially our generation.
Yeah. And so you had millions of kids who were told that if you want to make it, you have to go to college. And so you have a lot of kids who went into college not knowing what they wanted to do. And so you had them taking on student debt despite the fact that they never got their bachelor's degree. And so now they have $10,000, $20,000 in debt with jobs that they can't afford to pay off that debt. And then you have some people who I saw on Twitter yesterday. This person got a bachelor's degree in political science, and they are $250,000 in debt.
Yep.
$250,000 for a bachelor's degree.
Yeah,
I know
man.
people I have a friend who's a lawyer who doesn't even have that much money in student loan debt.
They probably went to a fucked up institution.
It's like a pretty prestigious one, and so I think maybe it'll pay them back. But like $250,000 for a degree is not.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, 100%.
But and so I guess what I would say is I feel like I think that there is a certain responsibility that the society should, I don't know, pay, but at least have a conversation about the fact that millions of people were lied to about how to make it in this world. And so you have, I'm in a pretty good position where like I have student loan debt, but I will be in a position where I can pay it off. But imagine being a person who went to school for 3 or 4 years, you didn't know what you're going to do, and you got $20,000 student loan debt, and you flunked out or you couldn't continue college. And so now you have $20,000 without the degree that gives you a job with the ability to pay it off. And so it's like those people are in a really sticky situation. And it also is kind of crazy to me how an 18-year-old can't buy it was Washington, so he was Washington. An 18-year-old can't buy a rifle. But you can take $100,000 out in loan debt without talking to your parent or a financial advisor at all.
Well, in here you can't buy a rifle. You have to be 21 to buy a rifle, depending on the rifle. You can buy a bolt-action rifle in Washington.
But I think it's just crazy.
I understand.
It's just crazy to me that like there's no conversation with the parents. I didn't talk to my parents for shit about anything.
Right.
And I was able to take out thousands of dollars. I'd never
yeah.
seen $1,000 in my life.
Right.
And you're able to take out this money without any conversation about how you're going to pay it back. What is interest rate? I don't know what interest. I just recently am understanding the power of like compound interest, like stocks and stuff.
Yeah.
And so, I think there is. I guess I would say there is a place for student loan forgiveness. I don't think if like I see some people talking about like $50,000. Like that's ridiculous. Like if you got in a position that you could pay it, like you have a good job, then you probably don't. I guess you probably can't afford to, but I do think there is a place where society should pay back the fact that they lied to American citizens.
So I think we addressed a couple of different issues in that, right?
Yeah.
And so we'll talk about, we'll just talk about one of them. I'm going to say the first one, right? So you and I are of the same generation. So I 100%, I'm right along. I experience the same things that you do, and I understand that. There are many people who chose not to go to school or because they didn't know what to do and they didn't want to be saddled with that debt. So even if, because I think the compound interest and all that, like that is an issue, but I feel it is separate from this because that's education. We were not informed as youth in general about the things that we need to know as adults. One of those things is interest. You're going to take out a loan when you're an adult. You have to know how this works. As a society, we should be teaching our fucking 13-year-olds how this works because everyone should know by the time they're 18 and they can take out a loan how the fuck it's going to work. Because if someone's going to come after you, you've got to know how it works. So I think we could address that in like an education sense or like a legal sense of like these people have to know what they're doing before they sign this paper. And I don't know. Like I said, that's kind of a separate issue. The cost of education, I agree with you 1,000%. I also feel it's a slightly separate issue. No one should be paying $250,000 for a bachelor's degree. I don't care what fucking school you went to. No one should be paying $250,000 for a fucking piece of paper. That is ridiculous. I don't care if it's a Harvard, Stanford. I don't care where the fuck you went. There's no way that what you learned is worth that amount of debt that you got. And I will speak to the level of debt on like a scale, right? That I feel that if you are taking out an immense amount of student loan debt, you should be ensuring that you are getting into a career that will repay that to you. And if you're not, you're doing yourself a disservice.
But is that the decision that an 18-year-old can make?
Then they shouldn't be taking that loan out. I didn't take that loan out.
Yeah.
And that's exactly my point, is that if you don't know what to do, because I didn't know what to do, I didn't fucking go. That if you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't take that money out because it's not reasonable for you or anyone to put an arbitrary timeline of 2 or 4 years for you to decide what career you want to have.
Yeah.
If you have no idea. When I was in high school, I thought I wanted to be a doctor. I was pretty fucking certain I wanted to be a doctor. 3 years ago, I was 99% sure I want to be a fucking cop. 99% sure. You couldn't pay me enough money in the world to be a police officer now for any number of different reasons. So even at 24, I didn't know what the fuck I wanted to do. I don't think that's a decision that anybody should be making at that point in time if they're not sure about what they want. You also addressed like people who had to drop out and stuff like that. There's other exceptions that I would acknowledge, but I don't think we need to make rules or laws based off of on huge sweeping amounts of money, billions of dollars, because people weren't able to. I didn't finish high school. No one owes me money because I didn't fucking finish high school. You know, it's the same deal. I acknowledge for one reason or another people had to drop out. They couldn't finish. They couldn't whatever. If you got into a school that you shouldn't have been into, that's a whole nother issue of why are you in this school, right? Why were you accepted into an institution that you don't have the level of intellectual capability to achieve success in? You shouldn't have been there. That, I feel, again, is a separate issue from the forgiveness portion, right? I think they're elements, so they should be taken into account. But to me, especially someone who didn't go, it doesn't amount up to enough for my tax dollars to be used to forgive someone else's potential mistake or lack of responsibility or choice or, you know, whatever avenue it goes down, because it could be any number of things. It could be a mistake that you made. It's, to a certain extent, I think, a lack of personal responsibility that even if you didn't understand, you signed a piece of paper taking money out knowing you would have to pay it back. I spent a bunch of money in credit card debt I knew I would have to pay back. I'm struggling now to buy a house because I fucked myself in credit card debt, right? Was that fair at 19 that a company gave me a card with $10,000 on it and I could do whatever I want? Not necessarily. I also still have to deal with that. I still have to pay it all back. You know, I have no choice in that matter. And when this gets forgiven, people like me or people on the converse end that parents or other people that did manage to pay for their education get totally fucked. Get a middle finger to the face because they did what they could to pay for that education instead of taking out the loans, you know, or do something else instead of taking that out. So, and that's, I think that's where I struggle the most is like the personal responsibility factor. You know, it's like I made the choice at the same time that everybody else did to not do that, you know?
Yeah, but I guess the thing is like we pay for things that we don't partake in a lot. Like I've never called the cops in my life. My tax dollars go to the police officers to make sure that system is there. And so like should I want like the police officer abolished because I don't use it, or like maybe not abolished, but like should I like not like I guess I'm also, I guess I'd say personally I am very okay with like my tax dollars being used for public good, like and and personally like that's entirely like a part of my character or I guess a part of my belief. So I guess for me what I see it as is and like I would actually argue that for you I don't think a credit card company should have been able to give you $10,000 at 19. Like I don't think that's predatory, and it's you're not responsible or I guess not responsible. You weren't. I think this is like I don't know. I think I guess what I'd say is like I think there's a place for the government to help people who made mistakes.
So I want to address one thing. One of the points you made was like with policing, right? You've never called the cops before in your life. That's probably because of the money you put out there to pay for the police, right? Because ideally in a good world, if policing is running at an optimal level, nobody needs to call the cops because their presence alone might be doing the trick or something. So, but when you're talking about a predatory loan situation or predatory lending situation in which the federal government was the main culprit of, I think part of the argument is moral, and it says these people got fucked, and it's not fair because in part the government helped fuck them through these other third-party lenders, which it's also important to remember the money that you would get from, say, like a federal loan guarantee does not come from the federal government exactly. It comes from government-run banking institutions like Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac and all that shit. Yep, and they do that shit all the time. So at some point, there is a private entity out there that is owed money from somebody. And it is, if somebody is going to take the stance, the moral stance, I guess, that these people were fucked, so they should be helped out, you cannot, in my mind, you cannot screw somebody else over for somebody else's mistakes, whether it's the federal government or not. If somebody chose to walk the path to either pay their own way through college, take out private loans, or make a calculated decision to take a Fed loan, knowing that they were going to pay it back over a number of years, or people that did not, it is immoral at that point to ask them to pay for that person's mistake or somebody that was taken advantage of. It is then amoral to ask somebody else to pay for that as well. Somebody else's problem is not your problem to take care of necessarily. You personally could have a stance that it might be the right thing to do, and you would be right to do that. A lot of people out there can't afford another $100 a year in taxes. Let's put it that way. $100 these days goes a long ways for a lot of people. It is completely and utterly unfair to ask somebody else to pay for somebody else's situation. In that particular case, we have social programs and things like that where we all pay into, and you may never use, and you may never see it working, but some people are going to benefit from it. Different case.
We will never get to take Social Security out ever.
Probably not.
But we pay into it every fucking week.
Yeah. A lot of people die before they even have a chance to pull it out anyways. But so I think it's just the people that make the moral argument that it's a good thing to do. Yeah, I think little brother's home. Heard his giant ass truck pulling. That thing is so fucking loud. But yeah, if people make a moral argument that people were wronged and the wrong should be made right, you can't make that right by doing someone else wrong again. And so you kind of run into that. No matter what happens, everybody gets fucked. And I don't know if maybe I don't have because I'm dealing with this myself. Like my wife has student loans. And so we've been beneficiaries of the holidays on, student loan payments and stuff like that. And I've benefited from that. So has she. And I am very much not looking forward to the time again where we have to start paying that again. And luckily, she went to one of those schools and that was settled in one of those lawsuits. So we're going to see what we can do about that. But I would never ask somebody else to pay for my mistake. Now, I also can understand that, yes, there were generations of people that were lied to and indoctrinated in this system, told that this was the thing they had to do. But I don't have much sympathy for those people. I really don't, because it was up to me when I was growing up. My parents were at a point where they could have paid my way through school. I mean, they could have afforded it to a certain point, but they said, no, if you want to go to college, you find a way to pay for it. You take out debt and then be saddled with the responsibility of paying it back, or join the military. They usually have educational programs that'll pay for stuff like that too. If that's the path you want to go, you need to do the work to do that. And I don't see it any other way than a failure in societal responsibility to instill common sense. Everybody fucking knows. Every parent that has a child that is now dealing with this concept, and millennials, Gen Zers, even Gen Xers, even the fucking boomers their parents knew exactly what compound interest was. They knew what loan forgiveness or loans were. Everybody knows what that was. It's interest, and the loaning of money has been around since fucking Mesopotamia. Always been that way, right? So I have very little patience for that. It's not right. It's something that we have known forever. Mm-hmm. It has gone back for time immemorial. And if some point of authority says you have to do something to make your way in society, you should go, why? Okay, well, maybe I can go about this in a responsible manner. There's ways to do this. I'm not going to tell my child to saddle themselves with that. I'm going to make sure that they know what they're getting into at a certain age. So like, hey, you're going to be looking at colleges, blah, blah, blah. Just understand this shit's really expensive. This is how you do this. I mean, there's a reality to the situation that society has abdicated, and I'm not going to pay for that abdication of responsibility. It's ridiculous. It's the same thing when you're talking about like people infringing on other people's rights. There's a reason we have laws and things to prevent people from doing that. Is there a serious problem with predatory loans? Yep. And it is clearer today than ever, and we should probably find ways to address that. But mistakes of the past cannot be paid for by money today. It doesn't right the wrong that was done. All it really does is perpetuate the problem moving forward. And while I can understand the moral argument of wanting to help people, I'm not okay with screwing over somebody else in order to help somebody else. I would imagine that there is a way the government could find money to pay, off predatory student loans. I'm not going to say that the government has the ability or the capability to actually find out which people were preyed on. But say, let's take a portion of the latest weapons deal with Saudi Arabia or something like that. We can take some of that cash and throw it over there instead of giving it to fucking Raytheon or some shit. I don't know.
Didn't we?
There's probably a way we could do that, but I am not okay with saddling any person with an extra cent to pay for somebody else's misfortune or mistake, regardless of how morally understanding it is that you would want to do that. It's just in the era of equity, especially, it's not okay, man. It's not okay. And anybody that I think really pushes that everybody should be equal and all this stuff should have that base understanding that, like, just because I got screwed over on my student loans doesn't mean I need to screw over my neighbor who didn't take student loans out. And I think that's about as far as an argument as anyone really needs to make to say that this is morally reprehensible, regardless of the moral good that might be thought that it's being done, if that makes sense at all.
Yeah, like, I guess it, because I guess like I agree with your viewpoint, but I guess what I said fundamentally is like I would be
wanna help
fine.
those people.
I would be fine with using my tax dollars to help their mistakes.
Yeah.
So I guess that's where we'd have like a disagreement. But I guess one of my like issues is like a couple months back, Biden gave Ukraine several $1 billion of aid, and no one asked where's this money going to come from. But like when student loan is,
we did. I guess
you guys probably did. You guys probably
guarantee
did.
you we did.
No,
yes.
no. I'm certain you guys did. That, you're fair. I can't
just for the
I
point,
can't
though.
put that on you. But like those questions, like it seems like these questions are always asked when it comes to internal development. But whenever it comes to like shelling money off to like foreign powers or something, it's like we'll find the money. We'll just find it.
Increasing
and a lot
the
of
defense
times
budget every time is no question from most people who don't have a finger on the pulse of the defense industry. You know, if you don't care about that, if that hasn't perked your ears at all, then you don't even blink when they increase the defense budget from $750 billion to $775 billion. You just don't even care. It doesn't matter to you because it doesn't register. You know, when you care about, I don't even want to say care because it's not necessarily a denigrative thing, because some people, don't have the privilege to care, but are focused on other shit. You know, when you don't care about politics at all, it doesn't matter to you. When you care even fucking a little bit, it doesn't make any sense at all. Why are we sending, like you said, billions of dollars to another country when
Tens of billions.
when we're asking for a fraction of that for a program home? You know, it doesn't make any sense. Why are we sending billions of dollars to another country, tens of billions of dollars to another country, when we're arguing about a billionaire paying that much for Twitter and he could have dealt with world hunger? What are we talking about? What type of morally equivalent situation are we creating in which we're saying that Elon Musk should have ended world hunger, but we're okay with more money than that being sent to another country for something and only half of us actually agree with, right? That's insanity. It's a misalignment in morals that isn't handled in a conversation like this before it gets up to that level. It just gets up there immediately, and then they just send a fucking check out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's a reactionary reaction to, I don't even know what it reacts to. Societal pressure, I don't know, social media, whatever.
Some kind of
I don't know.
externality.
You know, I'm just now thinking about it, but I agree with you. It doesn't make any type of sense to me for this amount of money to be spent outside of the United States when we have this many issues that are going on here that supposedly would be handled with more money. Supposedly that's all we need is more cash flow to these social issues and it will be fine. But we can't solve them here. We can only solve them other places. So
here's something here. I'm just going to kind of work off of something that Zeke just said in the chat here.
yes.
So they're talking a little bit about, you know, obviously what we're talking about, student loan forgiveness in the chat. And, you know, it deals with the sympathizing of the people that are going through this struggle, right? They got
Yes.
to this point. And I want to make an argument that one of the reasons we should not forgive this is because at the end of the day, how we got here was a lack of understanding and responsibility, right? Of people being told for generations they have to go, and regardless of the cost, and we got to do it. It was a lie. Obviously, we know
Yes.
that, and their society has not been able to learn its lesson.
But
So the only way society is going to learn this lesson is for people to be paying for the consequences of this
That's
mistake.
cold.
So
That's cold.
but I guarantee you, anybody that's been saddled with all this predatory lending and all this bullshit debt that they were lied to, I guarantee you they're going to tell their kids they probably should think twice. That might fix the problem going forward. You can't right the wrongs of the past by throwing money at it, but you can change the future by enshrining the idea that this stuff
Scaring
does
the shit
happen.
out of the kids.
well, no, I think
Teaching them reality.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
fucking with you.
that's actually a really good point, though.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's no way to fix it if we just pay off the fucking debt.
Right.
People are going to continue to do it. And I've heard other little conversations about like ways to, you know, little programs you got to set up before you take, you know, a little fucking PowerPoint thing like your hunter safety course that you just got to click through to make sure you know what you're signing up for. How about your parents are settled with their debt because they made bad decisions because they were lied to? They're going to make sure their kids don't do that shit in the future. And then those kids are going to make sure
My
their
kid's going
kids
to
don't do it in
community
the
college.
future. Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm sorry, you had something you wanted to say.
Oh no, I just like it's like a really good point because I think about my position and I would like hopefully I have to talk to my Katie about this, but like I want to like make sure like I'd pay for their last 2 years, but the first 2 years they gotta do community college because like
Fuck yeah.
it's like it's
I think
just
that's fair.
yeah like I mean I hope that I can afford it, but it wasn't something I don't think I would have thought of that if I didn't have this like debt hanging over my head that will affect me for probably the next five years.
Right. So Zeke said here, excuse me, colleges giving 19 and 20-year-olds tens of thousands of dollars in loans should be considered predatory lending. And you hit on that as well. But by no means should I be paying for someone else's college education, whether it's for good or bad degree. I do not want my tax dollars going to that. Do I sympathize? Yes, I do, but everyone has to pay their dues and face the consequences eventually. So
I actually don't quite agree with that, but
what the fuck's that? Okay, so
Paying
I
for other
don't
people's
necessarily... I don't know that I disagree at all that it's predatory lending, right? Because I don't think that money should be given to those kids. Because I found myself in a similar position
Deborah's here.
by different means,
You made
I
it.
struggle to find sympathy for that, and because
Mm-hmm.
I'm not being given the same option. I found myself in similar amounts of debt by different means, and I'm not being given the same option, even though it was a mistake, right? A huge amount of my debt is like we missed a payment on one of our medical things, and we had thousands of dollars that went to collections, and I had to pay it off with a credit card. I had no choice because it went to fucking collections, right? Usually you can like ride out medical debt; it doesn't collect interest, so I had to pay it off out of collections, right? So I'm not being given that same option to rid myself of this debt. So I find it to be not from you, but from the general populace making this argument, for it to be an inconsistent argument of the predatory lending thing, right?
Yeah.
And we should be talking about forgiving all of these predatory loans, not just these student loans.
Yeah, but
right?
I would say most people who are for like student loan forgiveness are usually for like Medicare for all and maybe I don't know about like
bigger socialized
yeah,
type
pretty
social
like,
programs.
Like I would say that like forgiving student loans is consistent with the idea that my tax dollars should be used for more social needs.
Certainly. My only point is on the predatory lending aspect of if the issue is predatory lending, then we should be addressing that as a whole, not one
Yeah.
particular aspect of it, because we got fucked by the same group in different ways. One group, one portion of that should not be given forgiveness when the other ones are not. That's
Yeah.
my only point. So that I find it inconsistent because, like I said, I don't disagree with you on the predatory lending part. I think that a better way to go about that would be for someone to have to co-sign on that loan for you to be able to get it, because especially now there's no way to guarantee for you to get that knowledge. No way to guarantee it. While you should know, we should all know what compound interest means. Like you said, it's been around for a fucking bajillion years. I didn't know how to long divide when I was 18 years old. I'm 27. I don't know how to long divide. So
You have a calculator?
that's what
right.
I'm saying. I'm saying on paper, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I can't long divide on paper. So
I can't do that. I can do
we
a bunch of
can't-
trig, but I can't do long division
we
on
can't
paper.
reasonably expect or demand that people will have that information because their parents will fuck them, the schools will fuck them. I took business math. But if you don't, maybe you don't know how compound interest works because your parents aren't telling you or whatever, right? I'm not making excuses. Exceptions is what I'm laying out. So, I lost the point that I was making.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, I think this does definitely. Remember when I was talking about young people being violently confronted with the dangers of the
Co-signing on
world?
loans.
Co-signing
It was
on the
just
loans.
co-signing on the loans. That
Run with it.
I agree with you. Yeah, I'm sorry, but on the predator, I agree with you, and I think that someone should have to co-sign on that.
I think that's
you
a
know.
hard one because like if you're a poor kid and you like if this is your way out, how do you like I'd rather them get saddled with student loan debt than not be able to get it at all and not go to college.
Like if your parents have fucked up credit,
Yeah.
them co-signing a loan doesn't do anything. But I can understand.
I don't know that the solution is we think we find ourselves in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't have money to go to college because I had a single parent, right? So I didn't go. So instead, I went off into the world and I racked up credit card debt to try and survive.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you find yourself in a different position, you know?
Yeah.
And so maybe not the parent, someone needs to verify the money will be paid back, because if we're not going to demand responsibility from the child, from the young adult, because when you're 18, you're an adult, right? And if we're gonna, I'll get onto that after this, right? we need to demand responsibility from somebody. You can't expect something for nothing in return, and that's what this is someone else cleaning up this mistake that you made for one reason or another. And I'm not saying mistake like necessarily denigrative, because you're a teacher now. You didn't make a mistake. You're in the career path that you want. You just had to take out student loans to get there.
I did.
Other people who got themselves into a school they shouldn't go into, or got into a school and didn't know what the fuck they wanted to do, and now they don't have a job in the field that they tried to get a career in, or they got a communications degree, so they have a useless degree, or fucking underwater basketball, even all the bullshit that people come up with. If you got a degree in that and you can't get a job now, fuck you. I don't care that you did that, because you fucked yourself around for 4 years and took loans out. That's not my job or my responsibility that you got a loan that isn't readily applicable to the reality of this world. That's part of the job. Not part of the job. That's part of the point of college education, is to chase either a blossoming or active career path.
I don't think that is, though. Like there's this huge disconnect that actually I've been, thankfully I don't have to struggle with it a ton, but there's a disconnect when you go to college between what you like and what is profitable. And for a lot of people that don't disconnect, people go to school for marine biology. You're not paying off $60,000 in loans in a long ass time with a marine biology.
Yep.
Other people go to school for business. They're going to pay that off in like 6 days working for Wall Street. And so it's like college, it's that weird disconnect, because you have people who go to school, they genuinely want to be communications majors. Is that a lot of jobs for communications? No, probably not, but that's where their passion leads. And so,
Which is fine.
yes, but like I think when I applied for college, they never once said, "Hey, how do you plan to make money with this history degree?" Because if I did not get my teaching degree, history is useless. Like I love history. I love the practice of it, but but just that bachelor's, complete waste of time.
But that's incumbent on you to make that decision. It's no one else's job to tell you how to make money with that career field. It's your job to take your passion and make money out of it.
But
As a person, that's your job. That's what we're doing here. This is my passion. This costs me money to do this every time. It costs me money, costs me time with my kid, costs me everything. I'm spending time at the job I do make money at, preparing for this job.
Yeah, right.
I'm actively spending money to try and make this work. It's incumbent on you as an individual, all of us as individuals, to make what makes you happy make you money.
And I also
In
wanna,
America,
I
in
wanna-
the capitalist society that we live in. I should specify that.
Right. And I also want to bring in, like, I think an aspect of this that is little talked about, if at all. And I think it's the value of a degree essentially should be set by market forces. If there is a demand for marine biologists, the marine biology thing really sparked my thing, because I love animals. I love marine biology. It's like a huge thing. I've always loved that shit. But when you go on to like the Fish and Wildlife website, they always have their career positions open and all this stuff. The salaries are, mediocre at best. They're like 70 to 80 grand. But you are required to have a degree in, say, like marine biology or some form of biology degree that's going to probably cost you close to 100 grand. Relatively close, right? And then you have to go out into the market and compete for that job. The involvement of, just say the market being flooded with free money, the easy money to go get whatever degree you want to get, devalues certain degrees and boosts the value of other degrees, right? Based off of, with no say from the outer market afterwards. Mm-hmm. If you know that you need a degree to go get get a job in a career in marine biology, something that may not necessarily pay for itself for about a decade or so, right? You want to know that you want to be a marine biologist. You should also be understanding, what kind of money I'm going to make when I become a marine biologist. Yeah, I'm going to follow my passion, but in the eyes of Mike Rowe, talks about this extensively. It's really fantastic. Don't follow your passion. Follow what's going to allow you to fulfill your passion. If you're going after your passion, odds are you're not going to make much money in it. If you want to be an artist or if you want to do something like that, it's incumbent on you on damn near 100% to be able to make that worthwhile in the end financially. We all like to live in this utopia where you should go out and do what you're passionate about and what you love and all this stuff. But in reality, money's a thing, man. The economy is a real deal. We all understand that there's bills to pay, and if you want to have a house, you got to make money, and you want to do this and that and the other thing. It's a failure at the educational level to teach kids this, obviously, but it's still incumbent on society in general to make sure that if you want to do a thing, you need to know if the investment is going to have a return or not. It's basic economics. If you're going to invest $150,000 in a career, you better make sure that you're going to get a return on that. And whether or not that's going to be financial in nature or just in the goodness you feel in doing your job and being passionate about it. Yeah, I might have to live out of my van, but fuck, man, I don't really care about it because I live on a boat most of the year. It's awesome. I go out there and then I'm fucking measuring fish and doing this and that and the other thing. I'm doing my thing. It's great. I don't care that I have to live in a fucking van. Not a big deal. I'm okay with that. You take that. You have taken that under your own auspices. You've taken that responsibility for yourself. The generic business degrees and things like that, there's endless opportunity in those because a lot of, like, a good business degree will teach you basically how to do anything that you really want in the realm of business and be able to turn a profit in one way or another if you can really apply what you've learned. Mind you, that also doesn't factor in just most businesses fail generally. But there's got to be a market-based solution to set the price of a degree for what it's worth on the back end.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's always going to be a lagging indicator, which is, somebody that, if you're going to go to college, man, you got to do your due diligence to know what it is that you want to do. The very first question I was asked when I was like, all right, are you thinking about going to college? Well, what's the plan? You're going to go in the trades? You're going to do whatever? Because I had a really tight relationship with my career counselor at my school. So as most people don't take advantage of that. And I had a very, very good one. And I understood getting into that realm of my life when they asked me, what do you want to do in life? Well, because that'll help determine what kind of schools you should look at, what kind of programs you want to look at. I didn't know. So I decided to go the military route, and it gave me time to figure out what I did want to do. I'm 30-some years old, and this is what I want to do in life. Make content, make entertainment things, what we do here, what I am truly passionate about, I have found. It is now incumbent on me to try to make this profitable so that I can support the lifestyle that I want to live. Ideally, I want to do this damn near every day of my life. I don't want to do this once every 2 weeks. It's just something we have to do because of the externalities on our life to try to build this thing up. Ideally, we do this Monday through Thursday, Monday through Friday sometimes, whatever. And then that's just what we do. And that's incumbent on me now to do that. I didn't have to go to college to learn that. I didn't even know that I wanted to do it until we kind of discovered that through the process of, just living life. But to get back to the college thing, I kind of diverted there. I'm really bad at that today. The fucking alpha brain's firing, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's got to be some kind of market solution to tell a college that, like, we're going to offer this marine biology degree. We know that when you go out into the world, you're only going to make $50,000 a year for the first 10 years. After that, you might make 150, you might make 200,000, whatever it might be. But for the most part, we can't sell this degree program at $150,000 for 4 years.
Right.
We can't do that, so we have to do it. But generally speaking, all college degrees are kind of, depending on the school, kind of a static level. You pay to go to college. Depending on how long you're there, how many courses you take, all this stuff, your tuition might be different. But generally speaking, a 4-year degree is going to cost what a 4-year degree costs. 4 years at Stanford.
School, you mean?
Yeah, at a particular school. 4 years at Stanford, whatever it is that you're studying at Stanford for 4 years, is going to basically cost the same exact amount of money. The program that you pursue is not going to have the same market value on the back end.
I think part of the issue in that I have to cede to you, part of the issue in what I laid out is one of the things we talked about earlier is the cost of administration, right? I'm not sure. I think at some point in time, the cost of whatever degree you were going to get was probably somewhat related to what you were going to make on the back end. I don't know that for certain. I'm assuming I'm assuming that.
No, because you just kind of go. And like
When they first started, yeah, I mean, I'm talking about when they first started making specialized degrees for shit. When you started getting a degree to have a job. I assume at that point in time, there was some correlation between what you would pay and what you could expect to make when you were done.
Yeah.
Like, certainly at the beginning. When colleges first started, it was just, you're going there to just learn shit. And then you're going to go out in your world and you're going to do whatever you want. But I mean, like I said, when we get to specialized degrees like we're talking about now, I think that, again, I would theorize the bloating cost of administration that we've seen over the last few years has greatly increased the disparity between those two numbers. That the investment you're making, and so I would have to see this to you. The investment you're making is almost probably rarely going to be tied to what you can expect to make when you first get a job with that degree.
Yeah.
And
So investment for a reason, right?
right. And so I would agree with you on that extent when you're talking about when we were talking about different fields and stuff like that, marine biology, science, shit like that. When you first get a job, you're probably going to be fucking shaving rats and shit, or whatever people do, looking at rats, comparing them, whatever you do with a lab rat,
Rat shaver first
you
class.
probably don't make that much money when you're doing that. So I can see that, but
Ran into a poor bastard down at
again,
the...
I think it's an element, but I would have to personally, I would see that more to the issue of the cost of what a college is and how it's so distorted as to what actually people make and actually what you should make for this degree or actually what it should cost, that. So I think is an aspect of this, but I also feel is almost a separate issue because of how big of an issue it's become, but I would have to agree with you on that I'm probably incorrect on that assumption at this point. Yeah.
Rat wrangler. I just ran into a guy down at the pier the other day when we were coming back from crabbing. WDFW marine biologist, works for the state, standing out there in the pissing down cold rain. It was nasty. It was windy and all this shit. And his whole job is to ask everybody that comes in if they caught any salmon that day, and then he just takes measurements and records them. His whole job is to do that. And I was like, I'm curious, like what his salary might
Did you
be
ask
like.
him?
No, but I came back and I looked up the job because it's a government job. It's all
you can always
fucking glass window, baby. You see right through it, and it's like 40 grand. And mind you, he's got a ladder to climb and a definitely awesome
And a
path to
degree.
do that, man. But he's probably saddled with a shit ton more debt than
Yeah.
he's going to make for a long time.
Yeah.
And that's
fish
tough,
measurer.
man.
And
yeah,
I
it's a
sympathize
fish
with
measurer,
this.
bro.
I definitely don't want it to make it seem like I don't have sympathies. I 1,000% I do.
I'm not that cold.
No, but I think that you're right. I think at the end of the day, it just boils down to not even a moral. I don't know, a difference in. I don't know. Saying like ethics or morals seems like it's like a divisive thing, like one of us is wrong or right. But it's just a difference in alignment of ethics of like, I don't want to pay for someone's mistake and you're okay for paying for someone's mistake. And either one of those is inherently incorrect. It's just a difference in.
Just gotta vote it
It's
out.
a fucking policy difference. Like
exactly.
it's a policy difference like we always talk about. At the end of the day, that's a policy difference.
I like
That's
that. You just got to vote it out, man.
Do you think this is a good use of money or not? And that's just an argument. That's just a debate. No, I think. God damn it, I'm glad you're here. God damn it, I'm glad you're here.
This has been great. Yeah, my brain today has just been exercised to a point. I'm not. When me and you sit down and we just do this by ourselves all the time,
different.
We know each other way too well these days. So
it's
it's real. We know what we're going to say before we say it, and it's so good to have third parties come in. You've blown my mind multiple times today already, and have got me to think totally different ways about it. And
Yes, especially when people don't necessarily agree with us, because then we start talking about don't say gay, right? Unless either of you guys have a final point on.
I'm good.
So we can start breaking into this. So we've tried to talk to other people about this, and we've heard a couple of different things. And one of the things that we've heard is like a lived experience argument. Is because I'm not a trans person, I don't want to discuss this particular topic because I don't think that it's my place to have this discussion. And we've even had a woman tell us, well, I've never been pregnant or had an abortion, so I don't think that it's my place to discuss the abortion topic. I think that's fine. I think that's bullshit. I think that's a bullshit argument because you've sat here and we've not agreed at the base of most of these things and are having a perfectly cordial discussion. You don't have children.
I do not.
You
I have two
have
cats.
all of the stake in the world to have these discussions, these ones about all this type of stuff. So I think that it's I just think that's bullshit. I don't agree with those arguments. The lived experience thing, I think, is a way to qualify who can and can't have discussions. And I think it's counter to my base of people being able to talk about whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, because
you
like
know?
when I was in college, I had an African history professor. She was white. She knew way more about Africa than me, 100%. But like with that lived experience argument, it's like, well, I'm African American, so I obviously have somewhere more. I have a stronger ethos about this because that's my lived. Like what?
Nonsense.
Yeah.
It's
It's
nonsense.
like she's
you know?
spent thousands of dollars to understand this. I'm literally learning from her.
And it's probably invested thousands upon thousands of hours
Yeah.
of her time and her life, like
Probably been
devoting
to
herself
Africa
to
multiple
it.
times.
Right?
I've seen pictures.
I've seen pictures.
No, and by that same argument, right, the lived experience argument of like trans people and don't say gay bill, by that same argument, I shouldn't have a discussion about this because I'm not trans, but I have children who could potentially go to public school. So I think that by that virtue, I have a stake in a discussion of what their curriculum is going to look like.
Yeah.
You know? So I'd find it to be just a fucking nonsense argument. So it's refreshing, beautiful to have someone here that can have a discussion of like, no, I'll talk about whatever.
Yeah,
You know,
open
let's
book.
talk about it. It's nice. So the Don't Say Gay bill, right? We've talked about this a couple of times. I sent you the link. We had like a whole big breakdown of the bill itself. And so I'm glad that you're here for multiple reasons, but especially because you're a teacher, because it will give you a little bit more of a unique perspective into this, right? And so I'm interested, because we've talked about it so much, just kind of what your take is in general on the Don't Say Gay bill, the Parental Rights and Education bill out of Florida, right? Because we debunked the first time around that Don't Say Gay bill is a bullshit thing. That's just a buzzword fucking name that was slapped on it to put it into the media. So I'm interested in what your general take is on this particular. It's a law now.
Yeah,
but
I think it was activated on the 1st.
yeah,
So, I guess the Don't Say Gay bill is a really interesting thing because I think, first of all, that name immediately gives it a certain amount of like inflammatory like rhetoric, and so it just makes it a little more contentious because of that name. So I was looking into it, and I guess as an educator, I don't think the fear is the legislation. I think the fear is negative parties using the phrasing to attack teachers. Like one of the things it talks about is it says, what is instruction? It talks about like instruction.
right.
And that is an incredibly vague term in a teaching context, because like I think like the classic example is like if a gay teacher mentions their husband in context to like second graders, like I think we would all agree that you probably shouldn't be talking about sex ed with third graders. I think that's all generally that's like, and I don't think that part of the bill is actually out of line. Some people are contentious about that. I don't think those people are serious, but I think serious
Not
people
genuine for sure.
Yeah. I think serious people are like, yeah, you probably shouldn't talk about sex ed with third graders. But I think the fear is some kid comes home and he's like, hey, Mr. Thomas went skiing with his husband this weekend. And like, just like, because we were at the same park. And the teacher and the parents like, why is he talking about his gay husband at school?
Right.
The parent, sorry. And then the parent goes to the school with that. I think that is the fear. They're like, I don't think people, I don't think like teachers particularly are like, I don't think it, like people are trying to defend the fact that I should be able to just talk about heinous, like, you know, like transitioning and gender ideology with third graders.
Sexual acts.
Yeah.
and that type of
I don't
shit.
think
Yeah.
people are like, we need to be able to talk about this.
Some people are, but
Yeah,
that's
some people are.
The TikTok teachers.
Yeah.
it's a finite portion. Yeah.
But I think serious people are like, what happens when an innocent comment is taken by a homophobic parent to use that as an attack? Like, this teacher is breaking the law.
Right.
Like,
So-
that's the fear.
So I obviously, because we haven't seen curriculum formed under this law yet, we cannot completely debunk anything
Yeah.
because these finite issues still are to be hashed out on the PTSA, whoever forms curriculum in the district, right? I will say, in the interview that we listened to with the person who wrote the bill, they very clearly laid out that instruction means curriculum.
Yeah.
That instruction means a written curriculum for the school district. And they also gave that very same example that isn't covered by the bill, that will not be illegal for someone to mention that they have a husband, or for someone, I think the particular example was for a student to ask a question about a same-sex family, and then for that to be discussed. That is not illegal. And for the teacher to answer that question.
Yeah.
Right? That's not illegal. That's a completely organic discussion that originated from the student itself. It is for it to be written and instructed in the curriculum in which that is illegal, right? So, again, I can't completely not even disagree or anything because we haven't seen what the curriculum is going to look like. So we don't know what those finite points are going to be. All we can take is the word of the politician, which who wants to fully trust what he has to say, right? I believe that he's being genuine, but I also don't fully trust you because you're a fucking politician and y'all motherfuckers lie about everything. So it could very well wash out to be that way. The way that it's explained is that it won't be that way. But again, we cannot know 100% until the curriculum has been drawn out and enacted.
Yeah, but I think the fear is even if they are legally protected, there will be time taken out of their day, their weeks, their month by a parent who potentially has misread the law and is using it to go after said teacher.
But that would be an immediate quash, right? If it's not a valid bringing up of the law, if it's not a valid case, it would be immediately thrown out.
The thing is you would hope so. But let's say the parent emails the principal, and the principal's like, hey, like, the parent had a complaint about how you're talking with the kid. The teacher might be legally protected, but it still is going to affect the classroom environment because now you have this kid who you know that their parent is now out for you. You know? And it's like, and even though, like, I guess that wouldn't have changed, like, even if the law didn't exist, but I still feel like that, like, a parent could misread the law and feel like they are protected by their accusation. And so it just even though you are protected and you are able to say something, there's still this pressure that, or this rhetoric that you have to keep an eye out because you know that someone thinks the law is on their side.
But it's not.
It's not, for sure.
But it's not. So even after, if they make a complaint, they can't make another one because they're not in correct standing. They don't have any legal standing to actually make an accusation. They are personally bigoted and uncomfortable with the situation that exists in the school itself.
Yeah.
So I get that point. I would just have to hope that the principal is willing to stand up for that teacher and say, this is not against the law. This statement that was made is not against the law. It's not against curriculum. It wasn't based on curriculum. It wasn't anything. And if you have an issue with this teacher, we can remove your child from this class, put them in another one with a different teacher. But we're not going to fire this guy because he's fucking gay and mentioned, I was at the park with my husband this weekend.
Yeah.
You know?
So I guess I'll give you an example of like, it's not the same example, but I think if you added like a somewhat legal angle to it, I think it'd be worse. When I was doing my student teaching, the school I was at had a law and society class, and there was on Zoom, and so people's parents were listening in, and the teacher said, because I want to actually know you guys' takes on this, because I think it's really interesting. He says, because when you are a student at school, the principal or the police do not need probable cause to search you because you're on school grounds. So if you have drugs in your backpack, they don't need probable cause to search your backpack.
So they
can search your
locker and
backpack.
stuff like that.
So what he says, this is a law and society class, it might be in your interest to leave the school, because at that point you might get like a tardy or a like, what's the word when you leave? Truant, but you don't get legal trouble if you have like weed in your backpack.
Okay.
Because he's teaching them about the law, right?
Okay.
And a parent got mad. It was a parent whose kid was a cop, and he's saying, you're teaching kids how to break the law.
Okay. And
so what I'm saying is, like, if that kind of parent felt like they also had the law on their side, that's where you get this difficulty.
And I understand what you're saying, but the issue that I'm having with is they just think they have the law on their side.
Yeah.
They don't really.
They don't.
So I am sorry that the teacher is going to have trouble in their personal life, but that you can't change that someone is a bigot. They could find any number of reasons. We could draw any number of examples of how this could happen. Mm-hmm. And they still don't have legal standing.
Yeah.
It just makes that person a piece of shit.
No, yes, for sure. But I just think that it's going to take away time from instruction, time from your lesson planning, because you have to deal with this bullshit.
It's possible. I will see that it's possible.
Yeah.
If the law is abused, it is possible. But these are like several ifs that we're laying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And like I'm not trying to say that like, you know, like, oh, gay people can't be teachers anymore. No way. I think that's like kind of a ridiculous reading of the bill. But I do
Yeah.
think there's going to be a ton of bullshit that teachers are going to have to deal with that they otherwise would not have without
And
the
I
bill.
don't think that there's a ton of openly bigoted people that are sending their kid to public school. You know, I think that assumes that a bunch of the people who live in Florida are openly bigoted against gay and trans people, and I don't think
Yeah.
that's the case. I don't
Especially
have
if-
any reason to believe that that's the case. So
Yeah.
I don't know why this law, if the language is the same, right, or it potentially worse prior to this law being passed, I don't know why this would cause a rash of cases if the language from those teachers was potentially worse prior to this law being passed.
Yeah.
If that person is a bigot, they're going to find a reason to target that person. And I don't think that, especially after this more restrictive law on instructor speech, they would find themselves in a more compromised position for things they're saying. They're probably, the people that are gay or going to potentially say shit like that are probably going to be more careful about what they're saying after this law's been passed than they were before.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So I think there's potential for that, but like I said, I don't think there's like a rash of bigoted people that live in Florida that are going to cause a whole bunch of wrong cases through the school system.
Yeah.
It's potential, but there's potential for everybody to abuse any law that's passed out, right?
Yeah.
And also potential for any teacher to abuse authority or anything like that. So this is like an aside example. When I got suspended from school, right, in sophomore year, I drew a picture that had stick figures on it. One of them was Spider-Man kicking somebody, and there was clearly labeled and everything. I might be able to find the picture, like at my mom's house or something, right? I could certainly redraw it. It would be very, very similar. There's only 3 people in it. One of them was labeled me. The other one was Math. 4 people. Spider-Man swinging, kicking somebody from the top. I was shooting the person named Math in the face. Miss Erickson turned this piece of paper in and said that she felt as though I was threatening her life. I was suspended for 90 days from school. That started this, in my opinion, this chaos at school, right? Where I didn't come back until the following school year. February of sophomore year, didn't come back till October of junior year, because she did, in my opinion, we had issues. We had issues that entire year.
Yeah.
And she had an opportunity in which I could be taken from that class. So anybody could be bigoted or use their own personal motivations to fuck anybody over at any given time.
Yeah.
I don't think that we should, when we talked about this, I said, I think it's tragic this law, that the legislature in Florida feels that this law needs to be passed. Because I don't
Yeah.
think that it necessarily does. I don't necessarily think it needs to be passed. I don't disagree with the law itself, but I don't think that it's necessary. You know, I think Ron DeSantis, as the Trump Jr. that he is, took a hold of a very pervasive issue and was like, let's fucking get a bill together so that I can slap my name on it and we can put a stamp on this issue and we can get some fucking good photo ops going in Florida.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is actually an issue that needs to be addressed in Florida. I think they're using a very prominent social issue to gain clout in their state.
For sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, my biggest hurdle with like a bunch of people having legal cases thrown out. Is like, I don't think this is an issue in the first place. I think that they're making an issue about it and made a law about it. And that's why it's here, because they're reacting to other shit that they're seeing around the nation, you know, libs of TikTok and shit like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so I wanted to make a couple points, and I think it's, a lot of it is, we got to remember, we see a lot of the, you know, the TikTok teachers, courtesy of libs of TikTok, right? And what those people are essentially doing, I imagine you've seen a lot of those same videos and things
I
like
have.
that.
do you follow libs of TikTok?
I don't.
What?
I know.
It's gold.
No, I know. It comes
So
up.
good.
So
You probably see it enough.
it comes up all the time. I have a lot of thoughts on it, but
I'm interested. We'll hear about that after.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because I think what this essentially is a reaction to is people not remembering that the small fraction, or the flood, we'll say, on social media of TikTok teachers that are essentially abdicating the responsibility of teachers and solely acting as ideological activists.
Yes.
I think already there is 1,000% room in any, well, I don't know because it's a public sector union, but within any reasonable education system, there is room to fire those people because they are obviously not there to teach. They're obviously there to be activists for something, and that's not their job. And I would imagine that in reality, the amount of actual activist teachers like that is incredibly small.
Yes.
And like I said, this was perfectly timed to, like you just laid out, essentially be a campaign style, boost my
like a
cred,
bombshell,
you know, it's a big deal, and really all it really does is prevent ideological activism from entering in the classroom. That is not a bad thing for anybody. It's both sides have latched onto this thing and taken it both to the extremes, when really all it does was to make sure that if you're in there proselytizing your ideology, you get fucking fired like you should. And I think everybody else would more or less agree with it. If you removed the LGBTQIA plus whatever the fuck acronym it is aspect out of it, nobody would have a problem with this. If you decided to say that you replace the ideology behind the bill with any other ideology, nobody would have a problem with it. The reason people have problems with it is because of the ideology at question at this point. When teachers abdicate their responsibilities of, and I don't know how much leeway teachers have in building curriculum and lessons plans and stuff like this. I imagine it's relatively strict. Right, you have a curriculum you have to teach, and then you have to kind of. It's pretty lax.
Like you have state standards and then district standards, but within that you have a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
Like obviously, like you can't be like super extreme. Like I can't teach. Like I could do a lesson if I was
You
smart.
can't talk about the Holocaust during war.
No, I mean I could, but just you have to put it in a different place. Like
just fucking
you
with
could do a lesson about gumballs but you can make it work.
As long as it's relevant.
Yeah, as long as it's like
somehow
relevant education, but like.
Or if you can draw a connection as to how.
Yeah. Oh, I could do a bomb ass lesson on gumballs if you give me 2 weeks to plan that shit.
Well, that's what I mean. Is like that's really my point. Is that you could, especially someone who is well educated in education, could probably take just about anything and find a way to make it about whatever the curriculum is. Just like a fucking really good salesman can tell you anything, Could sell whores in a vagina store. That's like a really, an old saying about whatever. Like that's
damn.
I've never heard that.
I've heard that long ass
That's
time
old,
ago.
bro. That's old.
Like,
Yeah.
ooh.
So, yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah. Again, though, in the reality of the situation, I don't think the actual. I don't think there will be problems. We'll put it that way. I don't think you'll see an abuse of the law. You might initially, like you would after any kind of
Shitty people are
activist
gonna
law.
do shitty things.
Exactly. But this is 2022, man. Okay. People are the most accepting of various lifestyles that has ever existed before. And if you do not believe that, you're on social media too much and you have a false perception of reality. You cannot go to a major city somewhere and not be thrown out of places if you come in there spouting some bigoted shit. It's not the reality of the situation. We might have minor bumps in the roads and there might be spikes of hate here or there, left and right. But at the end of the day, most people they're more concerned with not being able to afford the things that they need at their house. And they're more concerned with making sure kids are safe and all this stuff. And if there is a serious problem, I think, generally in our current society with child predators. And I think that for some reason, I don't know if it's at an all-time high or we're just seeing it for the first time.
I think.
And that's just with
exactly.
anybody that works with children, period. It's not just in schools. It's with, you saw the Boy Scout. It tore through the Boy Scouts real big, relatively recently.
I just read an article this morning about ROTC leaders like sergeants and shit like that.
Yeah.
Mike Baker was the one that helped do the report for the New York Times about about students in ROTC.
You know who Mike Baker is?
He's a ex-CIA agent who's on Joe Rogan all the time. But he helped the New York Times do an investigation into ROTC and just a rash of students being sexually assaulted by their ROTC sergeants.
Yeah, there's definitely something happening. And whether it's
any place you
there
can
was
get close to kids, a predator will find a way to do that.
A Ferndale football coach who was like sleeping with girls. That's like the town right next to Bellingham.
Yeah, and
Oh,
there
yeah,
was
Ferndale.
Olympic, the basketball coach, right?
there was a cheer coach.
Yeah, cheer
a cheer coach that went to school with us that then got a job as a cheer coach who was fucking sleeping with high school students. You know?
I think
It's like, oh, it's okay because I'm only 23. Like,
feel like that's
but
not
it's
new,
not.
though.
Yeah. It's not new.
I feel like if we went to
It's-
the 80s and we had text like conversations holding. Oh my
yes,
goodness,
it's
it'd be
not
bad.
new, but it's the same deal as the precedent thing. You know, it's not new, but it's still fucked up.
Yeah.
Like just because it's. And whatever you want to draw it up to our social acceptance or whatever it is, you know, the level of that has gone way the fuck down. That, you know, when our parents were growing up, like you have comedians our parents' age that like make jokes like, oh, cream pickle, blah, blah, blah. That shit would never fly nowadays. If any of us had a family member that we felt was inappropriate around children, we would not allow that
No.
person in our house.
Yeah.
But back then, you just kept your eye on them. You know, you're just going to keep your eye on them. Like, Oli cheer coach and CK basketball assistant coach. There you go. So, so I think part of it is the acceptance of that has gone way the fuck down.
Yeah.
You know, we're not taking anything. The Catholic Church, people knew for decades
Word.
and accepted it. It
Still
wasn't
do.
until the last 15 years that broadly we're like, okay, enough now. Like that's
Stop with the
enough now.
kids.
We've known, but enough now.
Yeah.
You know, so it's definitely prevalent. I think now we may be just approaching a time in which it's actually time to fucking do something about it instead of just rolling back the stage in which we're accepting it. You know, we finally, I think, reached like 15 or 18. There are some states where it's like 16, whoever for statutory stuff. Like that's, I think we've reached the line. You know, it's not going to get any lower than here. This is it. You can push as much as you want. This is it. Now may be the time to actually do something about the people that are perpetrating these crimes.
Yeah. And I will say this too, and it's probably a relatively unpopular opinion, but I think a lot of the pushback, particularly from the right, about the generalized LGBT, you know, push is probably because there's been, like you said before, Donovan, people that are going to abuse kids are going to find the best method of which to do that, and they're going
Yes.
to put themselves in those situations, right?
They'll just find
And
access. Yeah.
there is, I think, generally within that current movement, there's a massive wave of just generalized acceptance, which is about as good a place as any pedo would want to be in if they want to get there, because there's been this relative push from within certain sects of that community to say the MAP community coming
heard this
pushing
term
through
before.
that
Minor
minor
attracted
attracted persons, right? They find homes and they kind of chameleon themselves into other different groups where they can take advantage of
NAMBLA. Do you know the term NAMBLA? Do you know of the group NAMBLA?
this. NAMBLA.
North American.
Man Boy Love Association. It's an actual legitimate group.
Yeah.
Very
It's an
Greek.
actual
Very Greek.
organized group.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, South Park did a whole bit on it a long time ago, which
And-
says
and
they've been
it's
around
like-
for a long time.
Actually real.
Yeah. And so within that particular group, there's so much acceptance that there's been this really strange kind of excuse making or generalized acceptance of this small sect of people that are working their way into this community and definitely using it to prey on kids. And whatever it is, whatever actual number of pedophiles that are running within that particular group is probably going to be relatively small compared to the whole group. But when people see that, they latch onto that group and then they instantly they push back against that group because that's where they're seeing it come from. I would challenge anybody that is pushing back against, say, that generalized movement or like the drag queen story hour type stuff, or there's been a lot of these big kind of like grown ass men in drag doing strip teases in front of kids, and their parents are bringing them to these venues and things like this. I would doubt that anybody that's pushing back against that has any problem with gay people, lesbians, bisexual, even trans people, as a whole, especially when they meet them one-on-one, because again, like, people are more accepting today than ever. I highly doubt I think it's partly a social panic coming from that particular side of the political aisle. The amount of people that are actually bigoted towards that group of people is infinitesimally small. But because they see certain rightfully terrible things coming out of that group, they push back against the entire group. And it's somewhat understandable in a way, but I wouldn't go as far as to call them bigoted necessarily or anything like that. It's just, we're in a more divisive and polarized era than ever, so people automatically take pretty extreme stances right off the bat. And generally speaking, the longer they're exposed to these issues, the more nuanced their take on them begin. And I don't see it. I don't see a massive wave increase in bigotry against generalized homosexuality in America today. I think that's a crazy thing to think necessarily, especially if you spend any actual time out in the real world. If you live on social media and that's where you get your take on society, you could believe that. But at that point, you're not just a bigot. You're also kind of a fucking idiot anyways, because this is where you get your generalized perception of reality.
So do you covered a lot of stuff. So do you have anything to respond to what?
Oh yeah, sorry, that was a lot.
It is okay if you don't. I just want to give you an opportunity to.
You could just pick one if you
Yeah,
want.
so I guess I would say I think like I agree that like most people are very accepting, but I do feel like within the last 6 months, there is a sort of pushback on. I would agree with you. Like gay and lesbian, we're kind of done, but I think T is where there is a lot more conversations about like trans people and
Yes.
and so like I worked at a school where there's a lot of kids who didn't identify with their sex, with their birth gender, and it wasn't necessarily that they were trans. A lot of them were like non-binary.
Do we call it the gender spectrum? I mean that seriously. I'm asking.
Gender binary usually.
Just somewhere on they're just non-binary. Is
Yeah.
that what that?
Yeah.
If you identify as something other than like cisgendered. I'm just asking. I don't know.
The non-binary would mean that you don't identify as
like either one, right?
So trans is you're technically within the binary, you just switched.
Okay.
Whereas non-binary is like you go by they them, and you choose
Okay.
not to be
Or
within
something-
the
okay.
male female like dichotomy, and it's just
Probably dichotomy. That's
and
That's a good word.
and like while I guess I do agree that like I think we are in a much better place. I do think that it's. I think of like my students when there's a lot of rhetoric out there attacking, particularly that trans ideology, and like we can have like conversations about like that I guess the age and stuff like that, but like fundamentally this is what they believe, and it's just kind of
Fundamentally, who believes?
the students believe like they believe that like this is who I am, and like we can't.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I would have to add the caveat for now, because we can see statistically, and as far as youth goes, there's like almost 10% of youth that identifies as something other than cis, but it's almost only 1-2% of the adult American population.
Yeah.
Depending on where you're at, it's some places as high as 20%.
I think
in
it's
certain areas.
undeniable that there's something going on with youth
Yeah.
right now as far as the trans category goes, that there is an enormous amount of children that are identifying as trans that are not necessarily trans.
Yeah, and like I guess what I would say is like even if they choose to change it in their life, even if they choose to change so in the future, I just hope that we can create something that like they're at least okay in the now. Because a lot of times these things are coupled with deep poverty, anxiety, depression, and it just
Social pressure.
Social pressure, and it's just like I just think like my thing is like I'd rather have I just don't want it to go to a point where like these kids have to find a very dark way out, and so I just how do you, and it's like as a society, it's like how do we make sure that they can live their fulfilled life in the way that they either are or choose to be, but also like find what we as a society need to be. I guess it's just this hard thing because it's like, how do we deal with this fact that like 10% of like youth are now identifying as, you know, non like other than the birth sex. Like how do we deal with this while making sure the kids stay okay?
I think a good first step would be help them figure out what the reality is, because again, some of those kids are not actually trans. For one reason or another, they're currently identifying that way. There are people, what is the woman name? Abigail Schreier, right? She has a whole book specifically about females, right? Young females, right? And the insane amount of young females that are identifying as trans, and there's a correlation between social groups and all kinds of stuff. There's something going on outside of, and I'm not being denigrative, but I mean reality, outside of reality, that is causing these children, some of these children, to identify this way. And some of them are gay and they think they're trans, or they're, like I said, it's a social thing that they're involved with. There's all kinds of reasons that this could be happening. Some of it is genuine. And by that I mean some of these children actually do have gender dysphoria and are actually dealing with this issue, and some of them are dealing with an outside issue that they think, or it is manifesting in this identification as a trans identity, right? So I think the first step is helping them figure that out. If you are not really trans, you probably shouldn't be identifying as trans when you're 13, because it's only going to confuse your path forward to find out who you really are. And I think that limiting outside interference, and I mean not specifically, but a lot of times social media, is a good place to start, right?
Yeah.
I think that if you give, I don't know, so I'm not a psychologist. I'm now speaking from, and I'm not qualifying anything, I'm just from a parent, I'm just trying to think, right? I believe that if you support a child and give them a nurturing environment to discover who they are, they will do that. I think that if you implant a child, or even with seeds of ideas from outside, even in good-hearted attempts to try and help them figure out who they are, you stand the chance to subvert them away from reality, because they are children. Because they don't fucking know what is happening at 13 years old. They don't know.
Yeah.
And even tiny little seedlings of ideas can grow and subvert them away from what is actually going on. So that's where I would start, is help them figure out what is actually going on. Don't immediately jump to affirm what they say they're dealing with, because that might not be the reality, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my concern is schools doing that outside of parents' knowledge, because we have proof of that, right? There have been schools around the country that have helped children transition without the knowledge of their parents, without knowledge that their parents are bigoted, or it would put the children in an unsafe environment. Because that's another thing. I have to take a second, right? We received pushback the first time we covered this about not being explicit about children who don't find acceptance at home, right? If you are a child whose parents are bigoted and they're going to abuse you or maltreat you because of the way that who you are, you deserve safety. I believe that wholeheartedly. I don't know that the school system is the best place for that, but I know that it has been for some students. For some people, that has been the best place. So I would never say that it isn't. I would say I don't know that it is, but it certainly has been in the past, right? So I have to draw that distinction, and this is nothing to do with you. This is pushback we got from outside of this. Oh, you don't think that kids should have a safe place? Of course I do. I have fucking 2 children. Of course I do. Of course children should be safe and they should be allowed to be who they are. But it is our job as adults to help them find out who they are, not subvert them away from that.
So-
We've got to help them figure that out.
Yeah, so it's I wish, I guess what I would say is, like, so as an example, is like I'm a substitute and I hop around schools sometimes. I was going through attendance and I was like, blah 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 blah, and it was like Samantha. And it's like, no, I go by John.
Yeah.
As a substitute, I'm not gonna just be like, no, you're obviously like,
no, and
but like
no.
it's like how, like, we're talking about, like, at school, it's like, what if their parents aren't okay with them going by that at school? Like, I don't know. Like, this is what they told me.
Certainly.
And so, like, it's not nefarious. And I think that, like...
In that case, it's not. In some of these instances, we have seen teachers lie to parents, openly deceive them about what is going on.
Yeah.
So certainly in that instance, especially with you, you're a substitute teacher. You're with these kids for a day, a week, maybe, you know, something like that. I don't assume malicious behavior on the part of a substitute teacher. I'm talking about teachers that we have evidence that proves that they have openly deceived parents about their children without their knowledge to try and subvert them into whatever the fuck ideology they think that that kid should be in.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And that's why I want to be so specific. And like I broke it down a little bit for you when we were talking, because I don't mean teachers who are on the left. I'm not concerned about Democrat teachers. I'm not concerned about people who believe in Medicare for all or fucking student loan forgiveness. I don't care about that. I'm not concerned about any of that shit. I'm not concerned about teachers who are genuinely trying to do the right thing, because I believe, like Colin said, you and the vast majority of educators are trying to do the right thing. I believe that. I genuinely believe that, right? It is only this minute, this finite minority that is there that we are unable to clearly decipher. That is my concern. And my activation on it is that we should all be against this type of activism in school. And it muddies the language and it muddies the waters with these distinctions like this. Of course, I'm not blaming you. Of course not. I would never do that. I would never do that. I'm talking about people who are intentionally, maliciously trying to subvert children away from who they are.
Yeah.
That is happening.
But, like, from their point of view, are they malicious? Like, they probably think they're doing the right thing.
And I guess that you could draw it down to a policy distinction, because if you're a devout Marxist, you probably think that's for the best. I think that if we look at history, we can prove to you that isn't the best for people. So like, it's a moral distinction. So it's a judgment at that point. I would have to tell you I think you're morally incorrect. So that's where it comes to the opinion part of this show. I think Marxism, communism, socialism is abhorrent. I think that at the end of the day, that's the wrong way to go for people, right? I think the idea of it is beautiful. Obviously, it's utopian. It's a beautiful idea. I think in modern application, or in any application with human beings, it's a horrible fucking mistake, right? So that's the distinction that I would draw, is I get that at the end of the day, if you're a devout Marxist or you're devoted to queer theory, and I mean actual queer theory, not like people identifying as queer, I mean actual queer theory, right? And you're trying to implement this into schools, or gender theory, or even like the deeper, darker portions of like CRT, right? If you're trying to implement these things underhandedly in schools, you're doing it maliciously, and you're doing it that way because you know that it isn't the right thing to do.
Yes. So I guess I'd have a question, is like, because I guess I'm not trying to, like, I guess maybe like more like a devil's advocate sort of thing.
No. That's what we're here for, man.
Is I had a second grade teacher
Yes.
who invited me to their Bible camp.
Okay.
Is that, like, I think we would probably say that, is that, like, you know, Christianity is much more comfortable, but like there's a certain proselytization of your students.
Yeah.
That would be.
What are the I'm not trying. What
Do
are
you
the
remember
circumstances?
Miss Hegvet?
Oh, so when you were in school?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
was
thought
in
you meant
school.
like you were a sub,
No.
and another teacher. I'm
No,
like,
no, no.
I don't see
I
what
was
the
a
problem
student.
is with this. Okay.
I was a student invited to a Bible camp.
It's definitely sketchy. It's definitely
but
questionable.
socially
Yes.
completely okay.
I think depending who you are, you know?
depending.
So let me.
Yeah, I would say
when we
it's-
were growing up, your parents, you were religious.
Yeah,
right?
my dad's a pastor.
So
So it
your,
totally
your
makes
dad
sense.
didn't care, right?
No,
and
not
I
at all.
think I think it just depends, right? Socially, your dad was probably, it's whatever,
Yeah,
right?
it's like, probably,
But-
this is great. Get him out of
But
the house.
if your
Circle
parents are
back.
an atheist, they'd probably be fucking furious.
Yeah.
You know, they were probably fucking livid.
Yeah.
Even if it was an accident on her part, if she thought that you were religious and did that, whatever. So I think, I would say it's definitely questionable. Definitely questionable.
Yeah, but I guess to tie that in is like, as someone who's spent their time in education, there are teachers are fairly left. Like, I
Yes.
think I would also say teaching as an institution isn't very attractive to conservatives, because it's inherently change oriented. You're trying to change something. You're trying to move society forward by being a teacher.
I think definitely on the lower levels, and not like, lower levels. I mean, like in elementary and secondary, I would agree with that. I think in university, only in the last few decades have we seen the far shift to the left.
Yeah.
As far as the professors go, and part of that, to my understanding, is reactionary to where we exist as a social culture. You
Yeah.
know, so I don't necessarily disagree with you. It is to the left,
so
especially
it's-
in elementary,
so
like
it's-
we're talking
yeah,
about.
so it's a pretty liberal institution to begin with, and I think there's definitely like a huge bit. I would say there's a small section of like activists for sure, but I think there has been a big shift. Maybe not a big shift. I guess what I'll say is like there are a pretty big section of people who I don't think see the wrong in or see the conflict in calling students something that their parents might not agree with. And like keeping that like out of the parents' reach. And like I'm not saying that's like a good thing. What I'm saying is like is if like there's a certain sort of proselytization to it.
Yes, and there's a distinction I would draw between a parent not agreeing with the way their child is identifying and mistreating and abusing their child. I wouldn't say that it's the right way to go to openly tell your kid, I'm not going to fucking call you what you want to be called. I don't think that's the right way to go. I also think that it's overstepping the bounds as a teacher, as an agent of the state, to identify a child as something you know their parent doesn't want you to and lying to the parent about it. That's openly deceptive to the person who's not only paying your salary, but is the parent of the child you are instructing.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a common phrase generally on the right that's when we're talking about particularly children at this point, and say it ties into a lot of different things, but they say, the left doesn't have children, or they don't need children because they have yours. And that is something that I think they get credence from it. It's a kind of a broad overstatement, obviously, but generally speaking, yes, people that are going to be teachers are going to be generally probably more open, and they're going to be more caring individuals. They're going to be generally on the left, kind of like I think the way you talk, because they generally care more about kids, which is why they're teachers, right?
Yeah.
But defining the line between where your responsibility as an educator starts and stops, I think is very important. And this anything outside the bounds of essentially teaching what the school is supposed to be teaching, you start to get into some gray territory there where, personal choices and things might come into question. And it is definitely no help to people that there is little to no communication, open communication between parents and schools, and particularly teachers. There's a lot of problems there. Who's got the time? How do you do it? You go into parent-teacher conferences once every fucking 6 months or once a year.
Show up.
Right.
And that's, yeah.
I was there.
And so I think it's a failure on both sides of the scale here. You do have an open, there's somewhat of an allowance for activism within the school, obviously, because you're trying to nourish kids, and there's lots of different. There's so many examples you can pick. That you just pick one, whatever one's in your mind. But that where a teacher might be put into a position to essentially step outside the bounds of their everyday job, and it influence a child's life in one way or another. Sometimes it's for good, sometimes it's not. I would argue that if it's anywhere near the realm of ideology, it's off bounds 100%, and you're way out of line. If it's within the bounds of the curriculum you're teaching, it seems to make sense. And if there is any thought in a teacher's mind where they feel they may have gotten close to the line in some way or another, but they felt that, like I made this decision and I thought it was the right decision, it is then incumbent on the school to reach out to the parents and have a conversation about what just happened and why and what was actually done. And I'm not going to get into particulars because it's just big picture type stuff. But the lack of communication between schools and parents is a huge problem, and it breeds a lot of this dissent and resentment and fear that things are being done at the school that they may not agree with. And what if what if that kid that is, Samantha, no, I go by John. What if the parent doesn't know that's happening? It seems like something that the parent should know, because let's face it, kids do act different at school than most of the time than when they're
Right.
at home. I mean,
Very, very
they're
true.
free to practice their social life. I mean, that's arguably a massive part of what school is. It's social education. It's social, getting involved in dealing with other people that are on your peer level, right?
Yeah.
And without open communication on anything that might be anything outside of curriculum with parents, as difficult or time consuming as that might be, is necessary to instill trust in that institution. And the longer a lack of communication goes on, the more distrust in that institution is going to continue to breed. And good teachers are going to continue to get bad names, and the entire institution as a whole is going to continue to just be ripped apart by the two different factions at play here.
Part of that, I think, goes back to the parents. I'm sure you know this. You have to know this as a you just fucking said about half the teachers or half the parents not showing up, right?
Yeah.
Half of that is parental involvement in their child's education, right? I'm sure I can't even. Let me decide how I want to start this fucking sentence, right? I can't imagine how many parents aren't as involved as they should be in their child's education.
I think you'd be
right?
surprised.
And
Probably a lot.
part of it is, I would grant that, like, they have a difficulty doing it, right. They're very busy. They're working on jobs. They don't have money. It is what it is, right? They don't have the privilege to be as involved as they want to be. The other part is parents choosing to not be as involved as they should be in their kid's school. If you're going to send your kid somewhere for 40 hours a week with someone else that you don't know, you should be deeply involved in what's going on there.
Yeah. No
You should-
matter how difficult that may
Yes,
be to
you
do.
should be inserting yourself into what is happening so that you can have access to your child's life in the hours that you're choosing, or have no choice but to not be with them, right? So it doesn't even matter, right? But it's incumbent upon you as a parent to be involved in your child's life, because just like Deborah said, once in middle school, they will not communicate with your parents. They don't talk to you. We were all fucking 15 at one point in time. Probably some of us better kids than others. I didn't say fucking shit to my mom for the time that I was 14, probably until I was like 19 years old. Didn't have shit to say to her that wasn't fuck you, right?
Only the
So
necessities to get through life.
It is
How's school?
incumbent.
Good.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's incumbent upon you to be involved in your child's life in school, especially in public school. And you can't, as a parent, you can't not give a fuck and then get upset when something happens, because there was probably
They do it all the time.
They do it all the time, but it makes you a piece of shit, because there was probably months of lead up to this event in which you could have intervened and done something about it.
Yeah.
But you didn't, because you weren't involved for whatever reason, right? So I agree with you, but there's also like and it's not right. I don't want to defend it, but I have to. It's not right, but I don't necessarily blame a teacher who's been a teacher for 20 years who still gives a fuck, but it's like only half of these parents actually care. I am not going to put in the effort to try extra hard for the parents that won't even return my phone calls. I understand that. And it doesn't make it right, but it's justified, I think, to a certain extent. You know, the wearing down of the why would I fucking try? I experienced the same thing when I got suspended. Only like 2 of my teachers sent me work because I was a piece of shit. I was a piece of shit when I was at school. So they didn't want to help me. Doesn't make it right, but I understand it, right? I get it. So there's a cooperation on both sides that has to be there. That parents, you have to take time out of your already busy lives. I know how difficult it is. I fucking know. I work a lot. I know. You have to take time out of your day to involve yourself, or else the other regular human beings who work at that school are also not going to reciprocate, because only so many of them are going to continue to try their hardest the entire time that they work at that school.
Yeah.
You know, some of them are going to get beat down and just fucking stop giving a fuck after a certain time and just be mailing it in.
Yeah.
We all had a teacher who didn't give a fuck when we were in school, you know?
Oh yeah. I mean, there's lots of teachers that I can recall that you can just tell we're just like
On fumes.
they're just waiting, man, to just
Yes.
come on. Let me get out of here. These little fucking snot-nosed pieces of shit. Come on. What do you mean you have a question about this fucking algebraic problem? You're a dumbass. Come on. But I think the point you're making is very, very true. There is no excuse for abdicating your responsibility for involvement in your child's life as a parent and then being confronted with the reality that the person you have abdicated your child to, that you didn't do your due diligence to find out, and you didn't maintain some kind of overwatch or overlook. It is at the end of the day, that is your problem. And if you think it's the state's problem, then you should probably reassess your values at that point, because I don't know. Again, I'm not a parent, so it's like I feel like I'm just throwing value judgments out there. But at the end of the day, I don't see any other way. I mean, this is your child. How can you not take full and utter responsibility over that situation? You're choosing, no matter how difficult the circumstance is, you're still going to make a choice to send them to a state institution. And if you have any form of distrust against that institution, it's on to you to ensure that you know what's going on there. And whether or not that involves you calling the school during the day, I don't know what it entails, but whatever it is that you need to do, you need to do it. I have zero sympathy for you if you decide to abdicate that responsibility without doing any due diligence whatsoever.
Right.
Then that's it. I mean, you can have trust in the institution that they're doing this. That's your problem. If you trusted that institution and you feel like the institution is failing you, that's your problem.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I think it's just it's hard because I think a lot of this is I think a lot of parents have put the process and job of parenting onto the schools.
Yes.
And it seems like there's pushback and people are mad that the school has had to be parents for their kids.
Right.
And so like it's like
they're teaching them shit that you should be teaching them
Yeah.
at home because you've abdicated the responsibility, whether you like it or not. They have stepped up in that place, and it may or may not be under an ideology that you find dangerous. But you've fucked off for so long that now you're at this point where you can scream about it, and be overreactionary because you don't really know what you're talking about, but you know you don't like what you're seeing, and so you're just upset about it. Or you can the work to try and, in my opinion, and I'll dive into this a little bit deeper after this, the work to put in to understand deeply the actual issues at play, I think, is more than what most people have. And I think that's where the new discourses things comes in, right? And I want to lay this out a little bit because I was listening to a lot of these groomer school things again this week, right? The series that James Lindsay did. And as I'm listening to it, he will read a paper and he'll, read a section of it and then say, and they're doing this to your children in schools or something to that effect. And when he does that, I don't always connect the same dots that he does. It's not like every time he talks, I'm like, you're a fucking messiah. I get it. Like it's all fucking Marxism, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that does make sense to me, where what they're saying for me directly translates into the modern policy and curriculum that he is laying out. I understand a lot of that. Right? So I don't totally agree with what he's saying, but when I hear the concepts that he lays out, the documents and the reports and stuff like that, like I said, the different crazy shit that we see in the media that I know some of that's anecdotal and it's because it's in social media, it feels more than it is.
Yeah.
When I take those things and I weigh them with what I also know about the certain amount of activism teachers that exist in elementary and secondary school, and the active Marxism at play in universities, both from nationalist people who are here and also from foreign nations, because I've read multiple reports about Chinese spies coming here with the intent to implant Marxist ideology in university. That's their whole reason for being here. So these things are happening, and when I read about those things and I listen to James Lindsay talk and lay these things out, I struggle to find another readily available logical argument for the core of these things, right? And that's the core of them, the activists, why they are there. From then, I see a lot of teachers that are being handed a curriculum and they are doing what they're being told to do because they maybe don't realize the underlying ideology that got this curriculum in their hands. So they're taking what they're being given, as is their job, and teaching that curriculum. I do not necessarily blame the people who don't understand the core of what they are teaching, but they are teaching because, well, it sounds good to me. Equity sounds good, right? I don't necessarily blame you if you don't understand. Not you. I mean, teachers,
Yeah.
if you don't understand what you're laying out. But I still don't find it acceptable, because the people that are implanting this type of shit know what they're doing, and it's just as dark. And so when you're talking about shit, like I was saying, like queer ideology is a great example, because the core of that, like actual queer ideology, the papers, the basis, the theories, the thought processes, is the definition of queer is like, God, and I can only lay this out so much. I'm not an expert in it, so I can only do so good of a job, right? Is an entity without an essence. And so the whole goal of this is to try and separate children in particular from their solidified identity, to try and use them for their own purposes. Like, this is a thing that's not only happening, it's being written out in the papers that are used for the basis of these ideologies and theories. So it's not even like he's inferring this. They're saying these things, that they're trying to destabilize children. There are people, the actors that we're talking about, that are in schools using those ideologies and also doing what they can to implant those ideologies in things like social and emotional learning, right? And that is where I start to, like you said, get in that area of teachers that are being handed a curriculum and doing what they're told and teaching something that is based in an ideology with the intent to subvert those children. Mm-hmm. That's what my major concern is. Does that make sense? I know that was like a lot of words.
No, like I think it makes sense. I guess this is what I'd say. It's like, I think it makes sense, but I think there's a lot of I think you're giving them a lot of the activists like a lot of credit to try to like do this globally
Nationally.
like this nationally like destabilizing thing, when I feel like the reality is this, like they fundamentally think that the establishment of our nation and education is bad and needs to change, and like to the point where I think that like it's
That may be part of what they think.
no I guess it's a part of it, but like I guess I'll go to I'll think, okay, so I'll talk about like myself. Is in my teaching program, one of our professors like explicitly mentioned critical race theory. Definitely an ideology that a lot of James Lindsay talks a lot about it.
Right.
This idea that's often linked with like Marxism and destabilization. But so that usually is just manifested to the students as, we just need to make sure you're racially conscious, or not racially conscious, just need to make sure that you're aware that like there's different, that like I guess that the skin colors often matter in American history, and I think that's kind of what it
Also, treating children differently based off of their skin color, that's happening in school systems in
yeah,
America.
there are some school systems that do that, but I think that's
in
not.
Seattle, they have this math curriculum in which they're questioning why the correct answer matters and the power structure within mathematics itself. I don't see how those things are relevant at all to children learning arithmetic.
Yeah, no, like it's like, I think that's fair, but like I think the guy kind of talked about it more in the context of like, if you ask a math question that's like, Bob sailed north 500 miles and then east blah blah blah, how far is he? But if you ask that to inner city kids, they don't know shit about sailing, and so the question, they'll miss the math problem not because they're stupid, but because the context isn't relative to like their culture. And so like that's kind of what we were talking about.
So let me show you this. This is from the Seattle Public Schools, right? These are the
Yeah.
themes. One of the themes is history of resistance and liberation. This is for the math ethnic studies framework.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with math? What does the history of resistance and liberation have to do with math? The history of resistance and liberation, as defined by ethnic studies, is the stories, places, and people who helped to liberate people and communities from color using math, engineering, and technology. What does this have to do with a child learning arithmetic?
I don't know, but I guess I would argue that they're probably thinking more of like, we need to talk about like people of color who are involved in mathematics.
But
and,
that's
like,
what
people
history
with-
class is for, not math.
Yeah, I would argue.
This is ideology.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's the big difference, I think.
being implanted in curriculum in Seattle schools.
But like, what my question is like, how does a kid learning about math, people of color in math, change how they learn in history?
It's not math.
It's not math.
But
That isn't math.
That's the big difference.
yeah,
And
That is
you
outside
can-
of the base of the curriculum, unless you have a board like the Equity and Inclusivity Board of Washington State helping you craft your curriculum,
Yeah.
in which they've defined racism inherently having to do with whiteness. That's ideology. That is ideology that is based in racism towards white people, and we're letting those people help craft our school curriculums.
Yes. And unfortunately, the more you learn about, I think a lot of the big problem here is ignorance of the normal person. That is a generally open and caring person that can hear these things, because literally you have to go back and you have to read the papers. I mean, there is, Donovan, you've done way more work on this than I have, and I thank you for that every day, because this stuff is soul crushing. But if you really go back and you read the published papers from these actual Marxists and things like that,
That are the basis for this getting here where it is.
yes,
yeah.
if you go back and actually do the work to learn that stuff, that's the only point at which you can see it. Otherwise, all this stuff has literally been designed to be told to people, to be taught to people without them knowing it, to bring the ideology along with it and ensconce it in things like curriculum, to under the auspices of like doing the right thing, right? And that's why you have like these problems like this, where this type of thing comes up and gets through curriculum, because essentially as these people go forward and they're taught about this stuff, they're not taught about where the fundamental root of that comes from. But when you learn that through their own writings, they tell you that they're doing it. But the problem is it's really, really difficult, and it takes a lot of work to get in there and actually study this stuff and learn it, like, thank goodness, James Lindsay does, because he will just read the papers that these people publish, right? And then once you kind of intake that, I mean, you could try to break it down 1,000 different times, but
And link to the
they're-
papers themselves.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it is designed so that the everyday person that cares about like the goodness of children, or like trying to make sure, people are equal and understanding and just and all this stuff, it's designed to just rope those people in without explaining the harmful ideology behind it that's driving the whole thing. And the biggest problem is the ignorance of people that are being subjected to this and then swallowed in, because it's, generally speaking, most social justice type stuff sounds like a really good idea, because nobody likes when people are mistreated for no reason whatsoever, for bullshit reasons and stuff. It sounds really good, so it's really easy for people to intake it, internalize it, and then to begin their own proselytization about it when they don't even know what they're talking about. And that is the super dangerous part, and that's why like people like us get so animated about it, because once you actually begin to learn how Marxist ideology has been implemented since the 60s in particularly education departments and at universities that teach further educators and things like this, they don't even know what they're being taught, because the base literature is not being taught to them.
And that's why I was saying I don't blame teachers or parents who don't
Yeah.
know. I don't blame anybody who doesn't
It's
know
really
that, or is
hard.
not, or even isn't considering it, because who the fuck has time or the want in their daily life to read an entire fucking Marxist paper or book? Who the fuck wants to do that?
Yeah. Nobody does,
You
man.
go
It's
ahead.
difficult.
Yeah, I guess. What to say? I think it's just interesting because like
It's hard to rationalize.
I feel like going back to the very beginning of what we talked about like objectivity, and I think we have this idea that like education can be objective when it can't. Like
Facts and truth.
you can teach facts, but like when I talk about the Civil War, we have to talk about you can't talk about the Civil War without talking about the socioeconomic facts of that time.
Period.
Or if we talk about like I saw this post on, I think it was r/conservative, where this guy was talking about how
I don't get Reddit. I wish I understood.
he was like, hey, I want to read a book about Native Americans, but every time they always talk about like how they are screwed over by the white people, and I don't like it. Or any books that are more favorable, and it's like you can't talk about westward expansion without the like destruction of Western cultures by like America, or not Western cultures, Native American cultures by America.
Certainly.
And so it's like I think I guess I'm not trying to say like I don't think that that's okay. I think the people who teach it, maybe like, I would say maybe not the first people, because like there might be people who are generally very Marxist or very ideological leaning, but they teach people who are just trying to like teach.
And that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm
But
saying.
what I'm saying is like, how does them teaching about some, I guess, an Arabic guy, like teaching about the history of the Arabic people and Arabic numerals and math, how is that Marxism?
Because it's happening in, and this is the issue that I have personally, right? Is that I'm still expanding on this. So all these papers and stuff, the best that I can do at this point in time, because I'm not an expert on this stuff yet, is to give you the information that I'm consuming. That's the best that I can do, right? Because I can't quote the papers to you. I don't have them in front of me, so I can't read them to you. So, and I don't want to bastardize them. I don't want to distort them. I don't want to gaslight you. I don't want to lie to you, right? So what I can say is that in an accumulative fashion, not just in mathematics, this is just the example that I pulled up, it is an intent to destabilize the children through many different avenues. This one is through a racial basis. The other one that we're talking about is through a queer gender identity basis, right? Any avenue possible to destabilize the child. So the best thing to relate this to is Maoism, right?
Yeah.
Is because this is the express intent to form a new Red Guard, just like Mao had in China, through a cultural revolution, beginning with students, teaching them that their parents don't know what they're talking about, that they are too old to understand the reality of what's really happening, that society and culture have changed. The same discussions we're seeing had now through children that are identifying in different ways that their parents don't necessarily agree with for one reason or another, right? And that's why I'm telling you, I don't agree with everything that he's saying. I don't have another logical, readily available solution or explanation as to why this is happening. But when you overlay those two things for me, that makes a lot of sense. What I know about Maoism and the Red Guard and what we're learning now. And what I'm hearing from these papers that are written from the 60s all the way through to the 90s and early 2000s, they're saying and quoting the same shit.
Yeah.
The same Marxist ideology, the same Marxist and Maoist thinkers. So if they're quoting the same people, I have to assume you mean the same thing. Because you're quoting those people and using their ideology as a basis for what you're putting in curriculum. So as the activist, I have to assume that you mean what you're saying. Or else why would you be putting it in curriculum? Why would you be doing it if you didn't mean it?
Yeah. I guess
It's a lot to put on you. I don't want you to feel like you need to represent this community or
Yeah.
this position
Oh,
or
yeah.
anything. Because we are not putting you in this, right? Like I said, there is a small minority of activists that are purveying this, and then all of the other teachers in the country that are doing what they are told, and not maliciously, because they're, like I said, they're being handed curriculum and saying, here's the curriculum, teach based off of that.
yeah.
If this is one of the guidelines, you have to hit it, or else you lose your job.
But I guess my thing is like, what is the like? Let's put the actual like backing of it inside. Like, what is the harm of teaching kids? Hey, Arabic numerals, like we have Pythagoras who was from like Greece, and then you have Arabic numerals that went into like we learned about some like Chinese scholars that also go into math. Like how does that like make kids not? Like, how does that destabilize youth?
Those don't, but when you're using SWBAT analyzes the ways in which ancient mathematical knowledge has been appropriated by Western culture, what the fuck does that have to do with math?
I guess
Why do we need to be teaching kids about the appropriation of mathematics by Western culture for you to learn arithmetic?
But like, I'm not talking about like. I think appropriation is a very particular
This
word
is
there.
the curriculum.
But like, is not Arabic numerals an Arabic like we're using?
Right, but this is an actual example. That's one that you've come up with, which I acknowledge. But
Yeah.
this is an actual example.
But-
That's hypothetical.
No. But like that would, as a teacher, that would hit the learning target.
If you don't know it, yes, it does. And that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point. It hits the learning target. The base of it does. But if you don't know the core of what you're teaching You're implanting ideology that you don't even understand in your children. What does the appropriation of mathematics by Western culture have to do with arithmetic?
Because it's important to know that like math is a global system.
We didn't learn right, but that doesn't have to do with the appropriation of math by Western culture.
But like I think appropriation I do think is a charged word. But by saying that like we're using I think it's particularly super cool that the math we use has gathered influence from the Middle East, because during the Islamic Revolution, like the Enlightenment age, everything like Islamic culture, we grabbed that and we thought, this is great, let's pull it into our system. And that's what there's like, I don't understand how that's a bad
what you're
thing.
saying. That's not what this is saying.
But like,
this is the curriculum. That's what I'm trying to implant in you, is that what you're saying is not weird. It's not.
It's
It
normal.
is super cool.
Because
it's
it's
very
correct.
Cool. The intention and express intent to put has been appropriated by Western culture. That is intent. That is ideology, and this is the curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, the reason why we settled, why the West appropriated, the true reason why Western culture appropriated the Arabic numerals and things like that is because it was superior. Because
it's awesome.
Especially when it comes to things like math, it is the easiest thing in the world to prove which is better and which is worse, right? Because some math works and some math doesn't. And that's how
SWBAT, identify how math has been and continues to be used to oppress and marginalize people in communities of color. What does that have to do with mathematics?
Okay, that one is like, I don't...
That's what I'm saying. I'll send you this document, because these are only small squares I pulled off of here. These are just the ones that I just pulled off just in this discussion.
And the real problem...
This whole document is filled with this shit. This is ideology that is crafting curriculum based in Seattle mathematics.
Is this even... This is from 2020, though. 2019, though. Is this still even accurate?
I understand that. But in 2019, this was the ethnic studies framework for the Seattle Public Schools.
I mean, it might have changed.
Is this class called Math Ethnic Studies?
This is for K through 12, right? This is for math. I would have to dig through which article I pulled this out of.
Part of the problem here too, while you guys are looking at that thing, part of the problem here too is that when it comes to how these things how these things end up being presented when somebody finds an issue with them, right, is that it sounds so conspiratorial, right? It really does. Why would there be this group of ideological individuals that are pushing this stuff on that sounds crazy until you do the research to go back and then you go down that road and you're going, holy shit. I mean, it's literally right from their words, and you're like, I cannot believe that this is an actual thing that's happening. And we can argue all day about whether or not the people that are implementing these things nowadays have, whether it's ignorance or malice. I would generally err on the side of it's probably ignorance, because nobody's going to do this kind of work, because it is literally soul crushing when you do it. It is, and it's tough to get through because of the verbiage they use is generally nonsensical. Most of them use words that aren't even real, but that's generally the case in that kind of world, because it does confuse people. But when you actually do the work to discover what's the foundational principles that this stuff is found on, you realize that, I mean, you just look at it and they tell you this is how you get people to think this way. They don't shroud it behind, colloquial ideological terms like they do in that specific curriculum. They just tell you outright. And then it's because they want to be able to essentially convert the people that don't know the base literature. But when you do know the base literature, that's when you understand it. And until then, you kind of sound like a crazy person who thinks that like teachers are all out to make your kids trans. When it is such a bastardization of the truth. It's hard to really get down to it. Then you just sound like a crazy person or a bigot. It's one of the two. And that's part of the difficulty behind this, is they have done such a good job. I mean, they have Marxism itself and the people that have built this thing up over the decades and decades and decades that it's been around have become experts at at implementing this stuff so that they can take down entire nations. And when you look at history, it has. And every single time this stuff has been implemented, it literally brings down whatever society that it touches and is implemented in. This is why when people like us discover these types of things and we start looking into it, and then the next thing you know, you're like, this can't be fucking real. Then you dive down even further, and then you start reading the literature and getting into this stuff. And you go, holy shit, this is real. How is this happening? And then you kind of step back and look at how it is being implemented, and you go, oh, this is bad. This is real bad. And then it's always covered in the auspices of like social and emotional learning, because it sounds really good, but it's just veiled ways to get this ideology into people's heads, and particularly into young people's heads, because every time they can infect the next generation, they've already won. As soon as they infect the younger generation, it's exponentially more difficult to turn that off, to turn that ideology around once it's implemented to a young person's mind, because young people are so impressionable. And that's where all the pushback comes from. And that's why society as a whole, even though they don't understand what it is they're necessarily pushing back against, they see something wrong and they push back against it. And then the two sides go to war with each other, and then everything just gets torn apart. And the cream rises to the top, and then the ideology continues to perpetuate itself over and over and over again, because at the base root of the ideology, to bastardize it enough, it allows society as a whole to look down, to ostracize anybody that disagrees with it. And any pushback is wrong, and when you push back, you're bad for multiple reasons. In today's day and age, it's generally, race, sex, the two main ones, obviously, because there've already been, divisive issues in the country anyways. They're the easiest ways to do it, and that's what society finds it easy to cling on to, and then you tear each other apart. And without looking at these things and really trying to, you give them a cursory glance, you listen to, a few of the papers from that James Lindsay reads, and you go, wait a minute, what is this all about? And then where is this stuff taught at? How this is not taught to anybody. And then you look at, it's always taught at the university level to other people that are trying to become other educators, and it sounds conspiratorial. It really does when you boil it down. But at the end of the day, especially if you're a student of history and you compare it to the past, and if you look into those other communist nations and stuff like that, you could see it implemented there in different fashion. You see it in all those places, then you see where it leads. And that's what gets people worried about it. And then, especially because you see it now, you see the byproducts playing out. All the social issues that stem out of education, they're in one way or another some kind of branch off from this. And, we kind of can take some of that and create our own problems with that too. And then that, just because we always have problems with each other anyways, because we're a big multicultural democracy as it is. And so it snowballs and it rolls down and it gets bigger and bigger. And then next thing you know, society is tearing itself apart.
Okay, so here's some more background on this document, right? So here's the original article that I pulled this from. It's from the National Review article. Or it's from a National Review article. And it says that this is Seattle Public Schools 2019 proposed K-12 math ethnic studies framework. So the link to that, and so then I looked for more information on it because it was such a buzz thing. There's a lot of articles about it, right? So this article is from the Seattle Times about this same draft. These and other questions erupted on Twitter last week, shortly after public schools released a draft of new learning. Jesus Christ. Oh, dear God. Let me read the fucking article, Josh Keaton.
Are they paywalling it?
So I guess while you're waiting,
Yes. Just to clarify what I read, because I read it before I fucking tried to show it, obviously.
Yeah.
This document was a draft that was released and then erupted in controversy. And this article talks about how there is, in fact, a board that has been outfitted in Seattle with creating an ethnic studies framework, not only in general for all counties, but also particularly in Seattle for all of their different subjects. So I would have to dig more to find
the
see
current
if I
ones
could,
on?
see if I could find it, because you know how schools are with releasing what their curriculum is. Most are very tight-lipped about exactly what they're teaching, and I mean
Seems
there
weird.
there are states, there are laws in certain states to force the school district to post exactly what's in their curriculum, because some
Well,
school districts are so closed about it.
So, I guess I'm for it. Like, as I personally, I want to release I'm gonna like do a pretty good. I'll try to release my curriculum, but I think the frustrating thing is you're telling teachers you have to release this thing that no one's gonna read.
And I
No one's gonna read
I
that.
understand it, but for
That's
parents who do want it, for people
The
who,
one parent,
Yeah.
the parents
I
that want to know would
understand.
just ask anyway. They send an email.
I,
So it's not.
I'm not
That's true.
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I understand. I'm not saying that it's not a burden on the teachers, but I'm saying that teachers should have, or parents should have access to exactly what's in the curriculum that their students are
But
learning.
if
Maybe
they
like an
wanted it, they could just
available on
email them.
request thing.
And I don't know that to be true. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't know that. I know that in some states they are passing laws to force the teachers or the schools to post their curriculum because the teachers have not been able to access, or the parents have not been able to access it. And that's why those laws are happening. So maybe in Washington it's that simple, but I don't know about in other states.
Yeah.
And as a parent, and I'm not trying to qualify anything. It's as an individual, everyone should have access to what the children in their community are learning. Not
For
only
sure.
if they're your children, but because your tax dollars are going in to form that curriculum.
Yeah.
You should have access to what the children in your area are learning, because they are your future. They will be your employees. They will be the people that you work with. They will be the people that work for you.
But I thought you didn't like your diploma.
What?
Cause like the idea that's like, what is the point of like knowing what they're doing if there's no way to verify it?
Because I don't think the state should tell me that I've reached an arbitrary designation doesn't mean that I shouldn't have access to know what my child is learning in school. I don't think those two things are connected.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like, yeah. But I guess,
At 27,
yeah.
and as someone who doesn't hardly recognize the legitimacy of the government at all, I don't recognize the authority of a state body to arbitrarily designate a threshold of knowledge to which I can have a job.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that if I or someone else who does believe in the state is going to send their child or pay taxes to a government who's going to form that curriculum, who doesn't believe what I believe, shouldn't have access to exactly what those children are learning.
Fair.
Because the school's going to be there regardless.
Yeah, it's not about me.
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to send my kids to public school. It's not about me. It's not about the access that I want. So
Yeah.
everyone should have access to know what the children in their area are learning, because they are paying to form that curriculum.
Yeah.
At the very base, their dollars are forming that curriculum.
Fair,
Yeah.
fair.
Just
So-
like we should have a full accounting of where every fucking dollar goes in the United States government. Everyone
You're
should
right.
have access to that. Everyone should.
So I guess one of the things that kind of is interests me is we have. I'm not like trying to like justify the argument. We have a lot of arguments about like a lot of the influence of what this education could bring, but I read that like I think a teacher is like the 6th or 7th most influential person in a kid's life, and so like
Depending.
like do
Go
you
ahead.
like I had some like cool teachers, but I don't think any of them could ever have convinced me of like or even like implicitly have convinced me of I don't know. It seems like a lot of this stuff is really exacerbating the power of a teacher. Like I wish I could convince my kids to like for like maybe not viewpoints, but like I wish I had like, hey, you should do your homework, you know, and like I wish I had more convincing power that could like
But
actually
think
change.
that, and this is where the argument gets refined, right? Because I think that we're seeing some teachers have more social power than they have ever had before. And if you're talking about, again, this ideology, you're talking about a teacher who's an activist. So they probably have students, or definitely have students, that they are pushing this ideology on because they're an activist, right? And so if you're doing that, and if you're one of these students who is identifying your teacher as the only safe access point because they've told you that your parents aren't going to believe you, your parents don't trust you, your parents are going to abuse you, or whatever they're saying, right? They have a little more control or power over you than any of our teachers did, because we're not looking to them for any type of social identification, cultural identification, any of that type of shit, you know?
Yeah, growing up, I could have given two shits what most of my teachers would have had to say about anything to do with their personal lives or my personal life. the occasional, you had the occasional cool teacher that you really liked, but at the end of the day, we really didn't know that much about them realistically. And it seems as if in today's world that is a vastly more powerful thing than ever before, for a number of reasons. But it is definitely way more influential, I think, today than it ever used to be. And whether that's social externalities forcing, making it more important than it ever used to be, or whatever the reason it is, if you say a teacher is 6 or 7 of the, whatever the number is, if they're in the top 10 of the most influential people on your children, that seems like a really big influence to me, along with all the other things that might be on there. But it is, that's why I think it seems more important. And also why teachers are more important today than ever before. Plus, I think we have a way better understanding of the importance of early onset education than we used to back then. People care a lot more than they used to. And so it's brought new attention to it, and a lot of people are not liking what they're seeing.
Yeah, but doesn't this also seem like a lot of it seems to me also that a lot of the blame should be placed on social media, but is instead being thrust on teachers. Like this idea that like kids are learning about gay and trans in schools. That's not where they're learning it. The kids are learning it on the internet, and they're coming like this we talked about that number. That 10% number didn't happen in the 90s or the 2000s.
And
it happened with the internet.
In school, it's interpersonal. It's not with the teachers. It's like, it's the same way you learned about fucking in school. Same way you learned about drugs and shit. It's the same. So no, 100%.
And so it seems like kind of frustrating that like you have all these laws and kind of like this pressure put on schools, because to be fair, it is where kids socialize.
Yes.
But the reality is like you
kind of,
the influence is coming outside of this jurisdiction of the school, and often the parents. And so this is people, this is influencers, this is social media. These are the people who have way more influence than the teacher who they're with for like an hour a day.
Yes.
Like I know kids, like I have this kid who's obsessed with Jacksepticeye. If Jacksepticeye, he's a streamer.
Okay.
If Jacksepticeye told this kid to wear all black every day, he would have. He idolized that man.
Mm-hmm.
This man he has never met. They what's like a parasocial relationship.
Yeah.
And so it's just like that. It just seems like, okay, since we can't regulate that, let's regulate the schools. Because I guess it is where the tax money can go to, but it's not going to fix the issue.
Yeah.
And I agree. And that's why earlier when we were talking, a while ago, when we were talking about the kids, I was saying the first step is to help them figure out who they are. And the first step I said in that is to remove outside influences. Social media was the first thing I said in that. Because I agree with you wholeheartedly.
That's just
this
bad,
wasn't
man.
happening when we were kids. And I think social media is a huge portion of that. And it's not because we weren't accepting when we were children. Because if you take a look back at our high school years, I feel like we were overtly accepting of everybody that we went to high school. I don't know of any it's a small example, but I just mean our generation. I don't know really of like open bigotry among our generation that runs prevalent. You know what I'm saying?
To be fair, I do think growing up in Bremerton, because of the military presence, we had a much more diverse community than I think a lot of people grew up with.
I would never say it doesn't exist. I would never say it doesn't exist. But I think if you made a spectrum of the different generations, we're probably the farthest as far as social progression goes.
Yeah.
It's about all that you can ask for is to progress, right?
Yeah.
In the holiest sense of the word, to progress in a social sense, right? That we didn't care if we went to school with gay kids. We didn't care about any of that shit. Race, none of those things mattered when we were in school. We all made fucking jokes that you definitely could not make now.
Your mom jokes?
Yeah, all race jokes and shit that you definitely couldn't make now when you were in school. We all said shit like that. But none of that stuff I don't think actually mattered when we were in school.
It's mostly like shock value.
100%.
You're just trying to stand out and get attention.
We're also of like the stunt generation, like the prank generation, jackass stuff like that. So all those things coalesced into people saying the most radical shit they could think of, for shock value. But my point was really just about social media, right? That I agree with you. I think that is an enormous portion of this. And again, I can't impress enough that what we're hammering on is a very finite portion of this, right? Mm-hmm. And the teachers would only be involved in this part so far as I agree that first step would be social media. You are progressed to a point through social media that you're already maybe already think your parents aren't going to accept what you're thinking. Maybe the teacher isn't even the one that said that to you, right? You're already under that perception, but you are then find a teacher that will identify with this, you know what I'm saying? That will help you progress this. So I absolutely agree that, and it's the same thing we were talking about the Don't Say Gay bill, right? I don't think that's necessary. I think people think that it's necessary. I think it's reactionary to shit that people are seeing, and they're freaked the fuck out. And I say I don't blame them because, like Colin was talking about, like we're talking about, the amount of research that goes into try and make those connections is not shit that any regular teacher or parent has time to do. James Lindsay doesn't have another job. That's his whole job, is to do the internet shit that he is doing. That's why he has time to read these papers and make a show about it and make podcasts and talk about all this shit, right? That's why anybody whose job that is, that's their job, is to read those papers and theorize about them and write other papers. That is their job. So I don't blame anybody on either side, the parent, the teacher, for not knowing about this, right? It is the very small portion that I know are acting maliciously that I fucking have it out for. My deep concern is for the less prominent ideology that I suspect deep within myself has worked its way into curriculum, and I fear for the way that will manifest in the future. That's probably the best way for me to wrap that up.
Yeah.
You know, that, like I said, the shit that you're talking about, the examples you're giving for this stuff is not malicious, because I think that a reasonable person could take this and be like, that's a crazy thing that I just read. What can I say that will still fit the guidelines, but is not this shit that I don't think is true? I think a lot of people are doing that. I believe that if you read a document that was filled with woke shit, you would try and dissect it the best that you could and deliver what needed to be delivered and leave the rest out, because you're a reasonable, logical fucking human being. I think there are a lot of people in the exact same case as you are. So I think there are also a lot of people who don't want to put in the work that you do and will just teach what is being given to them. That's the shit that we need to be concerned about. Past the activists, that's a whole separate thing in and of itself. That's another thing I said. They're in my targets. The activists, the people that are acting maliciously, are in my targets. The people that don't know what they're doing, I'm concerned for you, because I recognize that you don't know, because it takes this much work to know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Does that qualify a little bit better? I know how fucking crazy it sounds. I know that. I know how crazy it sounds. I talk to people about it and I see their face. I know how crazy it sounds. And that's why I tried to be so clear that I don't agree with everything he's saying, but I cannot find another logical, readily available solution for all of this stuff. You know, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, but I guess one thing I guess not as like an excuse, but just like so Lindsay's argument is that this is to destabilize the United States, or this is to use Marxist ideology to weaken our nation, and to make
I don't want to misrepresent it, because it's a real large point that he's making.
What is this doing that our country isn't doing to ourselves?
100%, like 100%. But that's part of the point. But the point of this is that this is being done with your tax dollars. This is being done with your tax dollars under the guise of people who know what they're doing. They're intentionally subverting your nation with your tax dollars. It's different. It's not great, and it's not better, but it's different when someone makes their own private life out of being an ideologue, and they're actively working within their own private framework to try and subvert the nation. That's wholly different from someone doing what they can to secure a tax-funded position to try and subvert the nation. Those are two different things, in my opinion.
Yeah, but like if you're if they're, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, it doesn't seem like, it seems like we already, like, I would say, let's use example right now. A lot of people hate Joe Biden.
Yes.
Loathe Brandon.
Yes.
I went to the gas station.
Yes.
Obviously he doesn't have that much power on gas, but let's say that. So, like, these people have as much disrespect for the, I guess not the much disrespect for the institution and the idea. Like, there was, I would even say 20 years ago, you couldn't talk about the president like that.
Definitely wasn't socially acceptable.
That's true.
Yeah,
And so-
definitely wasn't socially
So
acceptable.
these same people who are saying like you're trying to like Marxistly like indoctrinate our kids are showing the same lack of deference, lack of patriotism, lack of this is like he's not even our legitimate president.
Most of them, yeah.
So like it's kind of like I guess that
it's not
hypocrisy
genuine. Yeah.
where it's just like the I don't know. It's just like you're also very critical of the United States. And like I'm not saying that's I'm very critical of the United States, but I think it's just this kind of like I don't know. It seems like James Lindsay is would you say that the United States is like do you love everything going on in the country right now? He'd probably say no.
Of course not.
And if you ask this like the people who he hated, they'd probably say no too. And so it just seems it's just like I feel like we're in a place where I don't feel like you need super sleuth arguments written subtext into American culture to look at our system and be like, I feel like we're on fire.
No, certainly not. But if your intent is to completely subvert it to a different system, then you do. Because even the people who are talking shit about America, who are doing whatever, are doing it because they're a lot of them, right? These are all generalities now, are doing it because they're deeply implanted in their own views that are based in American values. Right? All these people who are fucking hating on Joe Biden are doing it because I want low gas prices. Whatever. It's not because they hate America. It's because they hate Joe Biden and they hate this administration. They don't like the direction the country is going in.
But
there's a difference between even a bad faith critique in the United States and perpetrating an ideology that has historically killed millions of people. Those are different things.
Yes.
Right? There's a difference between, like I said, talking shit about America and actively trying to implant a Maoist or Marxist ideology that we have seen historically has killed the people who've embraced it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the distinction.
But like
that I would draw.
outside of Antifa, who is actually using violence or who can actually implement this change, this switch to like
these activists in schools.
But how is that going to work? You can't vote into communism. But
if you create
people,
a red guard in which, like they did in China, they actually killed their parents and their grandparents and their teachers, this is the natural end of communism. I understand that I understand. I understand it's a radical thing. I understand. I understand. That's why I'm trying to draw such a hard distinction for you between you and the people you work with and the activists that you don't know about. That's what I'm trying to draw the distinction with. I don't think you're trying to do that. I don't think your other modern coworkers are doing that. I think they're unknowingly perpetrating an ideology that is intending to do that, and it's led by activists who are intentionally trying to do that. That's what I think.
I guess my difficulty with that is, as someone who has worked with this generation, I don't see that happen. I don't see the physical. Like it'd be different if like they were very interested in like weapons. Like we need like these same people who are they are very against guns. They don't even want to touch a gun. Mm-hmm. How are you supposed to lead a violent revolution against the state without any sort of desire to own a weapon? Like even Karl Marx was an adamant like pro-gun person because you needed it.
Until they get the power.
You needed it.
Until they get the power.
But like it just seems hard to look at these kids who if I like we talked about like a very like the snowflake generation. Like how can we subsequently say they are super weak and can't take any criticism, but are being planted to overthrow the state?
And I'm not even saying this is going to happen tomorrow. This is the first wave of this. You have this is the first
mass implementation.
Public iteration of this that's going on.
Are we receiving backlash? And
what do you mean?
Like we're like conservative parents are now like I would say is in a good thing. There are eyes on the system more than ever before. People are more aware on what their kids are learning, more involved in schools, going to school board meetings, especially during COVID.
Oh yeah.
So it seems like this plan is working terribly. If like you like in 2019, would you have known about that? No.
I'd say it's location specific, because you didn't have those massive school board lines, say in Seattle. That wasn't happening. And if they were talking about something different. But in the places where people recognize that and in mass push back against that specific issue, they did now they have a hawkeye on that system, and they're not going to let it go away. But
And
in the bigger cities,
sometimes they do, because even like in Washington, CK, there was pushback against a genderqueer memoir, and that book being in Olympic high school, and then like a poster for something that was in an elementary school. It was taken down immediately, and then when people start talking about it, and it goes back up, right? So I would say that it's working to some extent now, but people also have to give a shit. And if people don't know what they're talking about, if people are just screaming, they get arrested. That happens all the time. The Justice Department has started to qualify these people, these parents, as domestic violent extremists. That's happening
There
already.
are some parents who are just there to agitate. They're
Of
not
course
there. They're not there to agitate
Pieces of
for
shit
policy.
are pieces of shit.
Yeah.
There are also people like the guy in Loudoun County whose daughter was raped, and he got his ass beat by the cops and dragged out.
yeah.
And then
that's
Virginia went 12 points to the right. And so like it seems
Right.
like there are answers to this. Like it seems like they're not.
I'm not saying that
sneaking
there
in.
isn't.
Like
There is definite pushback, more ever today than ever before, thanks to certain larger institutions. I mean, that one, talking about the Loudoun County case, the only reason that even became a national story at all, and the only reason that this father got any form of justice in society's eyes, was because this crazy conservative right-wing news outlet called Daily Wire had an investigative journalist over there that uncovered the story, and they were massive enough they could blow it up
Blew
and
the
make it
fucking
a
doors
national
off of it.
story.
But
Yeah,
isn't that a good thing?
that is a good thing, and that's what I'm saying.
We're not saying that we're not. I'm not sure
Yeah.
what your point is.
No, what I'm saying is like the secret plan seems really poorly implemented. It seems like
You're teaching social and emotional learning, right?
No,
That's not part of the curriculum in Washington State, social and emotional learning?
no, it's just like kind of like a.
That's not true. Social
No,
and
no,
emotional
no.
learning is part of the curriculum in
No,
Washington
it's not.
State.
It's not like we don't. It's not typically done in like a classroom. It's more of like a generally like as teachers you need to be aware of the kids' social. And
Right,
the
but
thing
it's
is,
being
as
taught, right? And these frameworks, these things are being done.
and this is the thing, as a teacher, teachers hate that. Teachers hate teaching social emotional learning.
How many of them are pushing back on it?
All of them. Every single teacher I work with is like, I am a school employee. I go to work. I hang out with the kids. I'll do my best to try to be a good teacher for them, but I got to go home. I have my own kids. I can't solve the systematic problems of the United States in a 20-minute lesson after school. And so it's like, it just, like, the ideas, I think, we have this idea, like, there's definitely activists. Like, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But it just seems to me like the rational people, like I have a lot of faith in like rational people, and I think rational people always win out, and that's what it seems like. It seems like as long as, like, it'd be different if it was like 5 years of like this undercover thing, but no, like as much as like I have problems with like Ben Shapiro and stuff, but like it's so good to make sure that I'm glad that parents are paying attention to what their kids are learning.
Yeah.
Like it makes my job easier. Like it just makes everyone's job easier if they're involved in the system. You had a lot of people wake up to the idea that education is super important.
Yeah.
And you shouldn't just have some crazy, not necessarily crazy, but unqualified activist teaching my kid. I want to make sure, I want to know what the shit's
Certainly.
about.
Yeah.
And like, it just seems like that idea backfired because all it did is put more eyes on their secret plan.
And I'll say this too, as
For the
somebody
people
that's
who understand it. And that's the thing, is that a lot of those people that reacted to that are, like you said, and it kind of, to some people, it looks like I'm screaming now, right? They're out there screaming about shit because they don't understand the root of what they're complaining about. So when they get pushed on stuff, and this is not a bad thing, right? But like you did for me, when we're talking about this document, when they get pushed on, well, what's so bad about learning this? Well, I don't know. It's the same thing as when a newscaster asks a person on the street, what's CRT? I don't fucking know. No one who hasn't studied it knows what the definition of critical race theory is, right? But we know there is evidence that it is being implemented in praxis in schools. And when you can talk about that, and when you can say we're treating children differently based off of the color of their skin to try and make up for biases that exist in the legal system due to historical injustices, you can't expect a person on the street to fucking say that. They don't know what they're talking about. They
Yeah.
know that their child is being punished differently because they're white. Mm-hmm. That's not CRT. That's critical race theory in praxis in schools. So when they don't even know what they're talking about, they're reacting to shit that they don't know what the root of it is.
Yeah, but like, I guess, but they're still reacting to it. Like, and like, I guess.
But
And
if
and-
they can
yeah.
be immediately shouted down by the school board because they sound like a crazy person, then it doesn't matter that they're shouting. If they can be arrested after your daughter has been raped, it doesn't matter because the school board still had you fucking arrested.
Yes, and I'm not saying like it wasn't like the wrong wasn't righted, but now there are eyes on now there are eyes on your case. Now ultimately it took time, and I think the school board's reaction was initially terrible.
Yes.
And they suffered consequence. The entire state had to do a reckoning because of that.
I fear that those people don't. My fear is that those people don't have an accurate understanding of what the core issue is. They see the side effects and the way that this issue has permeated, and they see the way that it has come to light in modern day, that when these things get out of hand, sometimes people get raped in fucking bathrooms and school boards try to cover it up.
Yeah.
They see that. They don't know what the core of that is. They don't know that that's based in queer and gender ideology that other teachers and activists around the country are trying to implement in other schools. They don't know that. That's why this is important, is because even though that's starting, if this doesn't continue, people don't actually understand what they're fighting against. If they're just fighting against the bad shit they're seeing and not the core ideology that's fueling it, then the fires get tamped out, and as soon as it quells, this starts right back up.
And I think your point is essentially you're looking at the idea of the pushback. It is people are noticing that there is something going on, and they're paying attention to it now. They may not know exactly what's happening, but now their eyes are on the system. Now their hackles are up and they're watching like a hawk. And that I think we can all agree is a very, very good thing to happen. And I'm really glad. I don't know why all of a sudden got something in my throat. I'm really glad that, because me and Donovan are obviously outsiders and you're an insider in that system. And it sounds to me as if there's a generalized concept of disliking what is happening. People are seeing within the system that there is something that is not entirely
the scope
right.
of teaching has gotten too wide, and we need to narrow it again.
Yeah.
I think that's
And
the best way to describe it.
100%.
Yeah, and that to me is it's the most enheartening thing I've been
That goes with
as
the
long
same
as I've been
parenting of the
seeing
teachers,
this.
I
It's
think.
a very, very good thing to hear. And I'm really happy to hear that, because I would hate to think that everybody's just an unwitting pawn in this thing and not knowing what's going on. And then when people recognize, like, why are we doing this? It doesn't make sense. This is crazy. We're going to teach what we need to teach. And then, there's obviously going to be the other people that we can. And it is nice to know that there is eyes, not only from external forces like parents seeing things and reacting to things from externally, even if they don't fully grasp what it is they're pushing back against. They might be reacting to the outcomes that are stemming from this stuff, but also from within the system. There are also people that are eyeing, they may not fully understand what it is that's taking place, or, we could be, even if we're completely off base on this thing, that there's eyes on the system from within the system as well.
Right.
And that is a huge W in my mind. That there are watchful eyes, both externally and internally, on what I think we all agree is one of the most important places for our young people to be.
Right.
And that is good news. And yes, it generally takes bad shit happening for people to recognize that thing and change it. Kind of like when we were talking about the student loan forgiveness thing. It took a lot of people getting really fucked over, but maybe that will stop it going forward.
Right.
And if there is bad shit happening in schools right now, which we know there are. I mean, there was a story I heard about I don't want to tell the whole story, but there are people even within their own little ideological cults on the left from within them that are also going, something's going on with my child now, and I'm not comfortable with this anymore. Something else is happening. It's not just openness and acceptingness and all this. There's something else happening at play here in certain areas of our society.
Yeah.
And the eyes are beginning to focus on certain things. And I think the good things are being elevated and the bad things are being pushed back on in general. And that is a very good sign, I think, for this troubled society we find ourselves in today.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think at the core, I think at the core, we don't disagree on this particular issue, right? Especially on the activist portion. Maybe not like the fine details of it, but the activist portion, a lot of teachers teaching shit that they don't want to teach, right? I think the difference in the intensity and particular angle, I don't have a readily other solution because I don't have an inherent trust in the system. I know, and I don't think it's a denigrative thing, but it sounds like you have an inherent trust in the system and in people in general that I just don't have. You know?
That's come up a lot recently.
And that's I think a good thing. That's again, it's just like it's a policy difference. We use that term a lot. So it's just a policy difference that the way that I view shit changed a lot over the last few years, you know, and the interconnectivity.
For a lot of people it did.
Yeah.
The interconnectivity I saw between all these different institutions has darkened my view on a lot of it. So I don't have the inherent trust there that existed before, even before we started this podcast. I don't have that inherent trust. The skepticism level is way higher than the trust level used to be.
Yeah.
So
I used to be skeptical. Now I'm just an anarchist. So I really don't trust the state in any fashion, period.
So
but-
my immediate reaction is skepticism,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
with something that at current time I'm identifying with such a dangerous fucking ideology that of Maoism and Marxism that it only feels like the correct thing to do is to like go hard on it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
yeah, I guess that's all that I really have to say about it. You know, is just that I think that I don't trust the good nature of the general populace because when you're talking about yourself, it sounds like you and the people you work with aren't pieces of shit, which is like really good. Like it sounds like you
that's a
guys are
good deal.
not bags of shit, and that's not a bad thing. That's like my immediate assumption of most people is you are a bag of shit because I've seen so many bags of shit in my life, and so. That's not you as a human
Yeah.
being, right? I think you understand what I'm getting at. That,
Yeah.
like just on a general basis. So it is enlightening for me and hardening for me to hear. So you guys aren't pieces of shit, is what you're saying. That you do recognize an element of what's happening, and you're unhappy with certain elements of it, even if it's not the same elements that I'm unhappy about. You guys are not pieces of shit. You are not just shills who just want a paycheck, who just are trying to just get money. And yeah, I love children, I love teaching, but fuck the system, so I'm just going to give the curriculum. Like that's a pleasant thing to hear because I think, like most of the reactionary people that we're talking about, that's what you think. When you see shit like this, you're like, these fucking people, they're just trying to subvert my kid. They're just trying to fuck me over. They're just trying to collect a check and take tax money. They just want more. They just want to put their ideology in. And if you don't... I did not think that prior to this conversation. But if you don't have a discussion, even an open one, let alone one with a teacher, you are going to continue to think that, you know, and it is going to harden that ideology and make you even more partisan and add to the shit that we're saying is wrong here. You know,
Yeah.
it's only going to make it even worse.
I think one of the things I would say is that teaching is a very like teaching is very merit based. And
Yes.
and the teacher who just shills that the thing you showed, it's if they just shill it without any sort of critical understanding of what it is, it's going to show up in their teaching. The kids are going to be not very receptive to it because they're just reading from a textbook.
Right.
Yeah.
Versus the teacher who actually cares about what they're teaching.
Right.
They've done the research. The kids know that they know their shit. Then that will come up. Like it would be a dangerous combination if someone was both.
Yes.
You know, an activist and good at their shit. But
And I just mean because like we all had like I said, we all had teachers in schools that just didn't give a fuck, you know.
Yeah.
But they didn't lose their job. They weren't necessarily good teachers.
Nope.
But they didn't lose their job, and that's more what I'm getting at. You know, it's not people who are terrible at their job, but people who are doing like the bare minimum to maintain the position.
Just to not get fired, right?
Exactly. And I think
Yeah.
that's what most people who are reactionary like that fear, and especially if someone like that gets subverted into the ideology that you can't explain, but you're seeing something and fucking CRT and LGBT and if that's where you're at, like it's gonna be bad.
like,
you know what I'm saying?
Like a great example is like, do you ever watch like do you have Instagram?
yeah,
Instagram,
I
right?
got Instagram.
You ever see those people who post like they're very like woke kind of Instagram stories, like pseudo history sort of thing?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
They're always so bad.
It's
There's
so
zero
bad.
heart in them.
Drives me up the fucking wall,
And,
Josh Keaton.
and like
Good
that's the
God.
thing. It's like there's no nuance to it. There's no understanding of like we can talk about like imperialism, whatever, but there's like you can tell that like this is a very shallow understanding
Yes.
of the topic.
10 slides about one
Yeah.
deeply historical issue,
Yeah.
deeply misunderstood historical issue. Now you know.
Why camping
Whoa,
is racist. What?
That's what I'm saying. We talked about that here. I listened on the way here, and I was like, I'm sorry, I don't understand. I don't. What is going on? Yeah, no, I agree. That is
People of color live outside sometimes. You're appropriating their space.
that's one of the worst, in my opinion, one of the worst aspects of social media is that so now you know type of thing.
Yes.
I'm going to give you this and now you know. Even though it's only maybe a 10th of the actual relevant information, now you know. And when you do that type of shit with such pivotal social issues like race, you know what I'm saying? Or fucking gender, when you do that, fucking Roe v. Wade, when that's the type of shit that you do, you're destroying the country. You just
Yes.
and more than any of this other shit, you are destroying the country because you're allowing people, you're promoting people moving forward in their adult lives without an accurate understanding of the place they
Not
live.
even like objectively poor.
Yes, with an intentionally poor understanding
Yeah.
because you chose to put it that way. You
Yeah.
chose the information you put in there and you knew what you put in there. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's fucking bad. And those are the people, the ones that share them, are the worst. They're the most
They probably don't
active.
even read it.
They have
Yeah.
no idea, but they're the most active about that issue.
They're probably
They
like, ooh, send,
Yep.
save.
Yeah.
And it's like,
There are some people that we went to school with, give you the name off air, that I follow just to see the crazy shit they say. Just because they'll still allow me to follow them, and I can't. Every time I read it, I'm like, I'm gonna freak the fuck out because this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. But I have to stay tapped in because I've got to know what you're thinking. I have to know the dumb shit that you're saying because it's just so. You see it, and that's the type of stuff that gives even a skeptic like me gives me hope. I'm like, oh, we're definitely gonna win. You're a fucking idiot. If this is what you think, there's no way you're gonna win because you're a goddamn moron. That's the shit that gives you hope
the
sometimes.
same.
Right?
Yeah,
Oh gosh,
it's kind of.
it's kind of uplifting in a really twisted
In
way.
a super dark way.
And then
Yeah.
well, it just makes me think like my job's gonna be a lot harder. I gotta make sure they
Great.
have context to all these things.
Oh my god. Oh well, I think we're coming up on damn near 7 hours.
Yeah, no, I was
So
gonna
I
say
think it's
we're gonna. I
time
think
to
we should
wrap
probably
it up.
call it about there, and we can. Yeah, and that's how it goes in the studio. Is
That's
it
all good
happens
to
and you're
me.
Like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we try and. So I'm sorry if we kept you from anything, but
Chick-fil-A.
you know.
Hitting on the way back. One to Linwood.
Oh, okay. All right.
Worth it.
Yeah, well, as long as like your girl's not at your parents' house, like where the fuck is
She's
she?
at home.
That's okay. Yeah. So, yeah, is there anything else that anybody wants to hit real quick? This was a great conversation today.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely fantastic conversation. I don't know
you.
about you, but I had a great time having you here. I had a great time talking to you. It just makes me so happy, and the same deal gives me hope for our generation to be able to have a discussion like this where we can not agree on something and know that I'm going to hug you before you leave and you're not doing it because you feel like you have to do it.
You also have a gun.
I have a gun, so watch the fuck out. But I just want to thank you again because like I said, we've had more trouble than I could tell you just trying to get people to have an honest discussion in which they can't run from anything. They can't fucking hide. It's on video so someone else knows. Like
If I get canceled, I'm squatting at your house.
hey,
That's
that's
fine.
fine. That's, yeah, it's,
Fuck.
we'll
Why not?
Put a bed up for you in the corner of the studio. So no, I just like I said, I just want to thank you again for coming in. I think it's just a great conversation. I think a lot of people stand to gain a lot from this topic, from all these topics, from this discussion. The people that are here, the people that are watching in the future, I think there's a lot to be gleaned from it. So I appreciate it. I genuinely mean that because
Thank you.
it's just not to have a discussion with a teacher specifically who's willing to be open about how they feel and the things that are going on in the district and with everywhere is rare. Most people are too afraid to get canceled. They're afraid to lose their job. They're afraid to whatever. So I just appreciate your willingness and openness to be here and to not hold back and have these discussions. I know, seriously, this is the future and the salvation of the country is this type of stuff.
Amen to that.
So
Yeah.
yes.
Say, Josh, thanks again for coming out.
Thank you for having
It
me.
was great to fucking meet you, man.
Nice meeting
Awesome
you too.
conversation. And yeah, if you want to plug anything, you can plug anything. Other than that, we'll just.
Anyone hiring in the Washington State school districts, hit me up.
There you go. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on July 23rd, right here, noon, West Coast time.